Taishen region was named after Lord Taishen. This territory was, in reality, the territory of Lord Taishen. It was not necessarily his intention that it was this way, but when a person grew strong enough, many things tended to happen naturally. Moreover, Lord Taishen himself did not have the idea of creating a territory. Otherwise, Taishen region would have been even greater. Now, Taishen region was composed of three main territories, which were the three major forces. The main city, Taishen City, was next to Taishen Mountain. Because of its close proximity to Taishen Mountain, it was the core of the region, and the city lord was the second disciple of Lord Taishen. Furthermore, the youngest disciple of Lord Taishen was also located in this city, the housemaster of Taishen Tavern. Among the two other territories, one was created by Lord Taishuan's eldest disciple, who created Taixuanism, and was hailed as the Taishen Hierophant. The Taishen Hierophant was also the eldest disciple of Lord Taishen. After so many years, the territory of Taixuanism was now the largest in Taishen region. It long surpassed that of Taishen City, and its influence was great, with many powerful characters within the cult. Lord Taishen no longer bothered with matters of the outside world, so Taixuanism was considered the primary principality of the Taishen region. And another force was created by the third disciple of Lord Taishen. It was named String Palace, and this disciple was named Emperor of String. This was the only one that did not have the name of Taishen. But even so, the branch of Taishen had long been the absolute ruler in this territory. Futian had carefully researched the specific situation of Lord Taishen these past few days. Previously, he didn't even know the gender of the housemaster of Taishen but had just assumed male as a matter of course, which was careless on his part. Fortunately, he had no dishonorable motives, so it did not affect anything. Since that day, he had not been to the realm of the ruin again, which made Luo Yu, who had been searching there for many days, a little disappointed. And it was not just Luo Yu, but many others were eager to find him but to no avail. The mysterious swordsman had completely disappeared after that glorious battle, and not been heard from again. This caused many chatter among the people of Taishen City. The mysterious swordsman who had a glorious moment in Taishen City, would he appear again? However, Futian was unaware of all this. He spent most of these days cultivating quietly and practicing music. In fact, he rarely practiced music as he had before. On this day, Futian finally had an opportunity. The housemaster of Taishen was going to Taishen Mountain to visit her master, Lord Taishen. In addition to her few disciples, Futian was also included. There was a Fey mountain in the higher heavens, named Taishen, which rose into the sky and shines with the sun and the moon. Taishen Mountain was extremely famous only because of one person, Lord Taishen. On the ethereal and misty Taishen Mountain, it was exceptionally quiet. Although there were also many cultivators, the expanse of Taishen Mountain made these many celestial palaces seem tranquil and solitary. Many on the mountain got up and paid their respects when they saw the housemaster of Taishen. After all, Lord Taishen ever only had 4 disciples, and the 4 disciples had already achieved fame to exhibit their excellence. The housemaster of Taishen was the youngest in age and ranking only because her cultivation was a little lesser. But even so, she was a big name in the higher heavens realm, so no one dared neglect her. The housemaster of Taishen came all the way to the core area of Taishen Mountain. Above the sky in front of her, there was an unworldly celestial palace. She stopped outside the palace, and in front of her, an old man came forward and bowed slightly to the housemaster of Taishen. He was very polite and said with a smile, "Miss Four is here." Uncle Lan, the housemaster Taishen responded with a smile, addressing him as uncle, showing equal respect. Uncle Lan was also a Renhuang who had been in the service of Lord Taishen for many years. Even when they were cultivating with Lord Taishen, the old man was already at their master's side. Although the old man acted as a steward in Taishen Mountain, he was considered a close and personal valet of Lord Taishen. No one dared to disrespect him. In fact, since it was not possible for Lord Taishen to manage outside matters, he was in charge. Therefore, the old man was addressing her as Miss Four, because, after all, he had watched the housemaster of Taishen grow into an empress. "Master is not in retreat, is he?" the housemaster of Taishen asked with a smile. No, you came just in time. Great teacher came to visit my lord as well, Uncle Lan said with a smile. His words stunned the housemaster of Taishen. Although her perception was extremely powerful, she could not spy on the household of his master with divine spirit. That would be disrespectful. The great teacher was her eldest senior brother, the chief disciple of Lord Taishen, who was now known as the Taishen Hierophant and was also the strongest among the four of them. Disciple Jun Mu greets uncle. At this time, a young man with extraordinary temperament came over and bowed slightly toward the housemaster of Taishen. Jun Mu, a disciple of Taishen Hierophant. Is the eldest senior brother here to ask the master regarding matters of cultivation? Asked the housemaster of Taishen. If so, I will visit master another day. Behind them, Futian watched quietly, and a trace of doubt appeared in his heart as he watched the scene played out. Was there discord between housemaster of Taishen and her eldest senior brother? She should be happy to see her senior brother here. Why would she want to leave? Linger is here, a voice called out. Futian saw a middle-aged man walking forward. His stride was great with each step he took, and he was wearing a loose robe. The breath coming from his body was calm and peaceful, his face was smiling, and his body was full of an unfathomable atmosphere. The Taishen Hierophant, the eldest disciple of Lord Taishen. There were not many who would dare to refer to the housemaster of Taishen by her maiden name. Eldest senior brother, the housemaster of Taishen smiled and said, If I knew you were here to visit the master, I would not have disturbed your visit. I am only to check in with master this time. Master knew that you were coming and asked me to come and welcome you, and you actually tried to slip away. Am I that scary? The voice of Taishen Hierophant was strong and powerful. Futian faintly felt that the Taishen Hierophant's plane was extremely high. Not at all, I'm only afraid that it will disturb the discussion between master and senior brother. The housemaster of Taishen smiled and then looked at Uncle Lan next to her. Uncle Lan, I met a musician at the tavern whose art was excellent. Would you take him to see if he may stay on Taishen Mountain as a musician? Uncle Lan didn't ask who he was but just smiled and nodded. Fine. Shenjing, come over and meet Uncle Lan. The housemaster of Taishen looked back at Futian and said. Futian stepped forward and bowed slightly toward Uncle Lan. Greetings from Shenjing to the honorable elder. Uncle Lan's eyes fell on him, and his eyes contained some deeper meaning. He moved his eyes away and smiled. Rest assured, Miss Four, I will handle it. The housemaster of Taishen also glanced at Futian. It was just a look without any emotion, but Futian felt an invisible pressure of might. Suddenly he had a feeling. Could there be more to the story? Brother, let's go to see the master, the housemaster Taishen said with a smile. They then left together and walked toward that celestial palace. Futian raised his head and looked at the palace, where there was a giant figure in the higher heaven realm, which would also be the first top power he was close to in the higher heaven. The eyes of Jun Mu, the disciple of the Taishen Hierophant, fell on Futian. He said politely, I am the disciple of the Taishen Hierophant, Jun Mu. Futian didn't understand the other's motive, but on Taishen Mountain, he wouldn't make the mistake of acting arrogant, so he also replied with respect, musician of Taishen Tavern, Shenjing. Brother Shen was able to get a personal introduction into Taishen Mountain from uncle, which means your talent must be extremely unusual, Junmu said. Not enough to be compared to the disciple of the Hierophant, Futian responded evasively, as there was no easy answer to give. If there is ever an opportunity, I must experience your music, Junmu said, which surprised Futian. The word experience contained double meanings. One was the pure appreciation of the music. The second was learning from each other. Musicians in the world of cultivation cultivated in Guqin path. Thus, the appreciation of music could also mean battle. What Junmu meant was more like the latter. Of course. Futian feigned ignorance and nodded with a smile. No matter which one he meant, it didn't matter. Young Master Shen, come with me, Uncle Lan said at this time. Futian nodded and then left with Uncle Lan while the other disciples who came with the housemaster were waiting outside. Ma Yi couldn't help but glance at Futian, feeling a little envious. Yi Futian had the opportunity to cultivate at Taishan Mountain. Uncle Lan and Yi Futian were walking, and Yi Futian had some doubts but found it inappropriate to inquire at this moment. After all, he was just a musician, not yet qualified to ask anything about Taishan Mountain. You have questions? Uncle Lan looked at Yi Futian and asked with a smile. Some, Yi Futian nodded. Speak less, observe more. Uncle Lan smiled and didn't tell him anything else. They came to a place with 2 words written outside, String Pavilion. The String Pavilion was very quiet. Although it was quaint, it was very clean. In the String Pavilion, Yi Futian saw many gukins. On some of them, he even felt the will of the way. There were also many prestigious gukins. In addition, there were also many musical scores on the shelves. This place was very elegant. Although it was unoccupied, it felt like it was not devoid of a master. What is this place? Yi Futian looked at Uncle Lan. This is the place where the 3rd young master cultivated before. Now whenever the 3rd young master returns to Taishan Mountain, this is where he stays. Everything here was left by the 3rd young master. You will stay here from now on and take care of the String Pavilion and these gukins. Of course, you can also play them, and you are welcome to peruse these music scores, Uncle Lan said with a smile. Among them, there are quite a few famous ones. The former residence of the String Emperor, Yi Futian secretly exclaimed, a little surprised. His first time at Taishan Mountain as a musician, and he was receiving such great treatment. He hadn't considered all of that before and just wanted to start as an ordinary musician regardless of his status. Elder, there are no tests? Yi Futian asked. Uncle Lan shook his head with a smile. Miss Four introduced Yi Futian, so he understood the implications of that. Take good care of the String Pavilion. You can use it, and you can read, but you are not allowed to destroy the things inside. As Uncle Lan was speaking, he left, leaving Yi Futian there. After Uncle Lan left, Yi Futian was left alone in the String Pavilion. He was still in a trance. He had thought that it would take a long time to come to this absolute holy land in Taishan region, observe the cultivation of the people in this holy land, and make contact with its top characters. He did not expect everything to progress so fast just because of a few words from the housemaster of Taishan. But when he learned that the housemaster of Taishan was one of Lord Taishuan's 4 disciples, he was relieved. But this favor would not be easy to return. Although, officially, he was only the musician caretaker of the String Pavilion, Yi Futian was not so ignorant. He could use any of the gukins at will and peruse the music scores collected here. What kind of good fortune was this? Countless many geniuses of Taishan region had difficulty even getting to Taishan Mountain, let alone guarding the String Pavilion. The String Pavilion was very spacious. Many gukins were hanging everywhere, and as to the music scores on the bookshelves, Yi Futian took some and started reading them, soon becoming absorbed. His accomplishment in music was extraordinary, but the fact was that he had a solid foundation of spiritual will, and he had cultivated in divine melody and demon songs. As for his overall accomplishment in Guqin, there was still a lot of room for improvement. After all, he had only studied Guqin when he was a youngster, and his knowledge at the time was limited. And now, everything in this pavilion seemed to open up another door for him. Yi Futian entered a trance and was unaware of the passing of time or whether or not the housemaster Taishan had already departed. However, she should not ask for him again, as her intention was to send him to Taishan Mountain. The String Pavilion also had a backyard. In the backyard, there were ancient mounds connected together. There were many man-made caves and flattened stone platforms. There were traces left by previous occupants everywhere, which were probably left by the String Emperor when he cultivated here. Yi Futian's body flickered and came to the edge of a mountain. In front of him was a sea of clouds. The clouds were misty, beautiful, and ethereal, and the scenery was magnificent and out of this world. Buzz. Suddenly, a radiant figure emerged from the sea of clouds. Its brilliant wings illuminated heaven and earth. Colorful streams of light, along with divine light flowed. It was a divine bird. Yi Futian was stunned to see that it was a phoenix. Read more chapter on novel full. The phoenix glanced at Yi Futian, and there seemed to be some surprise in those rebellious eyes. It then turned around and flew away. In the vast sea of clouds in the distance, clouds and fog tossed and tumbled with the occasional appearance of divine creatures, blue cranes, fire phoenixes, and such. There was also an ancient guqin on the cliff by the sea. This ancient guqin was engraved with the pattern of phoenix. It was a phoenix guqin. There were several large characters carved into the giant stone next to it, Flight of the Phoenix Pair. There is something here. Futian waved his sleeves, wiping away the dust. Below the carving of the words Flight of the Phoenix Pair, lines of ancient golden characters were revealed, just like musical notes, imprinted directly into his mind. It was the music score. Futian sat cross-legged and was quietly absorbing the music score. After a long while, he opened his eyes and came to the guqin, placing his palms on the strings. Accompanied by the movement of his fingers, the rhythm fluctuated. It was like the chanting of Phoenix, crystal clear. The guqin played slowly. Its sound drifted toward the sea of clouds. The sea of clouds rolled in the distance. The bright streaming light came toward this place as if a divine bird, the phoenix, appeared, hovering above the sea of clouds, its eyes focused on Futian. The notes flickered and penetrated its mind, but its eyes did not waver, but it still focused on Futian. Finally, as if it couldn't help it any longer, a voice came out of its mouth. It's awful. The sound of the guqin came to an abrupt stop. Futian turned back to look at the phoenix. He was a little embarrassed. He was despised by this phoenix. Sorry, I haven't mastered this piece of music yet, Futian said awkwardly. This Flight of the Phoenix Pair was a song of the phoenix guqin and could resonate with the phoenix, but clearly, he had failed. In fact, when he was perusing the music score, Futian thought of Ling the dragon master. They could communicate with the dragons by the sound of music, and create resonance, allowing them to control the true dragons directly and even release their abilities through the true dragon. This was the talent of the dragon master. And this Flight of the Phoenix Pair was similar but even more exquisite. I just needed to practice more, Futian continued when he saw there was no response from the other. Just don't torment me anymore, the phoenix uttered in a human voice. It said with annoyance, several other places have the same unusual guqin and music. You could just go and cultivate there instead. Futian was speechless. This bird really hated him. Every guqin is accompanied by its own piece of music. Futian asked. How capricious. Well, some were obtained by String Emperor's predecessors, and some were made by his own hands. You are still far from that level, the phoenix said. His eyes proud, looking at Futian, he said, Here, there are 6 prestigious songs left, which can all evoke visions, but it is not so easy to learn. Your attainments are too shallow and are not yet enough. My skill is poor. Futian was kind of depressed. This was the first time someone had questioned his musical skill. Very poor, Phoenix said bluntly. How poor? Futian looked really confused. Unbearable, Phoenix responded. Futian's eyes lingered on this phoenix. A great demon phoenix of true self-plane, he could easily overcome. It had been a long time since he had unleashed on anyone. Mom, Dad, some people want to hit me, the phoenix sent out a cry into the far distance. Instantly, in the depth of the sea of clouds, 2 phoenix cries were heard, loud and clear. A mighty demon emperor swept through, looming over the heavens, and there was a strong pressure of the great path appearing above the sky, landing on Futian across the endless and distant land. Futian badly wanted to give the other a beating, but the tone of his voice changed immediately. He said with a smile, Beautiful Phoenix, we can discuss this. Did this girl call on her parents? Was this fair? The fact that there were 2 phoenix demon emperors deep in the sea of clouds, what would this mean for the future? No wonder Taishen Mountain was really a sacred place. There were demon phoenixes in its backyard. Wasn't this great? Futian thought that when he got to this state in the future, he would also raise a great, big horde. That would be really cool. How do you know that I am beautiful? The phoenix's body was dazzling with divine light. She turned into a human form. Her figure, after she shifted into human form, was perfect. Her skin was delicate, and her body was covered in a fiery red feather robe made of divine feathers. She was an extremely sexy woman, hot as fire. I know it just by the voice, Futian said seriously. He couldn't afford to aggravate her. As the progeny of two great demon emperors and born in Taishan Mountain, this little phoenix was probably created with the best between heaven and earth. Even though her cultivation was of the saint plane, but she still behaved like a young girl. Even Kong Xian, who was also the descendant of the demon peacock emperor, was still unable to compare with this one. Smart guy. The little phoenix assessed Futian seriously, then said, "You look pretty good. Are you the disciple of String Emperor?" No, Futian shook his head. You are not secretly coming here to cultivate on Taishan Mountain, are you? If so, I suggest you leave immediately, the little phoenix advised. Uncle Lan allowed me to come here, Futian replied. Is that so? The little phoenix's beautiful eyes moved around as if thinking about something. No one had been to the string pavilion for a long time. Now that someone was here to play music, it would be alleviated of some of its boredom. My name is Feng Yang. What is yours? Shenjing, Futian replied. Feng Yang, just as expected, your name is as beautiful as your person. Feng Yang revealed a bright smile, and Futian secretly felt a little guilty. Little girls were so easy to appease. Feng Yang, can you tell me a little bit about the situation here? Futian asked. Sure. Feng Yang agreed readily, but just then, a wave of heavenly might descended. A voice was heard, Feng Yang, it's time to cultivate. Feng Yang's face collapsed in an instant. Above the void, a phantom figure of a phoenix appeared, looking down at Futian. Shenjing greets the honorable elder, Futian saluted slightly. If Mr. Lan let you cultivate here, then focus on cultivating in quiet and don't disappoint Mr. Lan, that phoenix spoke casually, her voice full of authority and majesty. She then took Feng Yang to leave. As Futian had suspected, Feng Yang's birth was exceptional. She had been born after both of her parents had become emperors, further blessed by spiritual treasure given by Lord Taishan. Feng Yang was born as a congenital saint and could reach saint plane through the natural process of growth. This was a talent only possessed by divine beasts, impossible for humans to achieve. Therefore, according to the comparison between the Phoenix clan and humans, Feng Yang was very young. This young one was very mischievous. However, if Mr. Lan arranged it, she would not do anything. Futian watched the other leave and felt a little bummed out. Since Feng Yang had always been here, she must know a lot about the String Pavilion and Taishan Mountain. If he could have coaxed her to stay, it would save him a lot of trouble. However, the looks from that female phoenix were pretty fierce. Crap, Futian mumbled. He could only mumble slowly to himself. He looked at this area. 6 famous songs. It seemed that he would not be bored on this Taishan Mountain. Thus, Futian cultivated alone in the String Pavilion, as if forgotten by everyone else. No one paid attention to his existence, and he was happy to be by himself. Feng Yang would occasionally come to see him secretly, exchanging a word or two. However, that female phoenix guarded him like he was a thief or something, which really upset Futian. Was he that kind of person? Although Futian was not disturbed, many cultivators on Taishan Mountain knew of his existence. After all, he became the only guardian of the String Pavilion. This position was coveted by many but was hard to obtain. There were many cultivators on Taishan Mountain, including many geniuses of the younger generations. At this time, upon Taishan Mountain, a group was discussing. Yesterday, I passed by the String Pavilion and heard the sound of the guqin inside. It should be the musician who was sent over by Miss Four, someone said. Shenjing, what is the background of this person? Someone asked curiously. Everyone shook their heads, and one of them said, it was said that he was a musician at Taishan Tavern, and because Miss Four valued his talent in music, she took him up the mountain. Mr. Lan arranged for him to stay at the String Pavilion. String Pavilion, on Taishan Mountain, is the place that many yearn for. Why would someone who had just entered Taishan Mountain can cultivate String Pavilion? When he spoke, he looked at a young man next to him. That young man was also a cultivator of Guqin Path, whose attainment was great, but still there was no such opportunity for him. String Pavilion, rear mountain, upon the stone platform among the sea of clouds. Futian was sitting cross-legged, playing a musical composition. As the sound of music rose, every note that jumped out was akin to the chanting of the phoenix. There was a brilliant divine light accompanying each lively note. If someone was here, they were bound to have the false sense that it was the phoenix singing. The sound of the guqin sounded like a phoenix chanting. Those notes surrounded Futian's body, and in the void, there were illusions of the phoenix, whirling between heaven and earth. In the sea of clouds, an extremely radiant divine light illuminated, like a picture of a phoenix dancing in 9 heavens, beautiful and perfect, a wonder in itself. In the distance, the sea of clouds tossed and turned, and the light of the golden flame flowed above the sea of clouds. A long whistle was heard, which echoed with the sound of the guqin. A real phoenix god bird rushed out of the sea of clouds, surging upward, its wings spread, flying directly toward Futian. Futian seemed unaware, still playing in meditation. The sound of the guqin continued, as did the sound of phoenix chanting. Countless notes flowed into the mind of the phoenix and resonated with it. In this moment, Futian seemed to be able to perceive the emotion of the phoenix, even borrowing from its spiritual will. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth, but his 10 slender fingers were still playing as the little phoenix flew around him. The shadows of the phoenix danced in the sky between heaven and earth, intertwining into a beautiful painting, just like a veritable wonderland. The little phoenix was extremely cheerful. Her voice was clear and ethereal, singing in harmony with the sound of guqin. After a long while, when the music slowly stopped, she stopped her dancing and flying, then landed beside Futian, shifting into her human form. The flight of the phoenix pair. The little phoenix stared at Futian with her beautiful eyes, a little surprised. She then smiled. You learn quickly. In just over a month, Futian had actually mastered the flight of the phoenix pair and was able to induce the vision of heaven and earth, luring the phoenix into its dance, a natural wonder. That's because I am a genius, Futian quipped jokingly. Little phoenix, before, when I was playing the music, I could feel the resonance with your spiritual will. Could this help your cultivation? Mutual help. If your plane is higher, your spiritual comprehension stronger than mine, then it will help me more. On the contrary, if my plane is higher than yours, it will help you a lot, little phoenix said with a smile. Flight of the Phoenix Pair itself was a famous piece created based on the phoenix. It was a lovely song in itself, but if used in combat, its power would be equally strong. So, you are taking advantage of me, Futian said again. Read more chapter on novel full. Little Phoenix blushed slightly and stared at Futian, saying, my plane is temporarily lower than yours, but I'm a natural-born saint, my progression will be rapid. Even Lord Taishen has said that my future is endless, as the definite candidate as the divine phoenix. I'm bound to ride the wind and sail into the 9 heavens. Not to mention, when did I ever say that I would cultivate with you? Fine. It's me who took advantage of you, Futian smiled. After these few days of contact, he and Little Phoenix had gotten familiar with one another. He knew that her temperament was still like a young girl, which made him kind of miss Linger. That's more like it. Little Phoenix's face was a faint pink as she whispered. But that girl-like face was paired with a perfect figure. It was inexplicably attractive. Fortunately, Futian was already used to it, his mind devoid of other ideas. After all, he was not that kind of person. Again, Futian smiled and said, yes, yes. Little Phoenix appeared a little excited. It was as if she were a natural fit with the flight of the Phoenix Pair. Feng Yang, a voice came from the void, and a bright divine phoenix appeared. It was Feng Yang's mother. She looked at Feng Yang and said, let's go. Oh. Feng Yang suddenly lost her enthusiasm. She gave a quick wink at Futian and then moved toward the sea of clouds. Elder. Futian saluted the phantom of the divine phoenix in the void, and that phoenix gave him a deep look of assessment. He was able to master the flight of the Phoenix Pair in such a short time. She felt a little dazed. Once upon a time, when the String Emperor had also played the flight of the Phoenix Pair here, the husband and wife were the partners of the String Emperor, and they danced with the music. But then, the Emperor went down the mountain and built his own legacy, leaving the two of them here. The phantom illusion of the divine phoenix gradually dissipated, and the little phoenix had also dived into the sea of clouds in the distance. Yi Futian watched those disappearing figures and cursed secretly. This was guarding against thieves. Unfortunately, he couldn't win in this case. Is Brother Shen here? At this moment, a voice that came from outside the string pavilion that penetrated the void and came to this side, falling into Yi Futian's ear. Yi Futian was a little puzzled. For a month, he had been practicing alone in the string pavilion, accompanied only by Guqin, with only the occasional appearances of the little phoenix. This was the first time someone came to visit. Stepping forward, Yi Futian walked toward the string pavilion, came to the front yard, and saw a group of youths there. They were looking at him. The temperament of these people were all very unusual. He knew very well that for those who could enter Taishan Mountain to cultivate, they would not be simple people. Greetings from Shunjing to you all. Yi Futian bowed with his hand together in salute, gentle and polite. Long have we heard the name of Brother Shen. The young man in the middle of the group in front also saluted Yi Futian, saying, Chen Yu of Guqin Valley at Taishan Mountain. Since the news that Miss Four and Mr. Lan sent Brother Shen to the string pavilion for cultivation, we have all been curious. Today we have come to visit personally, and Brother Sheng does not disappoint. Although the 4 great disciples of Lord Taishan were already off the mountain to set up their own prospective settlements, there were still many places for cultivation on Taishan Mountain, such as Sword Abyss, Guqin Valley, and Alchemy House, all of which were managed by some elders on Taishan Mountain. They were all early followers of Lord Taishan but lacked the opportunity to become Lord Taishuan's personal disciples. Many years ago, Lord Taishuan's 5 major disciples were also from this group, but later, a disciple had perished, and Lord Taishan vowed never to accept another disciple as long as he lived. Therefore, even though some possessed unusual talent and had received personal guidance from Lord Taishan, he still would not accept them as personal disciples. After the 4 great disciples of Lord Taishan came down the mountain, the Taishan Hierophant would often send some extremely talented geniuses to persuade Lord Taishan to accept them as disciples again, but he never did. Thus, the people of the higher heavens realm gradually began to understand that Lord Taishan would no longer have any more disciples. Guqin Valley was a place for practicing the art of Guqin. Lord Taishan possessed profound knowledge and broad experience. He was an expert at many abilities. The disciples he guided had all become masters of their own rights. Not only that, but Lord Taishuan's collection was also very bountiful. After Yi Futian heard that the visitors came from Guqin Valley, he guessed something. He was not a disciple of Taishan Mountain, and after being sent to Taishan Mountain, he was assigned to guard the string pavilion. This was not treatment available for just anyone. Not even the disciple of Guqin Valley had such good fortune. It occurred to Yi Futian that this was probably how connections worked. Who could imagine it was Miss Four who sent him to the mountain? Or that Lord Taishan only had 4 disciples in total, and Miss Four was the only female disciple, so her status must be greatly exalted. Brother Chen flatters me. I am just a simple musician, who was fortunate enough to be in the care of Miss Four and Elder Lan and to have this opportunity to guard the string pavilion here. I am not worthy of all you gentlemen visiting me in person. If I can be of service, just let me know and Shunjing will come to you. Yi Futian saw Chen Yu was polite and respectful, so he did not bother to probe the reasons behind it. He figured that to avoid any problems, he just had to be even more humble and low-key than Chen Yu. He didn't come to Taishan Mountain to bring the focus on himself, and he didn't want any trouble. He just wanted to cultivate quietly for a while to improve himself. When everyone heard Yi Futian's words, they gave him a deep and meaningful look. This guy was quite humble, and his voice showed sincerity. Brother Shen is overly humble, and since it was Miss Four who personally sent you to the string pavilion, your attainment of the Guqin must be outstanding, another person said next to him. Not at all. Yi Futian shook his head. I was just a simple musician at Taishan Tavern, and I have no idea why Miss Four would value someone like me. However, it is my honor to have the opportunity to guard the string pavilion, so I will do my best and maintain all the Guqins here. When everyone heard Yi Futian's words, a strange look appeared in their eyes. This guy was so humble and polite, and they could not find any faults with him immediately. No one could outright attack someone so amicable. Shunjing's attitude was rather impeccable. There are a lot of scores in the string pavilion, you must have read them? At this time, a woman appeared beside Chen Yu, wearing a long skirt, flowing like a goddess. She had an outstanding temperament. She was also a disciple of Guqin Valley. Her name was Li Jian. Guqin Valley did not have many disciples nowadays. Chen Yu and Li Jian were among the best. I have read a few, broad and profound, but there are many scores in Guqin Valley. I am afraid that it will be difficult to learn them all in my lifetime, Yi Futian replied. Indeed. Li Jian nodded slightly. I was fortunate enough to be selected to come to Guqin Valley to observe. I have seen 6 famous scores, but after many days of cultivation, I was still just scratching the surface. I found it impossible to induce the phenomenon between heaven and earth. It is a pity. Jian, you are too modest. Back then, your rendition of the flight of the phoenix pair was almost perfect, Chen Yu said. Shunjing, you are now the guardian of the string pavilion. May I enter and take a look? Li Jian asked Yi Futian. Please, Yi Futian smiled and nodded. When Mr. Lan asked him to guard the pavilion, he did not forbid the others from entering. If he declined, it might cause controversy. Even though he was invited by the housemaster of Taishan to enter Taishan Mountain, he still didn't want to attract unnecessary attention, nor did he want to arouse hatred from others. All of them entered into the string pavilion, and Li Jian went straight to the sea of clouds in the rear mountain. A sense of longing was visible in her eyes. She once mentioned to the elders of Guqin Valley her intention to come to String Pavilion to cultivate, but it was rejected. After all, this was the former residence of the String Emperor, whose position in Taishan Mountain was high above all others. Naturally, no other disciples were allowed to come here to cultivate. But she didn't expect that Miss Four would send Shunjing to String Pavilion as a musician. Although he was officially just a caretaker of the pavilion, there were still many conveniences of his job. Li Jian sat down on the stone platform in the sea of clouds, her 10 slender fingers gently stroking the phoenix Guqin, then played slowly. All eyes fell upon her at once, and the elegant and crystalline sound of the phoenix was heard. It was especially moving. Under such a mood, Li Jian appeared even more dignified and beautiful. The sea of clouds rolled and turned, and the illusion of the phoenix began to manifest. A faint divine light flowed around her body. Phenomenon. When everyone saw this, they were slightly stunned. The 6 famous songs left by the String Emperor were able to evoke phenomena, so Li Jian's playing had definitely reached a certain level. Yi Futian looked quietly on the side. The phenomenon induced by Li Jian was obviously a bit different from his. It was almost there but still not pure enough. When the song was over, Li Jian still sat there, with some regret, and sighed in a low voice, "It's still lacking. You have done very well already. The 6 famous scores are not so easy to master," Chen Yu said. Li Jian nodded gently as she stood up and looked at Yi Futian. The look in her beautiful eyes was a little complicated. A simple musician had such an opportunity to come here. If it were up to her, she would also be willing to guard the string pavilion as a simple musician. Since Miss Four had sent you here, she must have high hopes for you. Concentrate on cultivating the music scores here. All 6 famous scores are as profound as they are broad. Even if you can't learn them all, it would be of great benefit to your cultivation, Li Jian instructed Yi Futian. She was a genius of Guqin Valley and of the Nirvana Plain, so she had the qualifications to instruct Yi Futian. Well, I'll do my best. Yi Futian didn't say much, just smiled and nodded. Let's go, Li Jian said and headed outside. Chen Yu also looked at Yi Futian and said, "Take this opportunity and cherish it." "Thank you." Yi Futian smiled and watched the group leave the string pavilion. After Yi Futian sent the group away, he returned to the rear mountain behind the string pavilion. In a quiet environment, alone, he felt a lot more comfortable. This way, no one should be offended, and there should be no one who would disturb him in the future. He was very satisfied with cultivating at the string pavilion, and, indeed, he owed a great favor to the housemaster of Taishan. This kind of condition to cultivate was simply too perfect to be interrupted, so he would not do anything to provoke trouble to change the state of things. He would try to be as low-key and humble as possible. That way, even if someone wasn't happy with him, they would have nothing to use against him. After all, everyone was a genius on Taishan Mountain. Even if there was some discontent in their hearts, it was impossible to throw a fit without a good reason, as that would have been beneath them. "Are they gone?" a voice came. Yi Futian turned back to look at the little phoenix that appeared behind him, saying, "Why are you here again? Wasn't she taken away by her mother?" It was attracted by the sound of the guqin, but it was far worse than you normally are. "How can you put up such a front?" Little Phoenix looked at Yi Futian with a weird look, somewhat disdainful. "This is called keeping a low profile," Yi Futian said with some indignity. "Who was putting up a front? Where did this little girl get her ideas from? Hypocrite." Little Phoenix grunted, then turned around and disappeared just as she had appeared. This place where he cultivated was entirely her backyard. Yi Futian smiled and shook his head, then went to a place to sit cross-legged and continue to cultivate. Just as Yi Futian had predicted, after that day, no one came to disturb him. Even though the disciples of Taishan Mountain had some opinions of their own because an outsider came to Taishan Mountain for the first time and was able to cultivate in the string pavilion, after seeing that Yi Futian was polite and quite gentle and respectful to the disciples of Taishan Mountain, no one had anything against him. Even as the word spread about Shunjing's low-key modesty, many people at Taishan Mountain knew that there was now a humble guardian in the string pavilion. In what seemed like a short time, Yi Futian had cultivated on Taishan Mountain for half a year. He rarely left the string pavilion in the past half a year. Besides music cultivation, he was comprehending music scores or cultivating in other arts. But, all in all, without the distraction of mundane matters, Yi Futian was able to concentrate and completely immerse himself in the world of cultivation. Read more chapter on novel full. And he had no choices either. Now, he couldn't do anything but work hard, because strength was the foundation of everything. His realm was even deeper, his mood was more stable, as the guqin path was very beneficial to the cultivation of the mood. At this time, above the rear mountain, on the cliff, a figure sat cross-legged and was strumming the guqin. The sound of guqin was very rapid, and there was a breath of extreme suppression between heaven and earth. The sea of clouds was also roaring and tossing as the landscape of this space, changing and morphing it. It gave the illusion that time had changed and space had moved. It seemed that the space Yi Futian was in was a world of its own, closed off by the melody. Such a magnificent spectacle, if seen by the people of Guqin Valley, they would surely understand that this was a true natural phenomenon, inspired by the sound of the guqin, which was the worldly judgment of the 6 famous music scores of the string pavilion. This piece of music was very arrogant, and its difficulty was also extremely high. Yi Futian has been practicing it for the longest time. Now, he basically had all 6 of them under control. Sonorous notes were still beating, but they gradually eased, and the phenomenon between heaven and earth gradually dissipated. Finally, the sound of the guqin stopped, but Yi Futian's 10 fingers still hovered on the strings. He looked at the distant scenery and felt the passage of time. Everything was like a dream. He still remembered the last time he practiced the guqin like this. It had been with the Grandmaster at Donghai Academy. That year, he was not yet 18. He had just started to come into his own, and Jiyu was with him also. In a blink of an eye, decades had passed, and once again, he was studying guqin seriously. It all seemed to be a dream. Now, his guqin path had been refined by these many years of cultivating, and he could no longer be compared to his past self. Unfortunately, all this could no longer be seen by the Grandmaster. Looking at the distant sea of clouds, Yi Futian felt something in his heart. He took a deep breath, looked down at the score, and plucked the strings with his fingers. In an instant, a high-pitched sound of guqin penetrated the sky. The crane chanting could be heard in the high heavens. In the sea of clouds, there was a sound of a long cry. In truth, there were divine cranes that were being awakened and flew above 9 heavens as if affected by the sound of the guqin. They cried from the depth of a lake somewhere. This song was actually a chaotic nation, but the artistic conception of the music was no longer the same as it was before. The sound of the piano was lingering, and the cranes were dancing. They were surrounded by heaven and earth. In the depths of the sea of clouds, there seemed to be two pairs of extremely bright eyes penetrating the boundless infinity. Their gaze landed on Yi Futian. There were two figures standing above the clouds, a man and a woman, with extraordinary temperament. Both were wearing fiery red phoenix robes. They were the parents of little Phoenix. He had also learned worldly judgment, the woman whispered, a little startled. In half a year, he has learned all 6 famous scores. This kind of musical attainment, perhaps he himself was unaware of, the man also said, a little surprised. Compared to the string emperor of yore, he was not greatly behind. They vaguely understood that Miss 4 sent Yi Futian to Taishan Mountain, perhaps not entirely because of the third young master. Yi Futian's talent in the ways of Guqin path was really special, so he was sent here by Miss 4 to come to the string pavilion for self-study. In just over half a year, he had actually learned 6 famous scores. His future was limitless, and in the future, he would perhaps be another sensational figure like the string emperor. After completing the 6 famous scores, he practiced many other scores again. And on this day, Yi Futian finally walked out to the piano. However long he had been at Taishan Mountain was how long he had been cultivating in the string pavilion. This was the first time Yi Futian had experienced the scenery of Taishan Mountain. Sometimes he encountered other cultivators on the way, but he didn't know them. When he was asking for directions, these people of Taishan Mountain felt even more strange and looked at him weirdly. Who was this guy? Was he really a cultivator of Taishan Mountain? He didn't even know where the Sword Abyss was. Was he serious? Sword Abyss was located in the southern part of Taishan Mountain and was the place of sword cultivation at Taishan Mountain. The swordsmanship at Taishan Mountain was extremely prestigious. Lord Taishan had collected many sword methods, and whose own swordsmanship was also superb. The second disciple of Lord Taishan, the current city lord of Taishan City, had inherited the swordsmanship of Lord Taishan. His reputation was enough to shake the world and became a dominant lord in his own right. Therefore, when Luo Yu, the princess of the city lord's residence of Taishan City, heard that there was a powerful swordsman in the realm of ruin, she went there in person because she also cultivated in swordsmanship. Sword Abyss, as its name suggested, was an abyss. When Yi Futian came here, he saw a sword peak directly inserted into the ground. Above that giant sword peak, there were ancient palaces located at different points of the peak with excellent views. In front of the sword peak, there was a huge canyon. Below, there were many palaces for cultivation, cave residences, and a gymnasium. Yi Futian had come from the canyons below, and looked up at the land above and the sword peak in front, with a slight wave in his heart. A good place, Yi Futian admired. Not only that, but the entire sword abyss was filled with the infinite breath of swordsmanship, extremely saturated. This was the real holy land of swordsmanship. Above the void over the gymnasium, an amazing battle was taking place. Above the void, a figure in blue was standing between the heavens and the earth. His fingers were pointing to the sky, and countless divine swords appeared above the sky. It was shocking to behold. Many below looked up and saw the body of his opponent sail across the void, and in an instant, like the catastrophe of swordsmanship, the void seemed to be crushed under the swords. Crisp crackling sounds came out, and hundreds of sword marks appeared on the body of his opponent instantly, some of them even stained with blood. Great swordsmanship, Yi Futian praised inside. It was indeed worthy of Taishan Mountain's sword technique. Brother Wan's sword technique is getting stronger, the other disciples of Sword Abyss exclaimed, smiling. Even the one who was defeated just grumbled, "Thank you, senior brother, for your mercy." It seemed that he did not care about his injury at all, which was inevitable in such sparring. "Your sword progress was not inconsiderable," Brother Wan said to the defeated man. The two went down together and cleared the battlefield to allow others to go up. The cultivators stood on the sides watching the battle, and Yi Futian also stood there. The swordsmanship of the two were equally strong. It was at this time that senior brother Wan seemed to notice Yi Futian's existence. He lifted his feet to go toward Yi Futian, and the people around him suddenly realized that this person did not seem to be a cultivator from Sword Abyss. "Are you a cultivator from somewhere else in Taishan Mountain?" Wan Shuyi asked with some doubt. This was the first time he saw Yi Futian. He did not recall ever having seen this person on Taishan Mountain before. Shun Jing, caretaker of the String Pavilion. Pleasure to meet the brother of the way. Yi Futian bowed. Suddenly, the people around him were a bit surprised. So this was the musician in the String Pavilion. They had all heard of Shun Jing's name, but this was the first they had seen him. Disciple of the Sword Abyss, Wn Shuyi. Wn Shuyi responded to Yi Futian and saluted him in return. He said, I heard that you were cultivating in the String Pavilion. So, what brought you to Sword Abyss? I know a little about swordsmanship and have cultivated in sword techniques, and have always admired the talent of those who cultivate in swordsmanship. I knew that there was the Sword Abyss, a holy land to cultivate sword techniques on Taishan Mountain. I desired to come and take a look to see if I could gain some comprehension to help with my progress in swordsmanship, Yi Futian replied. Please do not laugh. Brother Shun is dedicated to learning, but specialization is important in cultivation, Wn Shuyi said. Since Brother Shun has the opportunity to cultivate in the String Pavilion, you should concentrate on that. Quite so, Yi Futian said, still with a smile. I am only watching from the periphery occasionally, and not immersed in it, and I will still concentrate on the art of the guqin as my main cultivation. Not to mention, in Sword Abyss, I could also practice music, and perhaps I can resonate with the cultivation of swordsmanship. Wn Shuyi glanced at Yi Futian and thought that, just as rumored, this musician of the String Pavilion was humble and gentle. He didn't expect him to be so interested in learning. No wonder Miss Four had helped him. Just as well. But you are not a disciple of the Sword Abyss, so you should take care not to step in places you shouldn't set foot in, Wn Shuyi instructed. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. Thank you, brother. The Sword Abyss was very large and occupied one side of Taishan Mountain. Aside from what Yi Futian saw in front of him, there was also the Sword Cliffs and Sword Residence behind the Sword Peak. Sword Cliffs was also known as Sword Cliffs of Trials. Countless cultivators honed their swordsmanship there, leaving sword marks on many cliff walls, many of which were left by ancestors of great swordsmanship. Sword Residence, on the other hand, was the cave residence where many swordsmen cultivated. It was a blessed place, like heaven on earth. After the cave residences were emptied by the ancestors, they became unoccupied, and there were most likely records of swordsmanship comprehension inside. In addition, there were also superb sword techniques inherited from Taishan Mountain itself. Lord Taishan was knowledgeable and had many sword scriptures in his collection, some of which were definitely the most supreme. Many years ago, Lord Taishan himself was also a magical talent. Yi Futian watched the practice of swordsmanship in the Sword Abyss and watched disciples practicing. He was deep in thought. Although most of the disciples of the Sword Abyss could not beat him in swordsmanship, there must be someone among them with whom he could learn from, not to mention that their swordsmanship had been passed down from Taishan Mountain. The sword that he had just observed wielded by Wn Shuyi was extremely stunning. If the cultivation reached its peak, it would be an incredibly strong sword technique. Like the guqin path, although he was good at it, he knew that even though he appeared powerful, his true skill was varied and unrefined. In swordsmanship, though he had combined his own comprehension and the soul-breaking sword techniques that he had acquired previously, he was relying heavily on the advantages of the way. In truth, his swordsmanship was far from sufficient, especially in the top tier of sword techniques. He was not nearly as invincible as was rumored in the realm of ruin. What do you think? Yi Futian was watching the swordplay when several disciples of the Sword Abyss approached him and asked him a question, smiling. The disciples of Sword Abyss are superb in swordsmanship, Yi Futian said with a smile. You are an expert in music, and now that you are observing the swordplay, do you have any comprehension? The person asked again. All methods are connected, including the sword techniques. Before, I saw that Brother Wan's swordsmanship was superb. After that, I saw several others' swordsmanship. Though wielded differently, they all had the shades of that one technique. I would greatly like to know if they were all from the same sword technique. Yi Futian asked. That's right. The other nodded and said with a smile, this sword technique is one that all the disciples of Sword Abyss want to learn, but the disciples of Sword Abyss are many. Those in the Saint Plain who can reach the level of Brother Wan are few at best. Even swordsmen of Renhuang realm at Taishan Mountain find it difficult to accomplish. What sword technique could be that enticing? Yi Futian asked curiously. The fleeting divine sword, the young man smiled and said. But most people can only cultivate to the first level, a glimmer of sky. This first level is the most suitable for those who understand the way of space, its power us the strongest, the most authentic. Read more chapter on novel full. So it is. But Brother Wan's sword was more than a glimmer. What level is he at? Yi Futian asked. The other looked at him with a smile and said, the second level, cleave of all things. When cultivated to this level, with a single sword strike, the void will be cut into countless pieces, hence the name. How about the third? Yi Futian asked. The third level of the fleeting divine sword naturally would be fleeting. However, only very few Renhuang on Taishan Mountain have cultivated to this level. Once the sword is deployed, time flows like water, and years go by, hence the name fleeing. With the fleeting divine sword, there is no countermeasure, and ultimately, this technique is also divided into different strengths. Only those who are experts at a variety of the strengths of the Great Path can reach the peak. On Taishan Mountain, only the Lord has reached the ultimate state of the fleeting divine sword. The other party smiled and explained, gazing at Yi Futian with interest. They asked, Brother Shen is interested in cultivating in this technique? Seeing how unusually powerful this sword technique is, I am a little interested. But my talent is limited. If I choose to cultivate it, I don't know which level I could reach, Yi Futian replied in a low voice and did not deny his intentions. He did not come to Sword Abyss for frivolity, but to cultivate, so there was nothing to hide. It's easy for Brother Shenjing to get started. Although the fleeting divine sword is the ultimate sword technique, the first two levels are not a secret. There will be no problem if you are interested to cultivate. Moreover, the Sword Cliffs of Trials contains many marks of previous cultivations, so you can take a look, the other added. Yi Futian nodded slightly. Thank you for telling me. It's but a small matter, the other replied with a smile. They continued, if there is any problem, Brother Shenjing can come to us. For sure, Yi Futian answered, and the other left. Yi Futian watched for a few more moments before leaving Sword Abyss. Afterward, besides practicing in the String Pavilion every day, he also watched the swordsmen in the Sword Abyss. Everyone in Sword Abyss knew now that they had a musician who liked to learn. He was also the guardian of the String Pavilion, the one Miss Four personally escorted to Taishan Mountain. Yi Futian was very quiet at Sword Abyss, spending most of his time watching the swordsmen and observing. He rarely spoke to anyone. Occasionally, he would ask some questions, and his humble and studious attitude made many others like him quite a bit. After all, the disciples of Sword Abyss were mostly in the Saint Plain, and they all had extraordinary temperament. Under circumstances that did conflict with their own interests, they were more than willing to answer Yi Futian's questions when prompted. Over time, Yi Futian seemed to have become one of the disciples of Sword Abyss. Many of the cultivators of Sword Abyss were used to his existence. However, Little Phoenix was often displeased and secretly complained that Yi Futian dabbled in everything. Instead of concentrating on the Guqin path, he had now gone to the Sword Abyss frequently to study sword techniques. With no one to chat with, the Little Phoenix was deprived of some enjoyment as she greatly liked when Yi Futian played the Flight of the Phoenix pair, with which she could resonate. Every time she heard this piece, she would feel herself progress. It was as if she, too, was moving toward the next level. On this day, a guest arrived at Sword Abyss, which was a quite lively occasion. The young mistress of City Lord's residence at Taishan City, Princess Luo Yu, whose father, the City Lord of Taishan City, had inherited the swordsmanship of Lord Taishan. Previously, Luo Yu had also practiced at Sword Abyss for some time. This was the place where she learned her craft, and today, the City Lord of Taishan took her to visit the Lord, so Luo Yu took this opportunity to revisit Sword Abyss. Many disciples at Sword Abyss knew Luo Yu, and they were accustomed to addressing each other as brothers and sisters. At this time, there was a sword cliff behind Sword Abyss and Sword Peak. Many disciples were there. This was a famous sword cliff at Sword Abyss. Upon the cliff wall, there were marks of swordsmanship left by a very powerful elder. Many would come here to observe the sword will that was contained within. Luo Yu stood in front of the cliff wall and looked at the sword cliffs. Although her father was a mighty figure in swordsmanship and derived other methods of battle from his swordsmanship, the attacks even included those of battle axe. Sometimes, however, it still required the expediency of other sects to absorb even more knowledge. Her cultivation of the fleeting of the divine had encountered a bottleneck at the second level, cleave of all things. It was difficult for her to advance any further. Therefore, she wanted to come to Taishen Mountain again, and so, her father brought her. Looking at the cliff, Luo Yue's body could not help but exude a powerful sword will. The sword of eradication was wrapping around this space. For a long time, her shape flashed and pointed toward the void. Suddenly, a great amount of sword chi swept through the void. A devastating storm of sword chi now appeared, cutting through the sky above. Sister Luo Yue's sword is even more refined. It won't take long for the cleave of all things to become a reality. At this time, a voice spoke. It was Wn Shuyi, a disciple of Sword Abyss, addressing Luo Yu. Senior brother praises me too much. I know my level, and it is still a ways away compared to senior brother, Luo Yu whispered. She could not help but recall the swordsman she encountered in the realm of ruins. His sword was very simple, and a single sword strike sufficed. She wondered how it would compare with brother Wn Shuyi. There's not much difference. It is already on the verge, and a breakthrough can happen at any moment, Wn Shuyi said. Luo Yu, let me try the sword for you. Lu Yu looked at Wn Shuyi, then nodded and said, "Thank you, brother." As they finished speaking, the two walked to one side and were suspended in mid-air. Many figures flashed over this way in preparation to watch the exchange between the two. Clearly, Wn Shuyi intended to use his swordsmanship to guide Luo Yu. In an instant, sword chi was everywhere, and as everyone expected, as outstanding as Wn Shuyi's sword, he had left some room because his goal was to guide Luo Yu, step by step. Luo Yue's sword was very similar to his, but there always seemed to be something missing. At this moment, suddenly, the sound of guqin was heard. It merged into the sword. It was as if the sound of the guqin perfectly matched the exchange of swordsmanship. Some continued to watch the swordplay, while some glanced in the direction of the music. It was Shenjing, who had been playing often recently, and no one was surprised by it. Wn Shuyi and Luo Yue's swords were getting stronger. Wn Shuyi began to apply pressure in an attempt to force Luo Yu to unleash her sword, but Luo Yu still felt that she somehow fell short. At this moment, the sound of the guqin flowed into her ears, and an illusion appeared in her mind. The sound of music was like that of the sword. She could not help but wave her hand. In an instant, the sword light was shining, and a flash of radiant sword light also crossed Luo Yue's beautiful eyes. As her heart surged, in an instant, the sword will form her body was getting even stronger. Buzz! One sword manifested. It brightened the 9 heavens and collided with Wn Shuyi's sword. At this moment, the two storms intertwined. The sword was annihilated, and the battle stopped. After a while, everyone saw that the sword chi had gradually dissipated, and in the void, the two stood opposite each other. "Congratulations, junior sister," Wn Shuyi said with a smile. "Success." All the disciples were a little shocked. Senior brother Wn tried the sword for Luo Yu and successfully led her to comprehend and reach an epiphany, leading to a breakthrough in swordsmanship. Now, her strength was even more superb. At this moment, Luo Yu was still in a daze. The feeling of the sword just now. "Thank you, senior brother, for trying the sword with me." Luo Yu bowed slightly to Wn Shuyi. "You were only a step away. You would break through sooner or later. It had little to do with me." Wn Shuyi smiled. A single step could be a trap for a long time. Luo Yu shook her head. This was something she understood. At this time, she turned her eyes and looked at the figure on a boulder in front of the cliff. Yi Futian sat there with a guqin in front of him, but at this time the music had already stopped. She remembered the musician at Taishen Tavern, Shenjing, and had heard that he was now guarding guqins in the string pavilion. He was very eager to learn and had come to the sword abyss to cultivate. Was that moment just now a coincidence? Luo Yu murmured in her heart. That flash of spiritual light seemed to be guided by the sound of Guqin. Shen Jing greets Princess Luo Yu. Seeing Luo Yu looking at him, Yi Futian smiled and nodded at Luo Yu. MMM. Luo Yu looked at Yi Futian, and seeing that the other did not appear out of sorts, thought that she was thinking too much. Uncle sent you to Taishan Mountain just as a musician, but there are still many opportunities. Concentrate on cultivating, Luo Yu said to Yi Futian and then left. Yi Futian remained there, his eyes on the cliff, and continued to meditate his sword techniques. Luo Yu was the daughter of the city lord of Taishan City, but she was not overbearing. Whether in the Battle of the Realm of Ruins, or the meeting at Taishan Tavern, he had felt positive about her. Not to mention, she was also related to the housemaster of Taishan as a disciple of Taishan Mountain. His admission into Taishan Mountain to cultivate was a favor. When he saw that Luo Yu needed help, he was able to help her with the music without being too obvious about it. After all, even without him, Luo Yu would make a breakthrough on her own sooner or later. To him, it was just an easy task that cost him nothing, so there was no reason to be stingy. It was just as how the housemaster of Taishan had helped him to get to Taishan Mountain. Shen Jing, when I listened to your Guqin, it matches perfectly with the battle of swordsmanship. It seemed as if I had heard nothing at all. It didn't appear to be intrusive. A person next to him said, I guess to get to this point, your expertise in Guqin superb and you must also have a deep understanding of swordsmanship. Yi Futian looked at the speaker and smiled. These days, many recognized him in Sword Abyss, so they would often talk to him. In front of the disciples of Sword Abyss, how dare I speak about the understanding of swordsmanship and show off? Yi Futian said with a smile, full of humility, as usual. The other was accustomed to it as well and smiled. Could it be that you deliberately hide yourself and your skills? I have never seen you practice the swords in Sword Abyss. The speaker's tone was very casual. They were obviously joking. I came to Sword Abyss to observe the swordplay. As for practicing, I better practice in secret when I go back so you guys won't laugh at me, Yi Futian responded with a smile. Many around him smiled. Yet another said, but I think that you, Shen Jing, are hiding your skills. Maybe, you have already made some achievements in swordsmanship. Yi Futian shook his head without saying anything more. His gaze continued to be fixed on the cliff wall. He was meditating. There was nothing more important than cultivation. With this opportunity for cultivation at Taishan Mountain, naturally, he would not waste it. He would use this opportunity to elevate his cultivation. On the other side, Wen Shuyi and Luo Yu left together. Luo Yu was still thinking about the breakthrough that had just happened. Although she thought it was a coincidence, that sound of Guqin so perfectly helped her. Perhaps even Shen Jing himself was not aware of it. Shen Jing's music was transparent. Its mood was extraordinary, and it was indeed a talent as far as the Guqin path was concerned. Perhaps this was the reason why Uncle sent him to Taishan Mountain in the first place, but it was not clear why he came to cultivate his swordsmanship. Brother Wen, what do you think of Shen Jing? Luo Yu asked. Not bad. Humble and studious, his future is promising. But it's unknown just how talented he is. But since Miss 4 endorsed his entrance into Taishan Mountain, there must be something outstanding about him, Wen Shuyi responded, which was also his honest opinion. Well, there is a charm to his music. It's very pure. Luo Yu nodded slightly. Brother Wen, if you have the opportunity, keep an eye on Shen Jing. We have met once, so we knew each other, and because he was also sent by Uncle, don't let him be isolated because he's not a disciple of Taishan Mountain. Relax, Shen Jing is well liked, and many disciples of Sword Abyss also take good care of him. Wen Shuyi smiled. Even without your instructions, because of Miss 4, we will do what we can. Very well. Luo Yu nodded gently. Thank you, brother. Her instruction was considered returning the favor of the other, who had no idea how he had accidentally helped her to break through the realm of swordsmanship. Best wishes for him to achieve something great here. Lu Yu couldn't help but think of the mysterious swordsman in the realm of ruins. If he came to Taishen Mountain to cultivate, he would certainly have infinite potential. Unfortunately, after that day, the mysterious swordsman disappeared. How would she know that the swordsman she was thinking of was cultivating swordsmanship at Sword Abyss? It was the same person she had asked to be taken care of. Without noticing, some time had passed. Yi Futian cultivated daily. On this day, in the land behind the string pavilion, he stood on the edge of the cliff in front of the sea of clouds. He held a sword in his right hand. His palms were stretched out as if time and space were still, but there was an invisible might in the surrounding heaven and earth. It was extremely suppressed. This sense of might seemed to permeate into every corner between heaven and earth, and it was everywhere. The palms passed over, and in an instant, a dazzling golden divine light flashed and disappeared. A golden trace appeared in the sea of clouds in front of him, which seemed to be bisected, but Yi Futian's movements did not stop there. His feet moved forward, and his arms passed over again, and another golden line bisected the space. It seemed to be cut through. This was the first level of the fleeting divine sword of the ancient sword, a glimmer of sky. With each strike, a line in the void would cut through the sky. As he moved forward, Yi Futian unleashed sword strike after sword strike, and the sea of clouds turned from a state of calmness to highly turbulent, with the storm of swordsmanship tossing and turning. Countless sword marks crisscrossed. It was as if, unconsciously, the swordsmanship had transformed from the first level a glimmer of sky to the second level, cleave of all things. After a moment, Yi Futian stopped and stood quietly above the sea of clouds. You practiced this long, and this is it. At this time, a clear voice was heard, and Yi Futian knew that it was the little phoenix. He looked up to Feng Yang, feeling the breath that came from the other. There was a smile in his eyes. You broke through? Yes, now I'm the same as you, Feng Yang said with swagger. Not bad. You broke through without even realizing it, Yi Futian said under his breath, a little envious in his heart. This kind of talent for cultivation was something that even many geniuses could not possess. The natural-born saint was indeed powerful. That's because I am the divine phoenix. Feng Yang held her head up high and looked at Yi Futian with some contempt. Unlike you, instead of practicing Guqin path, you ran over to Sword Abyss to practice swordsmanship, and after such a long time, your fleeting divine sword is still at this level. Did you just pass the first level? Ah. Yi Futian looked confounded. Was he being made fun of? He looked at the little phoenix with a smile. It seemed that after the breakthrough, Feng Yang was a little puffed up. At this moment, Feng Yang was staring at him without blinking. Judging from her posture, she was clearly a little excited and wanted to give it a try. Do you also know of the fleeting divine sword? Yi Futian asked with a smile. There are many at Sword Abyss who know of this sword technique in Taiyuan Mountain, so how could I not? Feng Yang said proudly. Yi Futian nodded. The disciples of Sword Abyss had also claimed that there were many who had cultivated the fleeting divine swords, but few were able to accomplish it because its power was great. So all those who cultivated in swordsmanship wanted to learn it, but very few were ever able to reach the peak of its power. Good. Since you know this technique, how about we give it a try? Yi Futian said with a smile. Great. Just as Yi Futian had guessed, Feng Yang came because she was eager to try it. Now, seeing as how Yi Futian offered, she immediately agreed. This time, she would make this guy so embarrassed. It would be a change from his usual air of haughtiness. Let's get started. Feng Yang seemed a bit impatient, and the moment her words faded, Yi Futian instantly felt the temperature between heaven and earth rise sharply. In just a moment, it was like a furnace. An imaginary divine flame enveloped the world, and Yi Futian seemed to be wrapped within it. There was a long whistle. The whistle of the phoenix reached the 9 heavens. A giant illusion of the divine phoenix appeared above the sky. The sea of clouds was branded red under the flames, and Yi Futian's body also seemed to be burning. However, he was still standing there quietly, extremely calm. With some movement from his mind, sword will traversed the vast space. It was seemingly everywhere. The sharp whistling of the sword came out, a little piercing. The entire void was filled with an extremely sharp breath. I'm going to make a move. Yi Futian looked at Feng Yang. I'm going to make a move too. Feng Yang's pupils were burning with divine flames that shot toward Yi Futian's eyes. Yi Futian felt his will was also burning. He smiled as he stepped forward, disappearing in an instant, and the sword in his hand also sailed across with his body. Boom! The divine flame on Feng Yang also exploded at this moment, burning the world, but Yi Futian's figure disappeared in front of her. She found out, much to her shock, that in an instant, Yi Futian's illusions were all around her. It was as if he was everywhere, and everywhere he passed, his sword did too. An extreme sense of danger came over her, and Feng Yang's face changed suddenly. She felt that the space she was in seemed to be shattering. She was in a prison forged by cleave of all things. Countless crisscrossed sword marks were about to smash this space. Dad, Mom. Feng Yang closed her eyes and shouted. Buzz. A figure disappeared in a flash, and Yi Futian pulled Feng Yang's body out of there as if intentionally leaving a gap. Below, the space was cut into countless fragments as if completely pulverized. Feng Yang opened her eyes and looked down, rather fearful. Then she raised her eyes and stared at Yi Futian angrily. You were playing for real? Yi Futian looked at her innocently. You actually had the heart to strike. Feng Yang was extremely upset. Yi Futian had no response. Two extremely dominant authorities of heaven descended, and a pair of phoenix demon emperors appeared in front of Yi Futian. Yi Futian's mouth twitched. Was she calling her parents again? How could they play? Shunjing greets has the elders. Yi Futian's heart was galloping, but on the surface, he was still politely showing his respect. Two demon emperors stared at him. Their pressure of might bloomed. One could only imagine how much pressure Yi Futian felt at this moment and how wronged he felt. Dad, Mom, he bullied me, Feng Yang said aggrievedly in a weepy voice. Yi Futian was almost weeping himself. How shameless. You want to show off and now you are in trouble, the mother phoenix said to Feng Yang. It was not a bad thing for this girl to taste some hardships. She did not know her limit. Elder is wise. Yi Futian was grateful. As heaven was his witness, when did he bully Feng Yang? You are not some good bird yourself. She is but a child. Why did you unleash such strong technique? The mother phoenix stared at Yi Futian and asked. Yi Futian looked stunned, and he really wanted to rebuke with something like you are the bird, and, in fact, your whole family is, but he dared not. Feng Yang, a child. As a mother, she was on the side of her child no matter what. You learned your sword technique from Sword Abyss? Feng Yang's father asked. Yes. Yi Futian nodded, and the other fell silent. The two demon emperors looked at each other, and their hearts were a little shocked. This guy had learned all 6 famous songs, and in such a short time, he had achieved the 2nd level of the fleeting divine sword. Was he here to guard the string pavilion or was he here to steal the art? If this continued, would all the secret inheritances of Taishan Mountain be stolen? As the end of the year drew close, the number of cultivators visiting Taishan Mountain was increasing, and many of those who had gone to cultivate in the outer realms had all begun to return. On this day, Taishan Mountain was lively. Lord Taishuan's 3rd disciple, String Emperor, had come from the String Palace to visit his master Lord Taishan, which caused many on Taishan Mountain to chatter. Moreover, many thought of Shunjing, the guardian of String Pavilion. Now that the String Emperor had returned, no one knew what he would think of Shunjing. If Shunjing's luck held up, maybe he could become a disciple of String Emperor. Soon after the String Emperor Qin went up to Taishan Mountain, Miss 4 of Taishan Tavern in Taishan City had also come back, which caused more chatter among the disciples of Taishan Mountain. Miss 4 and the String Emperor still enjoyed a great relationship. Every time the String Emperor appeared, Miss 4 would not be far behind. In the palace of Lord Taishan, there were bursts of hearty laughter. Those who heard it all sighed and thought Lord Taishan was probably only this merry when his disciples came to visit. There were many rumors that Lord Taishuan's favorite was Miss 4. Miss 4, who was the youngest and was the only woman among the 4 disciples, therefore, she was naturally favored. Lord Taishan treated her like his daughter. The String Emperor was also younger and liked by Lord Taishan. Yi Futian cultivated in the string pavilion this day and did not go to the sword abyss. He was the only one in the string pavilion, so he was not very aware of the goings-on outside. At this time, he was still cultivating Guqin in the rear mountain. The quiet space, the misty sea of clouds, the sound of Guqin was melodious, beautiful, and had a strong penetrating power. Between the seas of clouds, there was a dazzling divine brilliance. It was gorgeous and radiant. A beautiful divine bird phoenix could be seen shuttling back and forth between the clouds in cultivation as if inspired to dance by the sound of Guqin. Flight of the Phoenix pair was the piece Yi Futian played most often because it was helpful to Feng Yang. Although he didn't say anything and even often argued with her, Yi Futian still played this song once in a while to resonate with the little phoenix. Although the girl's habit of often calling her parents for backup had greatly annoyed him, he was not in the habit of arguing with children. The rhythm of Flight of the Phoenix pair was extremely beautiful. As the song ended, its mood still lingered. Yi Futian's 10 fingers moved away from the strings as if he felt something. Suddenly, he looked up. A middle-aged man clad in white fur stood there quietly. Without a trace of his breath, his whole person seemed to have blended into the space between heaven and earth. Yi Futian secretly shuddered. Someone had come near him and he did not even feel it. Yes, he was concentrating on playing the Guqin, but his realm was of a certain level. If the other had wanted to attack him, he would not have even known it, so one could only imagine the prowess of this person. Of course, anyone who could achieve this level had no need to resort to an ambush as he could kill him at will. Yi Futian got up calmly. He faced the middle-aged man in the white fur and bowed slightly. Shun Jing, the guardian musician of the string pavilion, greets the elder. The person who came here undetected was naturally a cultivator of Taishan Mountain, and a powerful Renhuang at that. His status in Taishan Mountain must be high above all others. Yi Futian had some idea who this person might be. Shun Jing, the man repeated in a low tone, and Yi Futian nodded. He raised his eyes and looked at the other and saw that the man appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. He looked elegant and gentle with an excellent spirit and was very attractive. Such a temperament must be irresistible to women. In the distance, the sea of clouds rolled over, and a gorgeous divine light shone between heaven and earth. The two figures appeared directly in the sea of clouds not far from Yi Futian. It was the pair of divine birds, the phoenixes. Their eyes were fixed on the man. They said, "You have returned." Upon hearing their words, Yi Futian knew that his guess was correct. Their master had returned. The master of String Pavilion, the third disciple of Lord Taishan, the String Emperor. The String Emperor nodded slightly only to see the little phoenix fly over in a hurry. Her beautiful eyes looked curiously at the String Emperor in front of her. "Feng Yang, where are your manners?" Next to her, her father prompted her, and the little phoenix came to and bowed. Feng Yang greets the String Emperor. She is all grown up. The String Emperor revealed a gentle smile. He looked at Feng Yang. His eyes were extremely gentle and kind. He had witnessed Feng Yang's birth and blessed her so that Feng Yang was born with a unique gift, a natural-born saint. Later on, he visited more infrequently and had not seen Feng Yang much. Now, in the blink of an eye, she was already growing up to be a fine young lady of the unblemished plain. At this time there were footsteps. The two phoenixes shifted their gazes there. They bowed again, saying, "Miss 4. Yi Futian also looked over there. Not far behind the String Emperor, someone walked quietly this way. It was the housemaster of Taishan who had sent him to Taishan Mountain to cultivate in the first place. She exuded noble temperament, and her statuesque figure was somewhat seductive. "Elder," Yi Futian bowed and said. The String Emperor turned to look at the housemaster of Taishan, whispering, "Junior sister." But the housemaster of Taishan didn't look at him. She walked right past by him, and her gaze landed on Yi Futian. "How is cultivation on Taishan Mountain? Have you gotten used to it?" "It's been very good so far, and the disciples of Taishan Mountain have been taking great care of me." Yi Futian nodded and added, "All thanks to you, elder." "Well," the housemaster of Taishan nodded, "all this talk of elder is making me feel quite old. Call me sister." Yi Futian looked stunned. This was not right, it was very wrong. Although he had met the housemaster of Taishen once and also accepted a favor from her, when did their relationship become so intimate? Sister. Not exactly. This must be some kind of scheme. Many thoughts flashed past his mind in just a moment's time. Just then, the string emperor had called out to the housemaster of Taishen, and she did not respond. Technically, the string emperor was her senior brother, and her response was very unusual. The two possibilities could be that 1, they had a poor relationship, or 2, they had such a good relationship that common protocol did not apply. If it was very poor, then the housemaster of Taishen would not have come at all. And then, recalling Uncle Lan's initial attitude of sending himself here directly, Futian suddenly seemed to understand something, and there was a sense of enlightenment. Futian suddenly thought of the piece he had just played, The Flight of the Phoenix Pair. It was about the phoenixes traveling in pairs, and it had exceptional significance. When he considered this, Futian felt tense all over. This was tough. Did he dare to call her sister? Futian said nothing, panicking inside. What? Do you think I'm old? The housemaster of Taishen smiled softly and looking charming. She beautiful beyond description. Old. In the world of cultivation, such a concept did not exist, especially for those whose status was of an empress, as they were eternally youthful. The charm of the empress was so attracted that no one could even imagine them to be that old. But the string emperor was looking on right beside him. Without a clear picture of the relationship between the two, would he dare? If he got killed, he wouldn't even know how he died. Don't joke with the likes of me. I dare not, Futian replied honestly because he really dared not to do so. The housemaster of Taishen still looked at him with a smile, but now, there was a bit of contempt in those beautiful eyes. Futian was fine with that. He was perfectly willing to give up when necessary, his life was more important. This is Shen Jing, a musician in my tavern. Not only is he handsome, but his musical skill was of a high level, so I sent him here to Taishen Mountain. My original intention was to have him cultivate in Guqin Valley, but I didn't expect Uncle Lan to place him here. Just then, those beautiful eyes of the housemaster of Taishen turned to the string emperor at her side. She said, since senior brother has returned, I will take him away. Shen Jing, apologize. Futian was a little speechless. He did not believe that the housemaster of Taishen was unaware that Uncle Lan had placed him here. That day when she sent him, she went up the mountain to visit Lord Taishen while Uncle Lan sent him to the string pavilion. At that time, she had not left yet. This was too hypocritical. Futian looked at the string emperor, bowed slightly to pay his respects, and just as he was about to speak, the string emperor spoke first, not necessary. Futian's body stiffened. He was caught in a dilemma. Since Uncle Lan put you here to cultivate, let's say it was fate. I don't come often, so it is good to have a musician to guard the pavilion for me. In the future, you should continue to cultivate here, the string emperor said to Futian. A lot of ideas came into Futian's mind. If he continued to stay in the string pavilion, would the string emperor use that opportunity to secretly get his revenge? If it was because of that unspoken sister that he was now angry, it was truly unfortunate. Thank you, elder. Futian dared not reveal what he was actually thinking. He bowed to show his appreciation. But, he is my person, the housemaster of Taishen said, looking at the string emperor. Futian wanted to die. He didn't deserve to be set up like that. Since when was he the person of the housemaster of Taishen? Then loan me your person to help me take care of the string pavilion, and I will owe you a personal favor, the string emperor said. Since senior brother has put it that way, then I'd be happy to oblige, the housemaster of Taishen smiled and said. Shen Jing, from now on, you should guard the string pavilion well. I understand. Futian nodded. 3 days later, Master will speak at Taishen Palace, and all disciples of Taishen Mountain can go and listen. You should go with them. To listen to Lord Taishen speak. Futian was slightly surprised, but he nodded and replied, certainly. This was also a rare opportunity. Lord Taishen was a man of colossal intellect who knew all things from past to present. He was known as a legendary person in the higher heavens realm. After the housemaster of Taishen glanced at the String Emperor, she turned to leave without saying another word. This made Yi Futian quite confused about the two's relationship. But he always remembered Uncle Lan's words, speak less, observe more. So, very wisely, he kept his mouth shut. The String Emperor moved his step and walked to Yi Futian's side. His eyes fell on the phoenix Guqin. Yi Futian wisely gave way so that the String Emperor could sit down in front of the Guqin. He stroked the strings with both hands. He whispered, I've not played it for a long time. As he was speaking, he plucked the strings with his fingers, and in a flash, the sound of the ethereal music was heard. It had a very strong penetrating power. The two Phoenix Demon Emperor's sword, and gorgeous divine light was extremely bright, covering the string pavilion. The sound of the Guqin gradually bloomed, piercing the sea of clouds. It penetrated Taishen Mountain. The sound of phoenix chanting was crystal clear and resounded through the space. The two demon emperors danced above the sky, flying together. It was unbelievably spectacular. Yi Futian looked up into the sky, and all he saw was beauty. But what he felt in his heart was a faint sense of heartache. This was the beauty of the Guqin, the faint sorrow hidden within the beauty. The music stopped within String Palace. The two empresses stood behind String Emperor, their hearts full of many different emotions. They had not been like this in a very long time. They had originally wanted to follow String Emperor when he left and went out into the world, but he had asked them to stay at Taishen Mountain. String Emperor looked up, his fingers still resting lightly upon the strings of his Guqin. He looked over at Yi Futian and asked, which of the 6 songs is your favorite? Flight of the Phoenix Pair, answered Yi Futian. Why? Asked String Emperor. I think that music makes the emotions linger. It reflects the player's sorrow and joy, their pain, and their pleasure. Only if they have deep feelings can they play with soul. Flight of the Phoenix Pair contains the deepest emotions of any of the songs, answered Yi Futian. Thus, I think that Flight of the Phoenix Pair is the best one of these 6 songs. String Emperor's gaze rested upon him, then slowly shifted. He looked at the Guqin that he had been playing and whispered, it does not make any sense to waste String Palace by keeping it for my return. From now on, if you see anything you like, you may take it, including these Guqins. There is no need to ask anyone for permission. Yi Futian was stunned when he heard this. String Emperor was giving String Palace to him. At first, he had entered Taishen Tavern while hiding his identity to come up to Taishen Mountain. He wanted to spend some time there cultivating, but everything that had happened afterward had gone surprisingly smoothly. The housemaster of Taishen had brought him up the mountain, and Uncle Lan had brought him to String Palace. And now, String Emperor was giving everything within String Palace to him. He was not sure what all of this meant. He was not even particularly excited by this prospect. He looked back at String Emperor. Would he really give away String Palace with a single sentence? Perhaps the housemaster of Taishen must have had something to do with this. But really, he was probably overthinking this. String Emperor was a powerful figure. Why would he care about the petty machinations of the housemaster of Taishen? There was nothing that he could do to hurt him. Thank you, Senior. Yi Futian bowed in thanks. Although he was not excited by this, he still would not refuse it. The two empresses stared deeply at him. This guy had not been on Taishen Mountain for very long and had already stolen so much. Now he had obtained String Palace. If the disciples of Taishen Mountain knew what he had gained today, they would not be so friendly towards him. The 10,030th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar drew to a close. On that day, Taishen Mountain, which was usually so peaceful, became quite lively. In addition to all the disciples who had returned from being abroad, the 4 great disciples of Lord Taishen were there as well, and they had brought many of their own disciples. On this day, Lord Taishen would teach the way. Everyone gathered together in front of Taishen Palace early in the morning. Although Taishen Mountain did not accept as many disciples as a lot of other places, there were still countless cultivators there. Cultivators from Guqin Valley, Sword Abyss, and other places were all gathered together. For a time, the area outside the palace was incredibly lively. Yi Futian also came quietly. He had come with little Phoenix. Although he had met many powerful figures and had even been personally taught by the divine Elephant Emperor, this was the first time he had attended a lecture in this style. This would probably be very helpful for his cultivation. In addition to the countless saint-level disciples, there were also some Renhuang-level figures there, sitting in the foremost seats. Yi Futian saw many familiar faces. The place that he knew the most disciples from was Sword Abyss. Some of them smiled and nodded when they saw him. Shenjing, came a voice. Yi Futian turned and saw a group of people walking up. At the front were Wen Shuyi and Princess Luo Yu, as well as Deng Hu and the others who had fought at the ruins. The people from the city lord's office had all come. Yi Futian smiled and nodded at them. "How has this period of cultivation been for you?" asked Wen Shuyi with a smile. "Not bad," answered Yi Futian, "but I am a little bit confounded whenever I practice swordsmanship. If we have a chance, I must ask you to teach me." Wen Shuyi nodded. "That makes sense. It is the Guqin arts that you are skilled in. If you run into any difficulties, I can give you a few pointers." His words were modest yet confident. "Thank you," said Yi Futian with a nod. "Brother Shenjing," came another voice. He saw Ma Yi and his sworn sister of Taishen Tavern walking over. Ma Yi was interested in Princess Luo Yu, and when he saw her and Wen Shuyi together, his face changed a bit. "Sister Luo Yu," he called. "Brother," replied Luo Yu. "I never thought I'd see you here. The last time we were together was at Taishen Tavern," said Ma Yi with a smile. "Shenjing, I haven't seen you since the Lord sent you up to Taishen Mountain. How has your cultivation been going?" "Very well," said Yi Futian with a smile. "It makes me a little jealous how well they treat a Guqin master like you." "Keep cultivating diligently," said Ma Yi. Then he turned to talk to Luo Yu. Without realizing it, he was soon standing next to her, and they were walking together. Yi Futian smiled to himself when he saw this. He was like an open book. Mei Yi was incredibly competitive. But this was not something that he needed to worry about. "Shenjing," came another voice. A look of surprise came over Yi Futian's face. Since when had he been so popular here on Taishen Mountain? This time the people coming to welcome him were Li Jiyin and Chen Yu of Guqin Valley. Li Jiyin had played Flight of the Phoenix pair at String Palace. He was incredibly talented. Yi Futian smiled slightly and inclined his head. "How has it been cultivating at String Palace? Which of the 6 songs are you best at?" asked Li Jiyin. "Each of the 6 songs is deep and brilliant. I have only touched upon them as of now. I must put more effort into them all," said Yi Futian. "None of the 6 songs are simple, and becoming specialized in one of them is no easy thing. If you want to learn a lot about one of them, then I am afraid it will be difficult to get good at all of them. Given this situation, your best chance is to choose one song and work on it diligently," said Li Jiyin. "What you say is true, but given Shenjing's surroundings, I can't blame him. If I were in his place, I would want to study all the songs too," said Chen Yu with a smile. Li Jiyin agreed. If she were cultivating at the String Palace, it would probably be the same. She would want to study all 6 of the songs. But this was incredibly difficult. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. "Very well, I will keep that in mind." The others had no more to say, and so the people from Guqin Valley left him there. Yi Futian smiled ruefully. "Would anyone else come and seek him out today? It seems like you are very popular on Taishen Mountain," Little Phoenix whispered to him. Yi Futian rolled his eyes. "But although they're being polite to you, I can sense that there is another attitude as well," said Little Phoenix said gloatingly. "They are very protective of String Palace." Yi Futian naturally understood this. He had entered Taishen Mountain under the guise of a Guqin master, and had kept things low-key, humbly concealing his skill. Thus, although the disciples of Taishen Mountain were polite to him, they did not respect him that much and did not look at him as an equal. But Yi Futian did not mind this. After all, this was the result that he had hoped for, and he had worked to create this effect. Otherwise, how would he be able to cultivate in peace? "Great teacher and second teacher are coming," came an excited cry. Everyone made a path for them. The two of them were walking together. Everyone bowed to them, saying, "Greetings, great teacher." "Greetings, second teacher." They were the head teacher of Taishan Mountain and the city lord of Taishan City. The head teacher of Taishan Mountain stepped forward. His aura was exquisite, and there was a sense of majesty about him. He raised his hand and said, "Today Lord Taishan will teach us the way, so there is no need to be so polite towards us. We have come here to listen to him, just like all of you." "Yes, teacher." Everyone rose, but their gazes were still full of respect. Great Teacher was such an important figure. His power was widely famed. It was said that he was on the same level as Lord Taishan, and was thus one of the most powerful figures in the higher heavens realm. Of course, no one was clear on exactly how strong he was. Not long after, String Emperor and the House Master of Taishan arrived, but not at the same time. One followed the other. String Emperor came first, and the House Master of Taishan came after. Most of the people there did not notice, but a few people understood what this meant. String Emperor walked to the front and bowed to the head teacher of Taishan and the city lord of Taishan City. "Greetings, brothers. There is no need to be so polite, brother. Please sit," said the head teacher of Taishan Mountain with a smile. String Emperor nodded and sat down. The House Master of Taishan said nothing, he just sat down beside them. The 4 personal disciples were sitting in the very front row. At that moment, a figure slowly walked out of the palace. In a flash, everyone stood up and bowed, including the 4 great teachers. "Greetings, Lord Taishan," they all said. Everyone moved as one. The respect that they felt for him was plain on their faces. The fact that Lord Taishan was willing to teach them the way was enough to make him worthy of their respect. After all, in the face of a powerful figure like this, even saint-level people were little more than ants. Moreover, Lord Taishan would no longer take on new disciples. There was nothing that could be said to sway him on this. Thus, when he taught the way, the ones who were present would be the only ones to ever benefit from it. "Please be seated," said Lord Taishan to everyone. Everyone took their seats, and Lord Taishan sat on a rush hassock in front of them all. Although Yi Futian had been cultivating at Taishan Mountain for a while, this was the first time that he had seen Lord Taishan. He had white hair, a white beard, and a cultivator's robe. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being, and he was so graceful that he seemed to not be of this world, but was rather a truly celestial being. Lord Taishan waved his hand, and suddenly a character was floating in the air in front of everyone. "The way." The character was full of vigor and power as if it had been written in the air by an ink pen. "What do you see here?" asked Lord Taishan. "A character." "The way," people answered. "Is that all?" asked Lord Taishan. Everyone looked at the character with a confused expression. They did not understand. All they could see was a character that read the way. Could it be that this character held some mysteries? They all released their divine spirits and perceived the character in detail. But though they could see it floating there, they could not feel any unusual aura coming from it. The vast area became incredibly quiet. "When I teach the way to you today, I will only speak of this character here," said Lord Taishan. "Can no one see anything else?" Everyone was still silent. No one could answer Lord Taishan's question. The people who were closest to Lord Taishan were naturally the 4 disciples that he taught personally. They looked at the character in front of them and sensed something. But they did not say anything. They were Lord Taishan's personal disciples and had often heard their master teach. Today, the main focus was on the other disciples of Taishan Mountain. The character that read the way floated in the air above them. It looked normal, but also abnormal at the same time. But no one could really say what was abnormal about it. Yi Futian stared at the character as well, and his eyes slowly changed as his gaze grew deeper. In that vast space, the world all around him changed. He seemed to see endless beams of light floating between heaven and earth. The will of that character filled the air. He could see the changes of all things. What he was seeing was not a character, it was the way itself. However, he did not say anything. He just sat there quietly. Among all the disciples of Taishan Mountain here today, As a Guqin master, it was best if he said nothing. Although Yi Futian said nothing, it seemed that, at that moment, Lord Taishen sensed something. He looked over towards Yi Futian. Their gazes collided. Yi Futian found himself looking into an infinitely deep pair of eyes, so deep that they seemed to be filled with the way. But the feeling disappeared in an instant. He immediately averted his gaze, but he heard Lord Taishen say, "What is your name?" Yi Futian's heart began to beat faster. He told himself that he had been a little bit too careless. Lord Taishen was such a powerful figure, and his perception was so sharp. He had looked at the character through the eyes of meditation, and Lord Taishen had obviously been able to sense that. He rose and bowed, saying, "Greetings, my lord. My name is Shenjing." "Please sit, Shenjing," said Lord Taishen. "What did you see?" Many people looked at Yi Futian. They had no idea why Lord Taishen was asking Yi Futian this. Perhaps he had just randomly chosen someone from the crowd. Yi Futian was silent for a time. He did not know if he should speak or not. Seeing that he was silent, everyone's expressions changed. The housemaster of Taishen said, "Master, Shenjing is a Guqin master that I brought up to Taishan Mountain. This character is profound and mysterious. How could he possibly answer you? That does not matter. You may answer freely." Lord Taishen seemed extremely kind and gentle as he looked at Yi Futian. "I see the way," answered Yi Futian with a bow. As he said this, a strange look came over everyone's faces. Some of them even frowned. Would he really give such a simple answer? If he did not know, then he could just say that he did not know. The Lord had just randomly picked him, and he would not blame him if he got it wrong. Everyone could see that the character read the way. Everyone had already answered that. Lord Taishen had asked them what else they had seen. But Yi Futian had still answered that he saw the way. But as they were all thinking this, Lord Taishen asked another question, "What way?" This made a look of surprise come over everyone's faces. Lord Taishen had asked him another question. "The way of swordsmanship," answered Yi Futian. Everyone was speechless when they heard this. Had he seen the way of swordsmanship? This Shenjing do not say such foolish things. Yi Futian heard a voice in his mind. Someone was transmitting to him. It was Princess Luo Yu. Although Lord Taishen would not mind, if Yi Futian spoke foolishly, it would still be bad. It would affect the people of Taishan Mountain's opinion of him. In that case, it would have negative effects on his future cultivating at Taishan Mountain, and it would not be easy for him to find a chance to become a disciple. Yi Futian had unknowingly helped her, and so she took the time to remind him of this. However, Yi Futian seemed not to hear her reminder. He sat there quietly, looking very calm as if he was not distressed in the least. If Lord Taishen had casually chosen to ask him a question, then he would answer him casually. Lord Taishen nodded, then turned his gaze away from Yi Futian. He did not say whether he was right or wrong, but everyone could see that his questioning was over. Lord Taishen would not delve any deeper into Yi Futian's answer. After all, he had just been asking casually. At that moment, an aura bloomed from the character and flowed through the area. In a flash, the giant character became extraordinary as an invisible wall covered Taishan Mountain. At that moment, it seemed as if the only thing that anyone could see was the character. "How about now? What do you see?" Lord Taishen asked everyone. "Will," everyone answered. They all felt an incredibly powerful will that seemed to contain the will of the great path within it. This character was indeed supernatural. Lord Taishen nodded slightly and waved his hand again. The character floated up, and divine light shone from it, spreading down Taishen Mountain. The clouds in the sky changed color, and the will of all things became exceedingly clear. The light shone upon all of Taishen City. At that moment, countless people in Taishen City looked up to Mount Taishen, trembling within their hearts as they did so. As the light of the great path shone, they seemed to be able to see a character that read the way, and an old man who was as graceful and elegant as a celestial being. Lord Taishen in that instant, they all bowed, showing their respect to that figure. Inside themselves, they were in turmoil. Was Lord Taishen teaching the way? Countless saint-level figures were sitting there, diligently sensing everything. Lord Taishen was transmitting the way into Taishen City, letting them all feel that the way was everywhere. The people on Taishen Mountain could feel it the most clearly. They seemed to be able to see everything in the world. The true fire of the sun fell, and water flowed to the deep places of the earth. Invisible space was everywhere. They saw flowers blooming and dying, and they saw demonic beasts riding the winds high up in the sky. They could feel the wind flowing around them. This is the great path of all things. Everyone's hearts trembled. At that moment, their perception of everything became incomparably clear. It seemed as if they could see through things to their true nature. How about now? Lord Taishen asked again. Everyone was still silent, but they were shaking. In that instant, an even more powerful aura spread out. Lord Taishuan's form seemed not to be real. A phantom appeared up in the sky, and soon, it was everywhere at once. The character that read the way was linking everything together. At that moment, the marvelous will expanded even more. It spread out from the vast Taishen city all throughout the Taishen region. In the distance, the people of Taishen city were looking up into the sky, and their hearts were trembling wildly. Was this the aura of a god? Everything in the world became clearer. The people in Taishen saw countless images. They were images of everything in the world. What is the way? Lord Taishen was no longer asking what everyone saw, he was asking what the way was. No one lights the sun and the moon, and yet they burn brightly. No one arranges the stars, and yet they are well ordered. No one creates beasts, and yet they are born. No one stirs up the wind, and yet it blows. No one pushes the waters, and yet they flow. No one plants the trees and grass, and yet they grow. You do not try to breathe, and yet you do. You do not make your heart beat, and yet it does. Lord Taishen seemed to be speaking to himself. Everything in the world is born into something, or into nothing. Everything in the world has its reasons for moving. We humans cultivate the way in order to chase after these rules. However, the higher the level you cultivate to, the more you feel your own insignificance. Saints feel like they have grasped the way, but they have only touched one corner of it. Seeing some of these rules and operations is called understanding the way, and is called sainthood. Everyone on Taishen Mountain who heard these words felt a little ashamed, especially those who were proud and thought of themselves as cultivators. At that moment, they truly felt their own insignificance. Cultivation is hard. Becoming a saint is very hard, and becoming a Ren Huang is even harder. But although I say it is hard, at the same time, it is not hard. When you understand the way and understand the motions of the sun and the moon, then you will shine along with them. When you understand the motions of the stars, you will move along with them. But are the sun and moon and stars and everything in the world well ordered? If they are not ordered, how can you understand their changes? Although the way is but one word, it is incredibly difficult to see through. Lord Taishen sighed, and his sigh seemed to cause the sun, moon, and stars to move. He stood up and waved his hand, leaving a deep impression on the peak of Taishen Mountain. Far away in Taishen City, countless people could still see the character. My lord. Everyone's hearts were trembling. Master. Even Lord Taishuan's 4 disciples looked shocked as they looked at him. Is the master going to break through to the next level? Said the head teacher of Taishen. Suddenly, everyone's hearts beat even faster. If Lord Taishen was going to break through to the next level, what level would that be? That's out of the question. It is just that in these past few years of cultivation, I have had a feeling. I am teaching the way today for the sake of teaching it to you, but at the same time, I am teaching myself, said Lord Taishen. I must spend a period of time locked away in cultivation. I will stay here on Taishen Mountain and guard it for you, master, said the head teacher. The other 3 stood as well and bowed. They would all stay on the mountain and guard it for him. Lord Taishen nodded slightly, then turned to leave. With a single step, he disappeared. Everyone on Taishen Mountain was still looking at the character that read the way. The character contained the actual will of the Great Path. And it was not only the people on Taishen Mountain who were looking at it. In Taishen City and all throughout the Taishen region, everyone was looking across the vast distance towards the mountain. The character filled all their visions. Let us go to Taishen Mountain, they all thought. They all made their preparations to set out for the mountain. At that moment, as far away from Taishen Mountain as could be, in an elegant hall in Shangxiao Divine Palace, a figure opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to pierce across the vast distance. Lord Taishen, he whispered. And it was not only in Shangxiao Divine Palace. At that moment, many people in the higher heavens realm felt something. They all immediately set out towards Taishen Mountain. The whole Taishen region was shaken. None of them knew what had happened, but when they looked up, they could see a character that read the way flashing in their eyes. Something incredibly important must have happened on Taishen Mountain. Countless cultivators headed over there. Within Taishen City, cultivators were walking towards the mountain from all directions as quickly as they could. They flew on the wind and rode on swords, their hearts trembling fiercely. Those few Renhuang level figures among them were even more disturbed. They could faintly feel that Lord Taishen was possibly about to enter a new level. Once he did this, the whole higher heavens realm would be shaken. Of course, the most shocked were still the cultivators upon Taishen Mountain. Lord Taishen had said that he would lock himself away in cultivation. The head teacher of Taishen Mountain, speaking for the 4 great disciples, had said that they would guard Taishen Mountain for him. What did this mean? All the disciples felt their hearts beating quickly. Even Futian felt his heart fluttering. Lord Taishen was already at the very peak of the Renhuang level, yet there was still more for him to learn. If he broke through to a new level, would that be the level that Jiyu Tianxing had broken through to all those years ago? The people of the higher heavens realm did not know either. But after Jiyu Tianxing, no one in the heavenly mandate dynasty had reached that level. It was said that the old dynasty overlord had possibly been close to or had even reached that level, but that he had been slain by Jiyu Tianxing in battle and had grievously wounded Jiyu Tianxing at the same time. After these 2 great figures fell, the heavenly mandate dynasty never again had any figures at their level. The current dynasty overlord of the heavenly mandate dynasty and the lady of Brahma's pure sky had not reached this level yet. Futian could only imagine what would happen when Lord Taishen reached this level. He looked at the floating character, and his gaze seemed to fall deep into it. Just this single character was enough to make them understand. This was truly how to teach the way. The city lord of Taishen looked behind him at everyone and said, "All of you cultivate on your own in order to understand this." Then the 4 disciples walked away towards where Lord Taishen was shut away. Everyone else was left there, looking at the character. They were unable to calm the storm raging inside all of them. Is Lord Taishen going to break through to the next level? Someone asked. Very possibly. He might just make it to a new level, someone answered. He is already at the very peak of his current level. Everyone nodded. Given Lord Taishuan's current level, he could only look up. Shenjing, did you truly see the way of swordsmanship before? Someone asked Futian. It was Wan Shuyi, a disciple of Sword Abyss. Previously, he had not seen anything in particular. The character contained all the myriad things in the world and all the laws of motions of the earth. Thus, any answer that he could have given would have been fine. Now, it seemed like Futian had said that the way of swordsmanship was the right answer. His heart was set on swords, and so he had seen the way of swordsmanship. Before, most people had ignored his answer, but now it seemed like they were having second thoughts. Could it be that this Guqin master, who had been brought up to Taishen Mountain by fourth sister, was also an incredibly talented swordsman and had seen a strand of sword will within the character? These days, I have been observing the swordsmanship of Sword Abyss, seeing how skilled its cultivators are, and this has been imprinted in my mind. Thus, when I looked at the character, I seemed to see some sword will, said Futian. Wan Shuyi nodded. Futian's answer seemed reasonable enough. He knew that Futian had indeed been spending a lot of time at Sword Abyss. He went there to observe every day. He had probably watched them so much that he had swords on the brain. The others all relaxed. If this were the case, they could understand what had happened. Even if that is so, why did the cultivators of Sword Abyss not see swords? Someone asked at that moment. This made them all go pale. They turned to look at who had spoken. Jun Mu. Many people looked surprised when they saw him. He was the head teacher of Taishuan's disciple, Jun Mu. When Yi Futian had first come up Taishan Mountain, Jun Mu had left an impression on him the first time he saw him. Do you remember me, Brother Shen? Jun Mu walked up to Yi Futian and smiled. Yi Futian nodded. How could I forget such a memorable figure? So, it must have been fate that I saw you coming up to Taishan Mountain, said Jun Mu with a smile. Fourth uncle brought you up to Taishan Mountain, and Elder Lan let you enter String Palace. Now, third brother has returned, and you are still cultivating in String Palace. Apparently, you are worthy of third brother's favor. Now, you were able to see the way of swordsmanship within that character. Why should you be so modest? I think that you must be outstanding in some way, and you have just been humble and restrained. Jun Mu's words made everyone look back at Yi Futian. Could it be that he had been downplaying his own abilities? If so, then he was incredibly clever. You are exaggerating, Brother Jun. All of the disciples of Taishan Mountain are incredible. Thus, I must be humble and restrained while I am here. Moreover, I have no right to boast. Fourth sister brought me here and has been very good to me, and so I must concentrate on cultivation. Yi Futian was neither haughty nor humble. He simply and calmly answered Jun Mu. Well, now you have been cultivating on Taishan Mountain for a while. Have you had any success? Asked Jun Mu. I have benefited greatly from my time here, said Yi Futian with a nod. I once said that if I got the chance, I would like to enjoy your music. I wonder if I might take this opportunity to listen to you play. Jun Mu had been smiling all along, but everyone could feel a different sort of atmosphere. Some of the older folks understood what was going on, but the younger people were not clear on why Jun Mu was being this way. It seemed that he wanted to make Shen Jing do something. But what was it that he wanted to see? Did he want to see if he was strong, or if he was weak? All the disciples of Taishan Mountain heard Lord Taishan teach the way today. I was fortunate enough to be here as well, and so my heart is full. How could I dare to play a song here on Taishan Mountain now? Everyone would laugh at me, said Yi Futian with a slight bow. Farewell. Will you really be so disrespectful to me? Said Jun Mu coldly. An invisible pressure spread out from him and fell upon Yi Futian. I must ask you to satisfy my curiosity once again. Yi Futian felt the pressure falling upon him, and said, Lord Taishan is shut away, and the 4 elders have gone to guard him. I am very grateful to fourth sister for bringing me here to cultivate, but I am just a Guqin master of String Palace. I would not dare fight the disciple of the head teacher of Taishan. If you insist on fighting me, I will be ashamed of my own inadequacy, and yet I will have to bear it. Everyone looked surprised. This Shen Jing was very frank. He would not fight back, but given how powerful Jun Mu was, fighting back would be meaningless anyway. Jun Mu, why are you antagonizing Shen Jing? Asked Wan Shuyi. If you want to test yourself, there are many disciples here on Taishan Mountain. Why have you sought out Shen Jing? Said Princess Luo Yu. She was a little bit upset. She kind of knew why Jun Mu was putting pressure on Yi Futian. Now that the elders were occupied, the disciples could do what they wanted. Jun Mu smiled slightly when he heard what they were all saying. He bowed to Yi Futian and said, Forgive my rudeness. As he said this, his aura dissipated. He turned and sat down, his gaze fixed upon the character that read the way. Why don't you go, Shen Jing? Said Wan Shuyi to Yi Futian. Princess Luo Yu looked at him as well. Yi Futian nodded. Farewell, he said with a bow, and then turned and left. Jun Mu had tried to force him into a fight, but his heart was as calm as still water. He was not distressed at all. He still remembered his identity. At Taishan Mountain, he was just a Guqin master. How could he fight one of the disciples of the head teacher of Taishan? What would he do if he won? When he returned to String Palace, Yi Futian looked back up at the character that floated high above Taishan Mountain. However, at that moment, a figure appeared beside him. It was Little Phoenix. She looked at Yi Futian and said, Why did you yield? Although she often quarreled with Yi Futian, she and he had become very familiar with each other after spending so much time together. She knew how talented he was. He had been successful in cultivating the 6 famous songs and the fleeting divine sword. How many people on Taishan Mountain could say the same? Yi Futian smiled and said, "Are you worried for me?" Little Phoenix looked at him with disdain and said, "I've just never seen you be so cowardly." Yi Futian laughed and shook his head. "Little Phoenix, your personality is terrible, but you have a good heart. Your parents are a little fierce, but they have never been that way to me. And String Emperor and Fourth Sister have been so good to me. Why should I have gotten into a fight over such a trivial matter? That would just be giving in to my personal feelings." Today was the first time he had seen Lord Taishan, and he had met with String Emperor only a few times and had talked with him very little. And it was the same with Fourth Sister. But he was still grateful for the way they had treated him. Compared to that, the affair with Jun Mu was not even worth mentioning. "All right, I am going to cultivate." Yi Futian sat cross-legged and looked up at the huge character. The process of freedom meditation began, and his eyes became incomparably deep as his gaze pierced through the air towards the character. At that moment, Yi Futian could faintly feel his soul leaving his body. It entered into the realm of the way that floated in the air. A voice appeared in Yi Futian's head. All things are either born into something or into nothingness. No matter whether or not you could feel it, the way was there. It was everywhere. Yi Futian seemed to be able to feel the ordered sequence of everything in the world from that character. His will stretched out continuously into the distance. He saw all of Taishan Mountain and then continued downwards. He saw countless figures heading towards the mountain, as well as the chaos within the mountain. On New Year's Day of the 10,031st year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, countless figures had gathered below Taishan Mountain. This had led to a huge disturbance within Taishan City. Many of the people there were powerful figures, including some of the top figures of the higher heavens realm. On the first day of the year, an invitation came down from Taishan Mountain. All the people from the top forces were invited up onto the mountain to meet with Lord Taishan. Lord Taishuan's 4 disciples were standing outside Taishan Palace and looking over the invitations. The signature on each of these invitations was enough to cause a sensation throughout the higher heavens realm. "Why have you done this, brother?" said the city lord of Taishan to the head teacher. At that moment, the great figures of the realm were handing them their invitations. If they ignored them, it would be impolite. "Our friends have come from far away. How can we be impolite to them?" said the head teacher. "We must invite them up the mountain and set up a feast for them." "Won't this disturb our master's cultivation?" asked the city lord of Taishan. "I agree with our brother. Since these people are here, why don't we invite them to come up the mountain?" said String Emperor. The city lord of Taishan glanced at him but did not reply immediately. "In that case, I will go and make arrangements," said the city lord of Taishan after a while. Then he turned and left. On the first day of the 10,031st year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, the usually very peaceful Taishan Mountain shook all of the higher heavens realm. It was announced that everyone who had come could go up the mountain. For a time, countless cultivators were climbing the mountain. Taishan Mountain was vast, so even though they had come from all directions, it was still not too crowded. Most of the people who had come were from the Taishan region. They had come with a desire to advance towards sainthood. After all, this was the holy land of the Taishan region. Moreover, Lord Taishan was shut away, cultivating, trying to break through to the next level. Was it possible that he could do this? And if he did, what would happen? Would Lord Taishan start a whole new school of thought? Shangxiao Divine Palace was, without a doubt, the most influential force in the higher heavens realm, as they had countless powerful figures and taught people from all over the world, so they had trained countless heroes. Many of the top families would send their younger members to Shangxiao Divine Palace to cultivate, and even some people from other realms would make the journey here, sending their younger members to seek the path. Thus, when talking about influence, Shangxiao Divine Palace was certainly worthy of being called the most influential force in the higher heavens realm. In addition to them, several other forces stood at the peak. Compared to them, Taishan Mountain was not so brilliant, even though Lord Taishan was so powerful. The Taishen region was not that big. This was because Lord Taishen had not set up his own school of thought. He had only taken 4 disciples. And it was only because his own disciple, the Taishen Hierophant, had set up his own school that the Taishen region had expanded at all. Many of the cultivators in the Taishen region had thoughts about this situation. They hoped that Lord Taishuan's influence would increase and that he would take on more disciples, giving them a chance to go to Taishen Mountain to cultivate. Now, if Lord Taishen had a chance to advance a step, his influence would certainly increase. This would shake the higher heavens realm. If he started his own school of thought, then cultivators would flock to him. That was obvious from what was happening now. Countless people looked up at the character that read the way floating above Mount Taishen. They seemed to be able to see the way of all things. It was an incredibly magical feeling, which was enough to make them stare in wonder for a long time. But right now, Taishen Mountain was not a good place for cultivating. Too many cultivators had come. At that moment, everyone saw a group of figures coming forward. It was Lord Taishuan's 3 disciples besides the Taishen Hierophant. The city lord of Taishen was at the forefront. They walked towards a group of figures with powerful auras. One could tell how extraordinary they were at a glance. The people from the divine palace, someone whispered. He recognized who this group was. Some of the great figures of the divine palace had come here to Taishen Mountain along with their disciples. It seemed that Lord Taishuan's actions had truly shaken the higher heavens realm. "Greetings, Lord of the Divine Music Palace," said the city lord of Taishen with a slight bow. The old man who was in charge of the divine palace had deep eyes and wore a silver robe. He truly looked like he was the palace lord of the Divine Music Palace. "No need to be so polite," said the palace lord of the Divine Music Palace. His tone was cool. Although he said that there was no need to be so polite, he accepted the politeness quite naturally. After all, it was due to his station. "How is Lord Taishuan's cultivation going?" he asked. This was the question on everyone's mind. Had Lord Taishen broken through to the next level? "Right now, he is locked away. Our brother is guarding him. We are not sure how his cultivation is going at this moment," answered the city lord of Taishen. "We have prepared a feast on Taishen Mountain. Please come with us." On saying this, the city lord of Taishen led the way. The palace lord of Divine Music Palace followed behind him with all his disciples. Afterward, the cultivators of many top forces arrived one after another. The city lord of Taishen greeted them all politely. At that moment, a powerful aura spread through the air. Everyone looked up and saw golden light falling, brilliant to the extreme. They all covered their eyes with their hands, leaving only cracks so they could look up into the sky. A group of brilliant figures was descending amidst the dazzling light. The divine nation. Everyone's hearts trembled when they saw these figures. Even people from powerful families were stunned. There was an incredibly old family in the eastern part of the higher heavens realm who called themselves descendants of the gods. Golden blood flowed through their veins, and they were full of so much vitality that it was said that they could not die, and their bodies could not be destroyed. They had founded an ancient nation in the east, the Golden Divine Nation. The Golden Divine Nation was the absolute overlord of the eastern portion of the higher heavens realm. Their power was beyond compare. But the people who had come were not the rulers of the divine nation, just some of the top figures. They were the divine generals of the divine nation. According to rumors, there was another top figure of the divine nation who was a general under Donghuang the Great of the divine prefecture. The divine nation had gone to war on Donghuang the Great's behalf and had achieved great victories. Now they had treasures that had been gifted to them by Donghuang himself, which made the divine nation a force to be reckoned with. They were truly awe-inspiring. The crowd parted to let them pass. The cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation stepped forward, and the city lord of Taishen and the others rose to greet them. They were a little bit distressed by this. They had not thought that Lord Taishen locking himself away would have caused such a stir that top forces like Shangxiao Divine Palace and the Golden Divine Nation would come here. "Where is Lord Taishen?" came an overpowering voice. Everyone on Mount Taishen frowned and looked towards where the voice had come from. They saw a group of figures in black robes coming towards them. All of them had incredibly imposing demeanor, and their bodies were surrounded by fierce auras. This was especially true of the man at their head. An overwhelming sense of power covered him from head to toe. The city lord of Taishan and the others all watched them, and their expressions changed slightly. So, they had come as well. The Luo family of the divine capital of Shilling. All the cultivators on Taishan Mountain were shaken. Another top force had arrived, and it was the prince of the divine capital of Shilling himself, Luo Chongyang, who had come personally. The prince of the divine capital of Shilling had been cultivating for many years and was very powerful. Although he was only a prince, he was still a top figure. Plus, his father was old demon Luo. The two of them were absolutely dominant, and no one dared question their majesty. The Luo family of the divine capital of Shilling controlled a vast area. Old demon Luo was not there, and no one knew if he was coming or not. But Luo Chongyang was there, and that was enough to make people take notice. No wonder he had dared to directly ask where Lord Taishan was as soon as he arrived. This was Luo Chongyang, and there was nothing strange about that. I am Luo Chongyang of the divine capital of Shilling. I have heard that Lord Taishan is teaching the way, and I have come to pay a visit to him, he said clearly. His voice was very loud, and it rang throughout Mount Taishan, making a look of surprise come over everyone's face. The people of the Taishan region were a bit upset. Was he trying to disturb Lord Taishuan's cultivation? But he was Luo Chongyang, so they did not dare say anything against him. Luo Chongyang, if you are going to be so rude, then get off the mountain, came a voice from a distance. Everyone looked to where it had come from and saw a figure emerge from the depths of Taishan Mountain. It was the Taishan Hierophant. His aura was overpowering as he walked towards Luo Chongyang with a cold expression. You are mighty indeed, Hierophant, said Luo Chongyang with a bright and honest smile. I have come to visit Lord Taishan. Am I not welcome? He is shut away cultivating right now. If you have come to visit him, you will have to wait quietly. My brothers will attend to you, said the Taishan Hierophant coldly. How long until he comes out? Asked Luo Chongyang. I don't know, said the Taishan Hierophant. How long will I have to wait? If Lord Taishan is going to break the shackles of orthodoxy, why wouldn't he want the people of the world to witness it and admire his magnificence? Luo Chongyang had obviously not just come to pay a visit to Lord Taishan. The Luo family of the divine capital of Shilling did not have a friendly relationship with Taishan Mountain. Now, Lord Taishan was possibly about to break through to the next level, and it was natural that they would be worried about this. Luo Chongyang had probably come to Taishan Mountain to make trouble. He wanted to disrupt Lord Taishan, thereby preventing him from breaking through to the next level. That is for Lord Taishan to decide, Luo Chongyang, not for you, said the Taishan Hierophant coldly. At that moment, all the people on Taishan Mountain could see that Luo Chongyang had come for a nefarious purpose. Indeed, said Luo Chongyang with a smile. He looked up at the giant character that read the way, and said, Lord Taishan is clearly at a higher level than any of us. He carved a character into Taishan Mountain and taught the way to all of these disciples. He must have created many powerful figures today. I did not come to disturb him, but I would be so bored just sitting here. I always need to have something to do. You all go and test how powerful the disciples of Taishan Mountain are. Make sure to seek out their advice and see your own flaws. As you command, my prince. As he said this, the figures behind him stepped forward towards the disciples of Taishan Mountain. This made the people who had come from around the Taishan region look a little worried. Luo Chongyang had indeed come to make trouble, there was no question of it. He had directly asked the people he had brought with him from the divine capital of Shilling to get into fights. Nominally, they were just asking for advice, but in reality, they were going to provoke and challenge the people there to cause a disturbance. The powerful cultivators stepped forward, their mighty auras sweeping out. The people from the divine capital of Shilling were about to start fighting. They were worthy indeed of being old demon Luo's messengers. The disciples of Taishan Mountain all looked at the Taishan Hierophant and saw that his expression was cold. His robes flapped in the wind. His mighty aura bloomed, but Luo Chongyang just smiled at him. He looked like he was just waiting for him to attack. He had asked his juniors to challenge the disciples of Taishan Mountain. If a Renhuang-level figure attacked, he would naturally have to fight back. A battle between Renhuang-level figures could easily cause Taishan Mountain to collapse. Lord Taishuan's cultivation would be disrupted, and he would not break through to the next level. Boom! At that moment, the cultivators from the divine capital of Shilling launched their attacks. A dark death airflow flowed through the air, and overpowering demonic power swept out. Their attack power was overwhelming and carried fierce killing power with it. They were not holding anything back. They were not just testing themselves. "I'm still waiting to see what you do," said the Taishan Hierophant coldly. Suddenly, all the saint-level cultivators of Taishan Mountain released their auras one by one and stepped forward. At that moment, a chaotic battle broke out on Taishan Mountain. At that time, Futian was still cultivating in String Palace. His will seemed to be immersed in the character, and he could feel the will of the Great Path. At the same time, he could naturally feel what was happening on Taishan Mountain. There were those who did not want Lord Taishan to break through to the next level, and so they had found an excuse to attack. A chaotic battle had broken out upon Taishan Mountain. A group of saint-level cultivators had begun fighting wildly. The cultivators of the divine capital of Shilling had overwhelming attack power, and there was a sense of excitement about them. It seemed that they would not show any mercy. At that moment, at a certain place among all the chaos, a cultivator from the divine capital of Shilling stepped through the air. Demonic power rolled and broiled around him. An airflow of death surrounded him, and a demonic image floated behind him, which was frightening to behold. He struck out with his fist. His opponent brought his hands together to block him, but fist will pierced through his guard. A terrible dark airflow penetrated him. In a flash, countless dark airflows appeared upon the cultivator from Taishan Mountain. Death will was infecting his body. The people from Taishan Mountain all looked shocked. The cultivators from the divine capital of Shilling were not being polite in the least. A fist swept out, and there was a loud noise as the cultivator from Taishan Mountain's internal organs shook. His body was filled with deadly qi as he was sent flying back and landed on the ground. "This is ruthless." The cultivators of Taishan Mountain began to look angry as they beheld this scene. The man stepped forward and thrust out his fist again, wounding the man in front of him. No one could stop him. He is the prince of the divine capital of Shilling, Luo Yuming. Someone had recognized the saint-level figure who was attacking. He was another one of the princes of the divine capital of Shilling. He was incredibly strong. At that moment, he walked towards Luo Yuming. He struck out, and his fist collided with Luo Yuming's. Just when everyone thought he would be sent flying backward, they saw that the figure was unmoved. Both of their wills burst forth, and the air around them seemed to be shattered. They stepped back at the same time. Jun Mu. The disciples of Taishan Mountain looked at the man who had stepped forward. It was the disciple of the Taishan Hierophant, Jun Mu. But his face had turned ugly after he had stepped back. Death currents were raging through him, infecting his vitality. Luo Yuming smiled at Jun Mu and said, "You'll do." On saying this, he stepped forward, and the two of them began to fight. While that was going on, other battles were breaking out all over the place, leaving the onlookers astonished. The cultivators of the divine capital of Shilling were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, but they pressed forward and took a commanding position on the battlefield. They had obviously prepared for this. One could see the disparity in power between the two sides, but there was nothing unusual about this. The divine capital of Shilling was a great power, and Lord Taishan had not founded his own school of thought. After the four great disciples had succeeded at making names for themselves, Taishan Mountain had no more figures who had the potential to become famous throughout the higher heavens realm. After all, Taishan Mountain was not that kind of holy land. In that respect, Shangxiao Divine Palace was naturally the strongest holy land. The Taishan Hierophant and the others watched the battle with dark looks on their faces. Their master was shut away, cultivating at the moment, and they had had a feeling that someone would come to make trouble. Thus, they had been left here to guard Taishan Mountain for him. And indeed, people had come. The divine capital of Shilling had come. Luo Chongyang had been staring at the Taishen Hierophant all along. It was as if he was waiting for him to act. He wanted to take on this great challenge. However, the Taishen Hierophant was quiet and contained his anger. Even as he saw many of the disciples of Taishen Mountain be wounded, he said nothing. He had a calm expression on his face. Lord Taishen personally taught them the way, yet the disciples of Taishen Mountain are nothing to write home about, Luo Chongyang said as he swept his gaze over the battlefield. There was a bit of disdain in his voice that made the disciples of Taishen Mountain feel humiliated. Wen Shuyi and the disciples of Sword Abyss pressed forward with their swords, cutting through the cultivators of the divine capital of Shilling like bamboo and wounding many of them. But a group of their opponents came forward. A hand swiped through the air, and in a flash, countless dark death currents pierced through the air like sharp swords, forming a terrifying death storm. HMPH. A sword cut through the sky. Wen Shuyi's body became phantom-like as he cut among the cultivators of the divine capital of Shilling. Blood flowed from their bodies, and they were sent flying backward as they were wounded by his swordsmanship. At that moment, a massive demonic image appeared in front of him. Two massive demonic cultivator hands materialized, and in a flash, 3,000 death currents pierced through the sky towards Wen Shuyi. An afterimage of Wen Shuyi appeared as he shot forward. He slashed his sword, using the cleave of all things. He collided with his opponent and became tangled up with him. At the same time, the other cultivators of the divine cultivator of Shilling formed seals. The demonic seal of death descended from the sky, pressing down on the disciples of Sword Abyss. The disciples of Sword Abyss were scattered in an instant, and many of them were wounded. Luo Yu was on the battlefield as well. She was forced to retreat. One cultivator seemed to be staring at her. Countless death currents snaked through the air, covering her within them. She stood there holding her sword while shrieking all around her. The demonic cultivator from the divine capital of Shilling stared at her with a cold smile. He formed a seal with his hands, and suddenly, countless death currents shot out like swords towards her. Whoosh! Sword will swept through the sky as Luo Yu's figure flashed. The images of thousands of swords appeared, and they collided with the death currents that were rushing towards her wildly. The fleeting divine sword, whispered the cultivator from the divine capital of Shilling. What an excellent sword method. Unfortunately, your swordsmanship still needs some work. As he said this, demonic power billowed up into the sky. He pointed down, and in a flash, the countless black death currents seemed to transform into deadly spears. They shot down towards Luo Yu wildly. She flung her sword away and used her now free hands to form a seal. Countless sword images appeared and spiraled upwards. Her attack smashed into his, but in the end, her swordsmanship was overwhelmed, and Luo Yu was smashed down towards the ground. Finally, her sword returned to her hands. She gripped it, and sword light burned as a sword curtain spread out around her. Bang! 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 The attacks continued to fall. She was forced further and further down. Finally, she groaned and her face turned pale. Boom! There was a loud noise as Luo Yu set foot on the ground, her face white as a sheet. Divine light bloomed as she summoned her sword life spirit. It melded with the sword in her hands, and a beam of divine radiance flashed. The sword cut through the air, and in a flash, everything in front of her was shattered. At the same time, blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. The sword cut into the cultivator from the divine capital of Shilling, and his face quickly became very solemn. He stepped through the air, and demonic figures appeared, covering the sky. They tried to cover Luo Yu. Go! Luo Yu's sword cut through the air, shining brilliantly. But all the demon images attacked at once, and the deadly spears fell upon the sword as well. There were also overwhelming palm prints that made the sword stop in mid-air, shaking. Every time it shook, more blood flowed from Luo Yu's mouth, and her face grew paler and paler. Cold will bloomed from the city lord of Taishuan's body as he beheld this scene. His daughter was being attacked, and he was not about to just let that go. His power surged, but at the same time, a Renhuang-level figure from the divine capital of Shilling released his power as well. It seemed that if he got involved, the cultivator of the divine capital of Shilling would attack him immediately. Boom! There was a burst of incredibly sharp air that seemed impossible to suppress. It seemed that if his opponent dared to do anything, the city lord of Taishan would attack him as well. Within String Palace, Yi Futian's will seemed to link up with the character that read the way. He could clearly see the battle on Taishan Mountain. Many of the disciples of Sword Abyss had been wounded, and Luo Yu was being suppressed. Taishan Mountain had no conflict with the outside world and did not train its disciples as part of a faction. But even though the tree may crave serenity, the wind would not stop. Just because they did not have any conflicts, did not mean that others did not have conflicts with them. He looked at the character on the peak of Taishan Mountain and could feel the great path of all things. He could feel the flow of the aura of all things between heaven and earth. At that moment, a sword appeared in his eyes. A sword seemed to appear within the giant character as well. The atmosphere on Taishan Mountain became very harsh. Everyone was watching Luo Yue's battle. The daughter of the city lord of Taishan seemed to have already been pushed to her limit. Blood stained her robes. However, her eyes were still filled with a cold determination. Sword will covered her until her body seemed to be made out of swords. She shot up into the sky, forming sword seals with her hands. Sword will shrieked through the air. It seemed that she would still fight. Whoosh! Sword will shot through the air above her. A terrible, harsh sword formed, and many other swords began to materialize. After the first sword, another came, and then a third. In a flash, there were countless swords in the air above Luo Yu. What is going on? The city lord of Taishan was stunned. Those swords, it was not only him. Everyone else looked surprised as well. Luo Yu still had a trick up her sleeve. But surprisingly, a look of confusion came over Luo Yu's face as well. These were not the swords that she had summoned. Cut! She cried out and released her sword. But at the moment she yelled this, countless swords moved at the same time, forming a line as they cut through the air. The huge line of swords transformed into a worldly prison of swordsmanship. The cultivator from the Shangxiao Divine Palace looked surprised. He cried out, and demonic will billowed from him. The death currents transformed into spears and shot out. Crack! The spears were destroyed in an instant. Countless swords cut into the space where he was standing. It looked like countless crosses crashing into each other. The cleave of all things. It was the cleave of all things, the second strike of the fleeting divine sword, and it was perfect. It was the best possible interpretation of the strike. Even Wen Shuyi could not have displayed such a perfect cleave of all things. Was Luo Yu transforming in the middle of battle? There was a terrible cry as the cultivator of Shangxiao Divine Palace was pierced by countless cries. He was covered in blood, and his aura weakened. He seemed to have been completely crippled. He fell to the ground, looking like he was in a daze. What a powerful sword! All the cultivators on Taishan Mountain were looking at Luo Yu. The city lord of Taishuan's daughter was really this outstanding? So why had she been losing earlier? Had she been hiding her power, or had she just made it to the next level? Some of the Renhuang level cultivators felt that something was not right, but none of them could say specifically what it was. They looked up at the character that read the way. It seemed that a burst of power had put the character into motion, and it was resonating with heaven and earth, and sword will was spreading out from it. Had Luo Yu done this? What is going on? The city lord of Taishan had some doubts in his heart as well. This did not seem like a sword that Luo Yu could have summoned. And he was also having a mystical feeling. He looked at his daughter. She herself looked a little bit confused by all of this. She seemed very surprised by that sword. It was not hers. But the sword was truly powerful. The cultivator from the divine capital of Shilling frowned slightly. Many of the fighters looked over to where Luo Yu was. Death will wrapped around the cultivator from the divine capital of Shilling. There was a cold look in his dark eyes. You truly are the daughter of Lord Taishuan's second disciple. What are you all looking at? Get back to fighting. When Luo Chongyang roared this, the other cultivators suddenly stepped forward towards where Luo Yu was. As she stood there, Luo Yu could feel an intense amount of pressure. Boom! Several of the cultivators stepped forward, and Luo Yu seemed to be able to feel the power of a god of death in the air. Invisible death was spreading through her body, infecting her. But she saw that the powerful sword in the air above her was still circling. She formed a sword seal, and in a flash, a formless brilliance emitted from the giant character that read the way on the peak of Taishan Mountain. Sword will formed all around her until a terrifying storm of sword chi appeared. It swept through the sky. At that moment, Luo Yu realized that the person who had helped her was still there, helping her in secret. She did not hesitate. She gripped her sword and pointed it up into the sky. In a flash, countless divine swords whistled through the sky, leaving streaks in the air. Many of the cultivators of the divine capital of Shilling looked surprised. They released their powerful demonic will to block the onrushing sword will. The countless swords cut through the air. It seemed like the entire area would be shattered by the storm of sword chi. Crack, crack, crack. Lines of blood flew through the air, and many cultivators cried out bitterly. All of the cultivators who had been coming to attack Luo Yu had been grievously wounded. They were covered in blood and they fell limply to the ground. Luo Yu's battle had taken a lot of the pressure off the other disciples of Sword Abyss. Wan Shuyi looked at her in shock. He had cultivated the second strike of the fleeting divine sword, the cleave of all things, for many years and still did not fully understand it. Now, Luo Yu had used this technique. She must have reached a new level. Moreover, she had used the will of the worldly great path to resonate with the character that read the way. This showed how prodigiously talented she was. When had Sister Luo Yu gotten so strong? Who is helping her secretly? Why can't I see you? Luo Chongyang swept his gaze over the giant character that read the way. His expression was cold. Given his level, he was able to sense that this was not Luo Yu's sword. The daughter of the city lord of Taishan was just not that good. He sent some people to surround her. He wanted to see if the one who was secretly helping her would act again so he could pinpoint his location. But he discovered that the hiding person was using his will to interact with the character that read the way floating at the peak of Taishan Mountain. He was unable to find out where the man was by using his spiritual will. Many people were cultivating on Taishan Mountain and had not come here, however, there was no one there at the Nirvana level. They were all contemplating the character, and people who were below the Nirvana level did not have the ability to do this. Even Nirvana level figures would have trouble doing this. Thus, his level was not high enough to find the person. A look of surprise came over everyone's face when they heard Luo Chongyang's words. They were stunned. Was this really not Luo Yu's sword? Someone was helping her secretly. But who could produce such brilliant swordsmanship from a secret position? This was a sword that was able to use the second strike of the fleeting divine sword, the cleave of all things. Even Wan Shuyi could not do this. Didn't you want to test the power of the disciples of Taishan Mountain? Do they have to stand right in front of you for you to test their power? The Taishan Hierophant said to Luo Chongyang. He also did not know who it was, but it was not important. What was important was that they had gained a little bit of time. They had to fight for more time for their master. Time was extremely precious to Lord Taishan, who was about to break through to the next level. He naturally did not want Lord Taishan to be disturbed. Who knew that she had a Renhuang level figure helping her, said Luo Chongyang coldly. He looked up at the character that read the way. He stretched out his hand, and in a flash, the sky darkened. A huge palm print appeared in the sky and slammed down into the character. Boom! There was a loud noise as all of Taishan Mountain trembled violently. The character that read the way was shattered. In that instant, all the people on Taishan Mountain could no longer feel its mystical will. All of the cultivators of Taishan Mountain looked coldly at Luo Chongyang. Old Demon Luo had always been overbearing and unreasonable, and now it seemed that Prince Luo Chongyang had inherited his temperament. He was just as overbearing. He had actually directly destroyed the character that Lord Taishan had carved. The Taishan Hierophant looked up at the peak of the mountain. At that moment, he realized that since his opponent wanted to make trouble, he would not delay for too long. No matter what, he would find an excuse to attack. The people from the divine capital of Shilling had come here to disturb Lord Taishen and make him unable to reach the next level. When you reached the Renhuang level, every time you tried to advance, you were making a gamble with heaven and earth. This was especially true of someone at the peak of the Renhuang level. They must have profound insight, and then they had to seize an opportunity to break their shackles. Once their concentration was broken, the way would be blocked, and there was a high probability that they would fail and would have no way to break through to the next level. The character that read the way was not only for the benefit of the people who had come here to cultivate, Lord Taishen had also carved it for himself. He had used the character to connect himself to the heavens and the earth and to help him understand things. Now, Luo Chongyang had raised his hand and destroyed it. Luo Chongyang, said the Taishen Hierophant coldly. That character was carved by our master. If you had come here as guests, we would have welcomed you, but you came here to cause trouble, so go on back to Shilling. He stepped forward as he said this. In a flash, Mighty will press down all over the mountain, covering everyone within it, including both the disciples of Taishen Mountain and the cultivators of the divine capital of Shilling. It seemed that if Luo Chongyang did anything, he would be burying everyone else along with himself. Luo Chongyang allowed his aura to burst forth as well. He stood there like a god of death. He looked at the Taishen Hierophant with his black eyes. Taishen Mountain went dark, and death will wrapped around everyone. If any Renhuang level figures acted, any saint level figures would be about as useful in the fight as ants. If you want to fight, then fight. No need to inflict suffering on the innocent. The god of the golden divine nation released his dazzling golden radiance, covering himself and the cultivators of the golden divine nation. He had formed a golden light curtain. The palace lord of the divine music palace took a small step forward as well. The heavenly music of the great path rang out, protecting the disciples of the Shangxiao divine palace. An invisible storm of the great path swept through the air, terrible to the extreme. The saint-level cultivators there felt that they were insignificant in the face of its might. Many of the people regretted having come to Taishen Mountain. They should never have come here. Once the battle really started, the consequences would be too disastrous to imagine. The city lord of Taishen and String Emperor stepped out, and their might covered all of Taishen Mountain. It seemed like once their opponents started fighting, they would do whatever it took to defeat the cultivators from the divine capital of Shilling. But at that moment, they saw a cold light flash in Luo Chongyang's eyes, and he smiled. He seemed to be mocking them. Lord Taishen is your elder, and under his tutelage, your cultivation has reached the heavens. I came here to pay a visit. How could I have come here by myself, said Luo Chongyang coldly. As he said this, the Taishen Hierophant's expression changed a little bit, as did the others. In reality, the Taishen Hierophant had thought of this. His spiritual will covered all of Taishen Mountain, but he had not sensed old demon Luo. But there was a possibility that his level was just too high, and so he could not sense his existence. This isn't good. The Taishen Hierophant suddenly sensed a powerful danger. Although he still did not sense an aura, someone's incredibly high level still made him feel that indescribable threat. Indeed, at the moment that he felt this, a burst of terrible demonic power descended. A hand stretched down from the sky. It was a demonic palm print from the heavens, smashing into Taishen Palace at the peak of Taishen Mountain. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the palace at the top of Taishen Mountain was reduced to dust. In the next moment, everyone saw a demonic figure appear in the sky. It was the lord of the divine capital of Shilling, old demon Luo. I had heard that Lord Taishen was about to break through to the next level, and so I came to pay my respects, said old demon Luo, his voice shaking the heavens and the earth. The people of Taishen City could not help but tremble. Old demon Luo had come here himself just to stop Lord Taishen from breaking through to the next level. He had not hesitated to start a battle and destroy Taishen Palace. His determination was obvious. The divine capital of Shilling did not want to see Lord Taishen advance to the next level. My lord. The Taishen Hierophant and the others looked up. Everyone's gaze fell upon the ruined palace. Taishen Palace had stood at the peak of Taishen Mountain and had stood as a symbol for them. Now, it had been destroyed by old demon Luo. Amidst the ruins, a figure gradually opened his eyes. Lord Taishen was dressed in a simple robe, and his body was covered in dust, but this could not hide his elegance. The Taishen Hierophant and the others bowed. "We were not strong enough to protect you. We let them disturb your cultivation. Old demon Luo of the divine capital of Shilling came. How could you have defended me?" Lord Taishen answered indifferently. He obviously did not blame them. Old demon Luo was at his level and had brought his son Luo Chongyang. If his opponents wanted to forcibly disturb his cultivation, they would have had no way to stop them. "Long time no see, Lord Taishen," said old demon Luo calmly, just like they were old friends. There was none of the fierceness from before. Lord Taishen nodded. "Indeed. I have missed you all this time." At that moment, everyone in Taishen City felt a suffocating pressure. The two of them were talking casually, but they could feel an incredibly threatening atmosphere. The worldly great path flowed, and the weather changed. A brilliant light shone from Lord Taishuan's arms. It was sword light. At that moment, all of the vastness of the world seemed to shine with sword light. There were swords everywhere. Lord Taishen himself was suffused with brilliant light as if he was a sword himself. The third strike of the fleeting divine sword is fleeting swordsmanship. "I see it clearly," said Lord Taishen. His voice rang out across Taishen Mountain. Everyone's faces became very solemn as they looked towards him. Was he talking to someone? Or was he speaking to all of the swordsmen on Taishen Mountain? The third strike of the fleeting divine sword was the most powerful, and it was the final one. Everyone was staring at him. As they watched him, he raised his arms and pointed at the sky. On Taishen Mountain, at this moment, it seemed that there was only Lord Taishen. The moment his finger fell, the vast and endless space seemed to stand still. Everyone felt an inexplicable breath, and their thoughts seemed to have stopped. Between heaven and earth, there was only that one sword. As this sword was unleashed, the sky glimmered, and the figure of Lord Taishen became illusory. While he seemed to be in the same place, his actual body had appeared in front of old demon Luo. That finger, a sword, pierced through the sky. When Lord Taishen made his move, old demon Luo had already sensed it. The demonic might on his body exploded instantly, sending pressure across thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. The sky turned to darkness, pitch black. His palm slammed down without any hesitation, colliding with that sword. In an instant, the world was dimmed and dull. Darkness fell in front of many people's eyes, and they felt that death had descended. But in the darkened sky, an incredibly bright sword light pierced through the sky, and the divine light penetrated from old demon Luo's body, reaching directly above the sky dome. In the next moment, the endless divine light of swordsmanship pierced the darkness, causing the light to shine through. Old demon Luo's body drowned in the sword light, awash like the water, and old demon Luo's body seemed to turn elusive. All the will of the way was broken. Under this ultimate attack, time seemed to stand still. The crowd seemed to witness the struggle of old demon Luo. Up and down Taishen Mountain, even the people of the entire Taishen city felt the power of this blow. Countless ideas came into their heads, but in fact, it was perhaps only for a moment. Buzz. The divine light sailed across. The crowd saw a sword stab at the sky. Countless divine swords pierced the darkness, and the demonic might roiled non-stop. Old demon Luo's body shot straight above the sky dome and gradually faded until it disappeared. However, soon, a face appeared in the sky. It was old demon Luo's face. At this time, the face was somewhat distorted. Its eyes were extremely cold. Many did not even dare to look at those eyes. It was as if they would fall into them. "You broke through?" Old demon Luo's voice was gloomy. Lord Taishen didn't answer his question. His eyes swept up to the place above the sky. He said, "Divine capital of Shilling put in such a great effort because you didn't want to see me break through." He had the disciples provoke disputes, and the crown prince of the divine capital of Shilling, Luo Chongyang, pinned down several of his disciples. At the same time, old demon Luo attempted to destroy Taishen Palace. This was not only just to interrupt his cultivation, but to possibly injure him severely, completely stopping any hope of him making a breakthrough. As a major demonic figure of Shilling, old demon Luo was ruthless and vicious. He showed absolutely no mercy. Just want to take a look at your present state. Now that I have seen it, divine capital of Shilling will bid our goodbyes, old demon Luo said. Suddenly, Luo Chongyang and the others were eager to retreat. He could see that one sword strike just now had already injured his father. Lord Taishen had wounded his father with one blow, which showed that there was another breakthrough in his realm. Taishen Mountain clearly was not a place for him to tarry any longer. Do you think you can come and go as you please? Lord Taishen said as he waved his hand toward the void. A huge character of the way appeared suddenly, hanging high above the sky. Luo Chongyang, previously, when you destroyed my character of the way, I didn't pursue the matter on account of your junior status. Now, walk out of this character on your own. You are not allowed to use power of any kind, Lord Taishen said to Luo Chongyang. Luo Chongyang's expression suddenly stiffened as he glanced at the word. At this moment, the power of the character was even more tyrannical and contained a terrible power of destruction. His face was sullen as he glanced at Lord Taishen. Eventually, he stepped into the void and walked toward that character, actually entering right into it. Infinite sword will condensed and manifested from the character of the way, tearing at Luo Chongyang's body. He seemed to be suffering under a terrible might of the way. His surroundings were distorted, and his body seemed to be pierced by infinite divine swords of the great path. Blood dripped from him. Every drop of blood contained the horrible will of the way. Bang! Luo Chongyang's hair, disheveled, was flying in the wind. His body seemed to have stepped into the swordsmanship of Lord Taishen. Although Lord Taishen stood below, the character seemed to be one with his mind, emitting sharp, scraping sounds. Luo Chongyang walked through it step by step, and when he passed through the character completely, his body was covered in blood. The wild breath above his body was also floating. What does my lord think? Luo Chongyang asked Lord Taishen. Everyone who witnessed this scene blow was trembling. Luo Chongyang had suffered such humiliation, but old demon Luo did not come out. It was obvious that the old demon must be injured so that he did not intervene, allowing Luo Chongyang to suffer such disgrace. Just how strong was Lord Taishen at this moment? Had Lord Taishen really made a breakthrough? Some prominent figures, such as the Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace and the Divine General of the Golden Divine Nation, fixed their attention on Lord Taishen. The strength of old demon Luo was well known to them, but now, old demon Luo not only failed in the sneak attacks but was also wounded by Lord Taishen. It was obvious that Lord Taishen had grown more fearsome than before. The position of Taishen Mountain in the higher heavens realm would change again. We have finished with the matter of you destroying the character of the way. Next, since the disciples of the divine capital of Shilling wanted to spar with the disciples of Taishen Mountain, and you were the one who forcibly interrupted the whole affair, the discussion is not yet over. Let's continue with the exchange, Lord Taishen said again, intending to deal with each and every one of the transgressions. First, it was old demon Luo, then it was Luo Chongyang, and finally, it would be those disciples of the divine capital of Shilling, who came to pick a fight. Moreover, he even re-added the character and re-engraved it in the void. Was it to allow those who had made their moves before to continue leveraging its power? The disciples of the divine capital of Shilling were no longer aching to fight. Their king of the divine capital, old demon Luo, was defeated, and the crown prince Luo Chongyang was forced to walk through the character of the way. It could be said that they had completely failed, having been unable to effect Lord Taishuan's breakthrough. What was the point of continuing to fight? Disciples of Taishen Mountain, on the other hand, looked rather sharp. At this time, Yi Futian still sat in the string pavilion. He looked at the character of the way and resonated with it. There were some waves in his heart. The sword strike that was previously unleashed by Lord Taishen was too profound. The fleeing divine sword. With one strike, yin and yang were thrown into pandemonium, causing the passage of time, which was destroyed. One point of the finger was one strike, and one strike caused the fleeting passage of time. Such a strike, even at his utmost, was impossible to comprehend fully. He had only observed the magnificence of the fleeting divine sword and was perceiving what kind of technique it was. Now, was Lord Taishen reminding him to continue fighting? Although the advantage was entirely theirs, it was still really difficult for the disciples of Taishen Mountain to defeat the disciples of the divine capital of Shilling. Therefore, Lord Taishen may still allow him to continue to strike back. When his thoughts turned to this, Yi Futian's mind moved, and in an instant, in the land above Luo Yu, the sword will whistled as if calling her. Luo Yu revealed a strange look. Was the sword looking for her? This was clearly wanting to use her for the strike. It was as if it was really her sword. Luo Yu had no words but still cooperated. Her palms were outstretched, and a sword was born, clamoring in the void. With the vast sky, the light of countless divine swords was whistling this way, surrounding her sword. The sword chi turned destructive, leaving sword marks between the sky and earth. Go! Luo Yu pointed her finger through the air. Although the others were making their move, it did not prevent her from controlling her sword. But the other swords also followed hers, cutting at the disciples of the divine capital of Shilling, who were in the void. The second level of the technique, cleave of all things, though not as powerful, was equally terrifying. Countless blood splattered, and many of the disciples of the divine capital of Shilling were pale as they were bleeding. There were even cultivators whose bodies were penetrated by the swords. The character of the way resonates. Many on Taishen Mountain looked up at the character in the void, and they all felt the power of its resonance. It was as if this character was hidden within it. Therefore, it urged the terrible fight of swordsmanship on the battlefield. In a blink of an eye, almost all the cultivators from the divine capital of Shilling were injured by sword chi with varying degrees of injuries. A moment later, the whistling swords stopped. Those cultivators of the divine capital of Shilling, who were arrogant and overbearing when they arrived, now appeared exhausted and powerless. Take your people and get out of here. Next time, if you dare to come to Taishen Mountain like this again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lord Taishen looked at Luo Chongyang and admonished him. Suddenly, Luo Chongyang hung his head and led his cronies away. Without any hint of anger, Luo Chongyang waved his hand and led the people from the divine capital of Shilling away from Taishen Mountain. Watching the disappearing figures in the void, everyone on Taishen Mountain felt strong feelings of emotion and shock. Lord, one after another, the voices called out as their eyes looked toward Lord Taishen. Did Lord Taishen make the breakthrough? Master. The 4 disciples of Lord Taishen also looked at their master because even they did not know if their master had broken through or not. Congratulations to Lord Taishen for great success this time, and the realm is deeper, the Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace said and bowed slightly to Lord Taishen. Congratulations to our Lord, others said one after the other. They bowed in the direction of Lord Taishen. That thought of those who cultivated on Taishen Mountain reappeared. Would the master establish a clan and pass on his teachings? Now that the master had stepped into another level, even prominent characters as powerful as old Demon Luo could not withstand his attack. If Lord Taishen took this opportunity to establish his own clan, many superior cultivators would flock here, answering his call. When their thoughts turned to this, many in Taishen region were very much looking forward to the future. No need for the formalities. Lord Taishen waved his hand. On Taishen Mountain, with the defeat of old Demon Luo, there would be no more trouble, and everyone was feeling relaxed. Lord Taishen looked at the crowd and said, "Today, Taishen Mountain is honored by the arrival of so many people in the upper heavens realm. However, as I still need to continue my retreat and cultivate for some time, I'm afraid I won't have time to spend with all of you. Soon, my disciples will entertain our guests in my stead." Upon hearing Lord Taishuan's words, everyone looked a bit tense. It seemed that Lord Taishen had not completely finished his breakthrough. Before, he had been forced out of retreat by old Demon Luo and had to come out to fight him. Now that old Demon Luo had taken the cultivators of the divine capital of Shilling away, Lord Taishen was ready to continue his cultivation in solitude. Everyone nodded to demonstrate their agreement. They had come here to see if Lord Taishen could step foot into another level. At such a crucial state, Lord Taishen was unlikely to spend time relaxing. My lord's retreat is an important matter. What happened before was nerve-wracking, but fortunately, my lord's swordsmanship defeated old demon Luo. However, this exposed the weaknesses of Taishen Mountain's defense. My lord did not accept disciples for a long time, and if I'm to be honest, the disciples on Taishen Mountain nowadays leave much to be desired in their cultivation. At this time, a voice spoke up. The cultivators of Taishen Mountain were greatly embarrassed upon hearing those words, but they also knew that what the other said was true. Taishen Mountain had been neglecting the cultivation of its disciples. The person who spoke was a divine general from Golden Divine Nation, whose momentum was magnificent and super powerful. Everyone was puzzled as to why he was saying this now. Lord Taishen looked at him, waiting for the other to continue. My lord's cultivation is now matchless, and a clan and school ought to be established, the divine general continued. Everyone continued to pay attention to him. Some divine general from the Golden Divine Nation actually took the initiative to persuade Lord Taishen to establish a clan and school. With Lord Taishuan's strength, if he retreated for a period of time, his cultivation might reach a terrifying level. Once a clan and school were established, in time, a new superpower would be born in the upper heavens realm. To the Golden Divine Nation, this was not a particularly beneficial situation. Otherwise, old demon Luo would not have paid such a heavy price to stop Lord Taishuan's breakthrough. Of course, in this midst of all this, there was also their personal grudges. But the Golden Divine Nation had no reason to persuade Lord Taishen to establish his own school and set up his own clan unless there were some ulterior motives. Gari Shur, the prince of our divine nation, received the inheritance of the Overlord, but has not yet met a worthy teacher. Previously, there were plans of sending him to Shangxiao Divine Palace to cultivate for a while, but it so happened that my lord made a breakthrough. If my lord wishes, he might accept him as a disciple and allow his highness to cultivate under my lord, the divine general continued. Suddenly, everyone understood his plan. Now that Lord Taishen was about to enter another level, if the prince of the divine nation could become his disciple, it would indeed be a win-win situation for both parties. The Golden Divine Nation had been bestowed its power by Donghuang the Great. Its background was profound, and it was absolutely a force in its own right at the peak of the higher heavens realm. Lord Taishen had extensive knowledge of many things and knew much about the past and present. If he were to ally with the Golden Divine Nation, it would definitely be of great benefit to Taishen Mountain. As long as Lord Taishen desired to establish a clan and school, the Golden Divine Nation could be of service. Furthermore, it would be of great significance if he accepted Gari Shur as his disciple. Gari Shur was also quite renowned. His talents were extraordinary. It was rumored that the inheritance of the Golden Divine Nation had gone on for 10 generations, hence the meaning of his nation more powerful than 10 generations. It was an extremely arrogant name. He did not disappoint his elders, and there was indeed a powerful temperament about him. If it wasn't for a few older brothers, whose cultivations were higher, he would probably have already been named the Crown Prince of the Golden Divine Nation. The Master has not accepted any disciples for many years. It would be a happy event if he made an exception and accepted Gari Shur as his disciple, some thought. They looked toward Lord Taishen, wondering if he would make such an exception today. Even Lord Taishuan's 4 disciples looked at their master. Over the years, the Taishen Hierophant had advocated that their master take another disciple numerous times, but Lord Taishen never did accept a 5th person. However, the cultivators of Taishen Mountain wore an odd look. They were a little displeased. Never mind that the other had bluntly stated that there were no decent cultivators on Taishen Mountain, but in the matter of the 5th disciple, all the cultivators at Taishen Mountain had been waiting for such an opportunity. Now that the other wanted to skip everyone, it was naturally a cause for embarrassment for the cultivators of Taishen Mountain. But the one thing they had to admit was that Gari Shur's aura was much more dazzling than any of theirs. He was indeed more suitable than anyone else to become the 5th disciple of Lord Taishen after he broke through the shackles of the realm. Lord Taishen glanced at Gari Shur, who stood next to the divine general of the Golden Divine Nation. He saw the peerless mettle of this young man. The golden robe on his body fluttered even though there was no wind. His eyes were also golden, and from them was terrible divine light that exuded extreme sharpness. One could even vaguely feel the majestic breath inside his body. With just one glance, Gari-Shirsh's outstanding talent was apparent to all. Everyone felt the sharpness he exuded. Young and gallant, and his aura was just like his name. I assume you all know that I once said I would not accept any more disciples. Even now, I will not break this promise. The prince is outstanding and peerless, and he does not need to worry about not finding a suitable teacher, Lord Taishen responded, making everyone on Taishen Mountain feel a sense of pity. It seemed that Lord Taishen really wouldn't accept any more disciples if he was now refusing someone as exceptional as Gari-Shirsh. I heard about my lord's vow at the time, but now that the talent on Taishen Mountain is dwindling, giving way to the disciples of divine capital of Shilling to do whatever they want, my lord need not insist upon those words of the past, the divine general of the Golden Divine Nation continued. The disciples of Taishen Mountain all revealed a strange expression. They were so bluntly demeaned by outsiders, which embarrassed them. If it were not for that mysterious character, who struck just now, they would have been defeated. Disciples of Taishen Mountain are not entirely as useless as Elder has described, a voice said. It was Jun Mu, the disciple of the Taishen Hierophant. Before that, his master had wanted to send him to Lord Taishen to cultivate, but Lord Taishen did not agree to that either. Now, the people of the Golden Divine Nation were being so blatantly disrespectful, so he felt greatly displeased. The divine general glanced over. At the same time, Gari-Shirsh, who was next to him, also looked at Jun Mu. Those eyes emitted a divine golden light that were able to penetrate through everything. Jun Mu felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Everywhere he shot his gaze, there was a towering golden beam, which made his eyes feel very uncomfortable. Luo Yuming, the son of old demon Luo, couldn't bear the power of my halberd, Gari-Shirsh said lightly, slight contempt in his eyes. Previously, in battle with Jun Mu and Luo Yuming, they were suppressed, and now he dared to claim that Luo Yuming could not bear the power of his halberd. But Luo Yuming's reputation in the higher heavens realm was indeed quite a bit behind Gari-Shirsh's. Although the cultivators on Taishen Mountain are not as talented, didn't you see that there was a sword that repelled everyone? Lord Taishen said with a smile. Everyone was surprised. It seemed that it was a swordsman of the Saint Plain on Taishen Mountain. But just who was it? Whose swordsmanship was so advanced? Could it be that the Sword Abyss had disciples with hidden strength? Luo Yu wanted the most to know who it was. Before, the other had borrowed her sword, which made it look like she was the one in control of the sword. When had the Sword Abyss have such a powerful person? This youngster is pretty good. Who was it? The Palace Lord of the Divine Music Palace asked. To be able to resonate with the character of the Way and use the will of the Way in the character to form a sword and unleash the second level of the fleeting divine sword was indeed commendable. His perception of the Way was bound to be extremely strong, and his talent must be unmeasurable. He didn't want anyone to know, so the Palace Lord need not pursue it further. Lord Taishen smiled. Probably, only he, as the one who had engraved the character of the Way and who was one with the character, would know who it was that used his will to ignite the will of the Way. Others could not connect with the character of the Way, so they couldn't perceive it. A strange look flashed across Gari-Shirsh's eyes. It seemed that Lord Taishen greatly valued the mysterious disciple who didn't reveal himself. Could that be the reason Lord Taishen refused him as a disciple? No matter how strong the opponent was, how strong could they really be? Yi Futian watched all this and took everything in. Gari-Shirsh must be a tyrannical character. He was the prince of the Golden Divine Nation, whose name was arrogant and unparalleled. He was also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Lord Taishen to conceal the truth for him and did not expose him. What happened today attracted Lord Taishuan's personal attention. In fact, exposure had a limited impact on him, but Lord Taishen still respected his choice. Very well, I should get back to cultivating. Anyone who comes to Taishen Mountain can meditate me with me here, but if someone else is looking for trouble again, don't be upset if I don't react well to it. Lord Taishuan's tone suddenly became harsher. He said to the Taishen Hierophant, "Take care of our guests." "Yes, Master." The Taishen Hierophant nodded and saw the Master walk forward. As he raised his hand and waved, suddenly, an ancient peak appeared out of thin air, rising from the ground. He waved again, and Taishen Palace appeared. He took a step and walked into it, sitting there. He was one with the character of the way, comprehending and cultivating. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color, and the will of the way roiled toward the endless void, flowing into the distance. Many looked yonder with a solemn look. Lord Taishen was using that character to perceive the world. The palace lord of the divine music palace did not leave, neither did the cultivators of the golden divine nation or the representatives of many top principalities. They were all standing there and watching. Even if it was only observing Lord Taishen cultivate, they could still gain some insight from it. As for those youngsters, the impact on them was even greater. That character of the way alone was enough for them to meditate. It seems that our Lord will really be stepping into another level, many people thought as they looked over there, preparing to witness this event together. On Taishen Mountain, Futian came to the crowd as he looked in the direction of Lord Taishen. He was now closer than he was at String Pavilion and could see everything more clearly. It just so happened that Luo Yu was standing next to him. She glanced at Futian, who had come to her side, and said, "How come I didn't see you before?" "I was cultivating at the String Pavilion," Futian replied. Luo Yu's tone indicated some displeasure. But when she thought that Futian was just of the unblemished plain, Luo Yu thought that she did not need to get angry with him about his failure to participate in the battle. Instead, she said, "This character contains the true will of the great path, you must take care to meditate with it." Futian nodded slightly. On the top of Taishen Mountain, Lord Taishen sat above the palace, bathed in the divine light of the great path. His body seemed to be connected with the 9 heavens. Above the endless void, the will of the way entered the body and created a certain wondrous resonance with it. And that character of the way, likewise, also bloomed in endless radiance, connecting the boundless vast area, covering the entire Taishen region. Anyone within Taishen region, even if they were hundreds of thousands of miles apart, could still feel the impact Lord Taishen had on breaking into the realm. Such an extraordinary state was enough to make countless many yearn and dream. Even those who had already proved the existence of Renhuang were still looking solemn, gazing in the direction of Taishen Mountain. When this step was crossed, Lord Taishen would be a giant figure standing at the peak of the higher heavens realm, and even beyond the higher heavens realm, he would probably be the very top of all of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. There were still many preeminent characters in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, but those who had taken this step were probably the minority. Futian did not know how many such old monsters still existed in the higher heavens realm, but according to what he knew, in the heavenly mandate realm where he was, only Jiyu Tianxing was at that level. The old overlord of the heavenly mandate dynasty may have been another, but after the destruction inflicted by both sides, there may be no one left at this level at the heavenly mandate realm. Of course, if there were the existence of hidden masters, that was beyond his knowledge. Therefore, he clearly understood the significance of Lord Taishuan's breakthrough. Not only did he understand it, but everyone else understood as well. Otherwise, old Demon Luo of Divine Capital of Shilling would not have attacked and tried to forcibly interrupt Lord Taishen, even wanting to wound him. The powerful Golden Divine Nation even wanted to have their most outstanding prince, Gari Shashur, to be his disciple. From this, one could understand the significance. The Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace did not leave, neither did the divine generals of the Golden Divine Nation. All the other top principalities were all in attendance, watching Lord Taishen impacting the realm. It seemed as if it was some great attraction to them. In fact, not only them, but as time passed, more and more prominent characters had arrived, except that they did not show themselves. Some were covered by thousands of miles of divine will, and some were around Taishen Mountain or inside Taishen City. It would not be an overstatement to say that the breakthrough this time was a highly anticipated event in all of the upper heavens realm. The light of the character of the way was getting more brilliant, and its will was getting stronger. Yi Futian sat cross-legged, and, like many disciples of Taishan Mountain, he was quietly comprehending and cultivating as Lord Taishuan's breakthrough was another kind of teaching. Such opportunity was pure luck, could not be sought out. It all depended on themselves how much one could comprehend. Yi Futian's will blended with the character of the way, wandering between heaven and earth. He felt the power of creation in heaven and earth, as well as the omnipresent way. Gradually, Yi Futian gave way to a very strong sensation, allowing him to control the way more freely. This sensation of freedom was extremely gratifying. It was as if no matter the distance, he was still able to exert control. In a blink of an eye, many days had passed, but the people on Taishan Mountain seemed to have forgotten the time. Many woke up from cultivation and looked at Lord Taishan. Had there still been no breakthrough? Now, the divine light had reached the 9 heavens, and the way flowed between heaven and earth. Even so, Lord Taishan seemed to have not yet reached the limit needed to break through. All 4 disciples of Lord Taishan were guarding and protecting his surroundings, preventing anyone from interfering with Lord Taishuan's cultivation. It seems that this realm is hard. Not far from Yi Futian, Wen Shuyi looked at Lord Taishan, frowning, as if worried for him. As a disciple of Sword Abyss, of course, he wanted Lord Taishan to break through. However, it seemed extremely difficult to break through this realm. Old demon Luo dared to venture here and disturb the Grandmaster because he knew that this realm would not be easy to get through. He didn't expect that the Grandmaster had already transformed before the actual breakthrough, being able to defeat him with a single blow. Luo Yu glanced over with a solemn look on her face. Although it is difficult, I believe the Grandmaster can do it. Well, it'll take 1,000 years to form one sword. Lord Taishan did not establish a clan or school, and he was rarely involved in external disputes, all to maintain a peaceful state of mind. He is a true and pure cultivator. Wan Shuyi also nodded in response. Senior brother, on Taishan Mountain, are there swordsmen with tremendous sword technique? Luo Yu seemed to have thought of something and asked Wan Shuyi. You are asking about those from before, right? Wan Shuyi instinctively understood her intention but shook his head. I cultivate in Sword Abyss, and I'm pretty confident in my swordsmanship. My cultivation of the 2nd level of the fleeting divine sword is incredibly skilled. However, when that sword appeared, I realized I was but a frog at the bottom of a well. The man who controlled the sword has skills that far surpass mine, but in daily practice in the Sword Abyss, I was unaware of the existence of such a swordsman and have no idea who it was that concealed their true strength. Senior brother, do you think it's possible? Luo Yu suddenly said to Wan Shuyi. Impossible, Wan Shuyi said decisively. If so, would Lord Taishan deliberately elevate the disciples of Taishan Mountain? Lord Taishan had already said that it was a disciple of Saint Plain from Taishan Mountain, so it must have been so. I'm being silly, Luo Yu said. She felt that she was indeed a little crazy. Because of the power and mystery of that sword, she had wild thoughts, to the point that she was even questioning the words of Lord Taishan. But as soon Wan Shuyi said that, she didn't think about it anymore. There probably were some disciples with hidden strengths in the Sword Abyss. At this moment, a breath of terror flowed about. Above the 9 heavens, countless divine light of the great path fell in the direction where Lord Taishan was. It penetrated his body so that his entirety was radiant. It was as if he was on the verge of transforming into a divine body. The mighty holy pressure was now overwhelming the space. Lord Taishuan's eyes suddenly opened, and he looked toward the sky. This look seemed to have penetrated the boundless void, looking beyond this world. The heavenly path is incomplete, an ephemeral voice said, which seemed to contain endless sigh. It was as if the gods were sighing. This mournful sound made countless people felt a deep sense of sorrow. It was as if they were involuntarily affected by it. Such influence was astonishing. Just a voice alone was enough to affect everyone. The heavenly path was incomplete. Those preeminent characters also looked up at the sky, for they also knew that the heavenly path was incomplete. At the peak of Taishan Mountain, Lord Taishan took out a guqin and plucked at the strings with his fingers. In an instant, The sound of music penetrated the endless void along with the great path and fell into countless people's ears. The melody was like the sound of the great path. When the music started, many felt a sadness, a mood that seemed to speak of endless regrets. The lost sound of the great path, the song of lost divine. The eyes of the palace lord of divine music palace instantly became extremely sharp, as if penetrating the void. He looked toward Lord Taishen as if to watch every move Lord Taishen made. He listened to each musical note to brand them into his mind. Listen carefully, he said to several disciples from Shangxiao Divine Palace who were next to him. The lost sound of the great path, the song of lost divine, was one of the 10 divine melodies. It was known as the true divine sound of the great path. It was rumored that the epitome of sword technique at Taishen Mountain, the fleeting divine sword, was created by combining the song of the lost divine and swordsmanship. Now, Lord Taishen was playing the song of lost divine upon Taishen Mountain. Even though he was the palace lord of Divine Music Palace, he wanted to brand the entire melody in his memory. At this moment, Futian also looked very grave. He sat cross-legged, and his eyes became endlessly deep. His entire person entered an extremely curious state. It was as if he had completely forgotten about himself and had become ethereal, immersed in the sound of the music. This melody carried with it endless regret and sadness. It seemed to be describing the sorrow of cultivation. After cultivating for a lifetime, he had no choice but to refuse the way, desolate and filled with pain. There were also regrets. Upon hearing this music, many cultivators, who were not determined enough, now sensed a strong pessimism. At this moment, they seemed to want to put down all that they had worked for and completely forget about their cultivation. Even as the will of the way reversed, the breath inside their bodies became disorderly and moved out of their control. Soon, some people's eyes became bloody red. It was as if they were in a trance, entering an uncontrollable state. Some even started damaging their own foundations. Don't be affected by the music, someone alerted the others. Futian also shared the same feeling as the breath in his body became jumbled. What kind of existence was the composer who created this melody? The will of the great path roared wildly between heaven and earth. Accompanied by the sound of the melody, the breath inside of Lord Taishen was also roaring wildly, making booming sounds. The world was changing. The sound of Guqin soared as if to compete with the great path, disregarding fate, aiming to contend with the heavenly path. There was a long river racing between heaven and earth, which made Taishen Mountain tremble. Everyone within Taishen region felt a terrible shock. Finally, with the last note, a divine light seemed to penetrate the 9 heavens. Lord Taishen stood up, the robe on his body fluttered wildly in the wind. The will of the way beat about his body. He looked incomparably great and insufferably arrogant. At this moment, the entire Taishen region shook once, and then, all the breath between heaven and earth began to calm down. Success! The disciples of Taishen Mountain murmured and stared in that one direction. At this time, people came from all directions, possessing supreme temperaments. Some were immortal, some were domineering, but there were also extraordinary empresses among them. Congratulations to Lord Taishen, a voice said. The palace lord of Divine Music Palace looked at Lord Taishen with a very complicated look in his eyes. Congratulations, many stepped into the void and paid their respects to Taishen Palace. Everyone who arrived was a great, powerful existence in the higher heavens realm. When the people of Taishen Mountain saw what they were doing, they were extremely moved. Did he succeed? Congratulations to the Lord. The disciples of Taishen Mountain bowed down to worship him. The divine general of the Golden Divine Nation looked in the direction of Lord Taishen. His eyes were a little complicated. Lord Taishen had actually achieved this step, and from this moment on, he was no longer qualified to talk to Lord Taishen as an equal, but must respectfully refer to him as an elder. Beside him, Gari Shirsh's eyes emitted divine golden light. Had he made the breakthrough? Futian watched all this quietly. He looked towards Lord Taishen. From this day forward, Lord Taishuan's status in the higher heavens realm leaped again, and he now stood at the pinnacle of giant. Lord Taishen didn't seem to be too joyful. Instead, he took a look at the sky and sighed. The heavenly path was incomplete. Turning his gaze to everyone, Lord Taishen held his hands up and thanked them. "You are all too kind." Afterward, he came to the crowd, and the 4 great disciples led by the Taishen Hierophant came behind him. They finally let go of their worries. Now, they would not be worried about someone making trouble, and no one dared to try. Even that old demon Luo of the divine capital of Shilling would have to be more cautious when he met Lord Taishen in the future. If Lord Taishen intended to settle matters of the past, that old demon would lose. Today, Lord Taishen comprehended the way on Taishen Mountain. "It is a major event for cultivators in the higher heavens realms," the Palace Lord of the Divine Music Palace said. Many cultivators nodded in agreement. The influence of a top character was very great. "Just a few more years of cultivation than any of you." Lord Taishen appeared very calm. "One cannot surpass this realm with time alone." The Palace Lord of the Divine Music Palace shook his head and said, "On behalf of Shangxiao Divine Palace, we congratulate you, my lord. After bringing back such great news, I believe that all people in various palaces will also be overjoyed for my lord." "Palace Lord is too kind. Please give my regards to everyone when you return. If there is ever a chance, I will pay you a visit," Lord Taishen responded politely. "If my lord ever wants to come to the Divine Music Palace, there will soon be a chance." The Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace smiled and said, "Everyone in the Divine Music Palace must be looking forward to talking with my lord." Lord Taishen seemed to think of something when he heard the words of the Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace. He smiled and knew what the other meant. Many powerful figures on Taishen Mountain thought of one thing when they heard his words. Someone said with a smile, 10 years have gone by in the blink of an eye, and it is time for the opportunity of trials once more. It is indeed a blessing to all young cultivators in the higher heavens realm. Shangxiao Divine Palace preached to the world, benefiting the world of cultivation, and doing great deeds. Lord Taishen nodded and said, "Shangxiao Divine Palace was indeed a place worthy of admiration. Shangxiao Divine Palace is a treasured land within the higher heavens realm, which can nurture the great path. For many years, it has adhered to its mission of preaching as a matter of course," the Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace replied. It was well known to everyone in the higher heavens realm that Shangxiao Divine Palace was located in the most treasured holy land in all of higher heavens realm and had trained many powerful great characters. Therefore, for many years, it had been preaching to the world, never getting involved in disputes. Of course, if it were not so, many of the top principalities in the higher heavens realm would have long been rifted with malice, and Shangxiao Divine Palace would not have occupied such a lofty status. It's a pity that the fruit grown in the Divine Palace is limited, otherwise, it could help more people to comprehend the way, the Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace continued. "My lord has not yet established a clan, so in the years past, Taishen Mountain had just a quota of 5 spaces. But now that my lord has had a breakthrough, I will discuss with other palace lords when I return about increasing the number of places for Taishen Mountain to 15 people. Many thanks." Lord Taishen nodded with a smile. He glanced at the disciples of Taishen Mountain behind him. Although 15 spaces were still far from enough compared to the disciples who cultivated on Taishen Mountain, considering those who had a real chance to break through into Renhuang Plain, 15 spaces were a lot. It was definitely enough. After all, it was not that easy to become a Renhuang. The Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace is biased. "Why not add some more spaces for us?" said a powerful person next to him. "If everyone could be like my lord, then there would be no problem," the Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace said with a smile. Suddenly, everyone revealed a dull expression. Could one break through the realm just because one wanted to? Would this kind of character be so rare in the higher heavens realm? Never mind in the higher heavens realm, even in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there were not many. "Very well. Now that my lord has broken through, this matter is over, and we should be getting back. After everyone gets back, you can discuss the matter regarding the candidates. Now, we should get ready to go." The Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace smiled and said, "When my lord has free time, please come to the Divine Palace to sit and chat." "Good. Lord Taishen nodded. Farewell. The place lord of Divine Music Palace put his hands together and then left with his people. We should be getting back, too. Goodbye. All the cultivators saluted and left as well. Lord Taishen watched them as they left. The divine general from the Golden Divine Nation stepped forward and asked, "Won't you consider our previous proposition?" "I already said that I would not accept any more disciples." Lord Taishen shook his head. The other nodded and took Gari Shashur and turned to leave. Other cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation also left with them. The Golden Divine Light opened up the road of Great Path, and soon, they disappeared between heaven and earth. People of the Divine Nation are really too proud, Lord Taishen whispered as he watched those who were leaving. The Golden Divine Nation claimed to be the descendant of the ancient Golden God. It had some connection with the Great Emperor and enjoyed great prosperity in the past. If it were not for the Master's breakthrough, they would probably not have taken Gari Shashur to us, said the Taishen Hierophant. Lord Taishen said nothing more. As the crowd gradually left, there were fewer and fewer people on Taishen Mountain, and the cultivators of the Taishen region also bowed and left. With this matter over, they had no more reason to linger there. After a while, Taishen Mountain seemed to have returned to its former tranquility. Not many people were still there, save for the disciples of Taishen Mountain. At this time, the disciples of Taishen Mountain were still focused on Lord Taishen. Even at this moment, they had not completely calmed their minds. Lord Taishen was already someone at the peak. He had now gone one step further. With so many powerful figures in the higher heavens realm congratulating him, they could very clearly feel Lord Taishuan's current status, which was now truly beyond this world. Even the Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace was extremely polite and invited Lord Taishen to lecture at Shangxiao Divine Palace. Furthermore, 10 more spaces were given to them. With this in mind, many disciples in Taishen Mountain could not hide the anticipation in their eyes, especially those whose cultivation was already in the Nirvana plane. For them, this was an extremely rare opportunity that happened only once every 10 years. In the higher heavens realm, only the Divine Palace could provide such an opportunity. All the top figures of all principalities in the higher heavens realm would head over to the Divine Palace to prove themselves. However, even with 15 spaces, it was, perhaps, still not enough. Besides the disciples cultivating on Taishen Mountain, Lord Taishuan's 4 disciples each also had their own disciples to consider. In addition, some elders on Taishen Mountain also had descendants of their own. Lord Taishen looked at everyone in the crowd and saw in their eyes that revealed their admiration, worship, and expectations. In addition, a few people also felt lost, clearly realizing that they had no chance. Lord Taishen could read everyone's thoughts with one glance. He said, "You must have heard the words of the Palace Lord of the Divine Music Palace at Shangxiao Divine Palace. Soon, there will be the once-in-a-decade opportunity at Shangxiao Divine Palace, which is mainly focused on those at the pinnacle of the Saint Plane, so there is an opportunity to enter the Renhuang Plane. Of course, it is only an opportunity. The key to success is still your own talent, perception, and state of mind." Everyone listened attentively. This was something they knew. The Divine Palace is the first holy place for cultivation in the higher heavens realm, rumored to be able to forge the basis of Renhuang. For cultivators, it is indeed valuable. This time, the Divine Palace gave Taishen Mountain 10 more spaces, all because the Grandmaster broke through. Other top forces only have 10 spaces in total. Jun Mu, a disciple of the Taishen Hierophant, spoke. Lord Taishen nodded. The top forces in the higher heavens realm received 10 spaces in 10 years. They had never established a clan nor opened a school. They used to have only 5 spaces, but this time, they were given 10 more for a total of 15. So, 15 spaces. 5 spaces for the cultivators of Taishen Mountain. You 4 may each choose 2 disciples, so 2 places each. How about that? Lord Taishen said to everyone. His 4 disciples would get 2 spaces each, and cultivators of Taishen Mountain would get 5 spaces, which was considered evenly distributed. Everyone nodded and didn't have any qualms. Lord Taishuan's suggestion was relatively fair, and he took care of the needs of both sides. What about the other 2? the Taishen Hierophant asked. 5 plus 8 only accounted for 13 spaces. I have other plans for them, Lord Taishen responded. The Taishen Hierophant nodded and said nothing more. Since Lord Taishen had other plans, there was nothing else for them to comment on. Yi Futian had been listening quietly, without speaking, because there was no room of him to speak here. But he was slightly moved when he heard that Lord Taishen had left 2 spaces. Could it be that Lord Taishen was leaving one of the 2 spaces to him? Moreover, this time it was heading toward Shangxiao Divine Palace, which was where Yi Tianyu cultivated. Not long ago, at the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, he had also had some conflicts with the disciples there. However, he had heard that the Divine Palace did not actually get involved in the battles of the disciples outside, as it was just a place of cultivation. Now it seemed that the rumor was true. Because whether or not there were people such as Yi Tianyu, it didn't really matter. However, it did not matter if he thought too much of it. It was very pleasant to cultivate on Taishen Mountain, and he was making great progress these days. Well, you may all go and prepare your own candidates, Lord Taishen said, and then turned to leave. After Lord Taishen left, many were talking about it. Let's go back to Sword Abyss, Wn Shuyi said. Senior brother Wn should be able to get a space, Luo Yu whispered. Wn Shuyi was extremely talented, and there must be a space for him. I'll do my best, Wn Shuyi said frankly, not being humble. This was an extremely rare opportunity. I hope I can go to the trial with you. Luo Yu was the daughter of the city lord of Taishen City, so naturally, there would be a space for her. Yi Futian was also on his way back, ready to return to String Pavilion. Shenjing, Wan Shuyi shouted. Yi Futian looked back at him. Soon, there will probably be some discussion at Taishen Mutane, and same with Sword Abyss. You can come around from time to help you comprehend swordsmanship, Wn Shuyi advised Yi Futian, kind of watching out for him. It is indeed a rare opportunity. Luo Yu looked at Yi Futian and nodded in agreement. This time, the final selection would inevitably result in some competition. By observing the battle, Yi Futian could also make some progress. Sure, I will definitely go, Yi Futian nodded with a smile and responded. Well, then you go back now, Wn Shuyi said. And so, Yi Futian bid his goodbye and went toward the String Pavilion. Soon after, a grand forum battle was held on Taishen Mountain. The selections for the 4 great disciples of Lord Taishen was easy, as they each had a quota of 2 spaces and could decide themselves. But since there were 5 spaces for all the cultivators on Taishen Mountain, a competition was essential for deciding on those candidates. As a result, there were exciting battles one after the other, until eventually, 5 candidates were chosen to be sent to Shangxiao Divine Palace. But for the 4 great disciples, such as the Taishen Hierophant, the matter was settled internally, with each deciding on their own candidates without participating in those competitions. Many were curious about who would be filling the remaining 2 spaces, which had been reserved by Lord Taishen himself. Yi Futian had been cultivating in the String Pavilion. On the day that Lord Taishen broke through, he had been on the side comprehending and had received many insights, which he needed time to fully digest. This included the divine melody of the Great Path and the Song of the Lost Divine, which also took him a long time to understand. He had tried to play the song but had only made small progress. On this day, Yi Futian was still cultivating in the String Pavilion, and a fiery red shadow descended before him, calling out, "Sheng Jing. Do you have any manners?" Yi Futian was a little speechless. This little phoenix was so comfortable with herself and interrupted him so blatantly. "I don't," Fengyang said without a care. "Shen Jing, you must have heard about what's happening on Taishen Mountain. Shangxiao Divine Palace gave Taishen Mountain 15 spaces, so 15 people can go there to seek the opportunity of the Great Path. This is the chance to become a Ren Huang. I heard that, but you have just entered the Nirvana plane. The realm of the Demon Emperor has nothing to do with you for the time being," Yi Futian said bluntly. "How do you know that I have a space?" Fengyang looked at Yi Futian and said with a smile. It seems that you also know that my talent is unparalleled and that I will undoubtedly be selected by Lord Taishen. This is an opportunity that comes only once in 10 years, and countless people would like to be selected but won't be. I heard from my mom and dad that many powerful Renhuang were willing to make great sacrifices in order to get a place just because this opportunity is rare. So, are you jealous? Yi Futian was able to ascertain that this little girl had come to show off. Jealous? Yi Futian was quite speechless. The parents of the little phoenix enjoyed a great relationship with the String Emperor. They may be String Emperor's demonic beast partners. When little phoenix was born, she received the blessing of Lord Taishen and was also a natural-born saint, so it was no surprise that Lord Taishen would give her a space. Hypocrite, little phoenix said. Yi Futian was a little speechless. Little phoenix showed a smug look and laughed. However, you must wish you were me. Read more chapter on Novelful. Yes, I do. Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. At this time, footsteps were heard. Young friend Shenjing. A voice was heard, and Yi Futian looked forward and said, Elder Lan. His voice fell, and Yi Futian saw a figure walking in their direction. He came to Yi Futian and Little Phoenix. It was Uncle Lan, the housekeeper of Taishen Mountain. Feng Yang is there, too, Uncle Lan said with a smile. Feng Yang nodded. Why are you here, Uncle Lan? I'm looking for Shenjing. Uncle Lan looked at Shenjing and said with a smile, you should know everything that's happening at Taishen Mountain. Lord Taishen wanted to give a space to me, but what use do I have for it at my age? So, I'm giving it to you. Yi Futian was surprised. He was not too surprised that he would get a space, but that Uncle Lan came and gave it to him was a shock. But who told Uncle Lan to do so? Yi Futian thought that perhaps it was Lord Taishuan's instruction. Lord Taishen wanted to avoid being too obvious, so maybe he had asked Uncle Lan to inform him? After all, Lord Taishen deliberately concealed what had happened last time and did not expose him. Uncle Lan, you are giving him your space. Little Phoenix showed a strange expression when she heard what Uncle Lan said. This meant that Shenjing also got a space. Yes. Uncle Lan nodded. Yi Futian smiled and did not decline his offer. He bowed slightly to Uncle Lan and said, Many thanks to you, Elder. Miss Four sent you up here. I saw that your appearance and manner were extraordinary. There must be a bright future for you, Uncle Lan said with a smile. Come on. They are already there discussing the matter. I will go with you too. Very well. Yi Futian nodded and left with Little Phoenix and Uncle Lan. Little Phoenix looked strange all along the way, murmuring, and seemed a little puzzled. Not long ago, she was showing off to Yi Futian, and now it turned out that Yi Futian also got a spot. Could it be that Lord Taishen knew? This guy hid a lot deep inside, but Lord Taishen was all-knowing, so there was still a possibility that he may know. As they came to Taishen Palace, many people had already gathered here, and many of them were familiar faces to Yi Futian. They turned around, and when they saw Yi Futian, they all looked rather surprised. Uncle Lan. Everyone bowed to Uncle Lan slightly, and Uncle Lan smiled and nodded. Luo Yu directed her gaze toward Yi Futian and asked, Shenjing, why are you here? As the daughter of the city lord of Taishen City, she clearly occupied a space. Like Miss Luo Yu, he will also head to Shangxiao Divine Palace, Uncle Lan said with a smile, and his words astounded everyone. Shenjing was also going to Shangxiao Divine Palace? Uncle Lan, are you joking? Luo Yu didn't quite believe it. Out of the two spaces reserved by Lord Taishen, the one given to Feng Yang was easily understood, but the other one was given to Shenjing? Would I dare joke with Miss Luo Yu? It was I who led Shenjing to Taishen Mountain and placed him at the String Pavilion. Since then, Shenjing has taken good care of the String Pavilion. I will not use the space that Lord Taishen gave me, so I gave it to Shenjing instead, Uncle Lan said with a smile. Taken good care of the String Pavilion? Everyone looked a little spasmodic. Was this even a reason? Uncle Lan was clearly making up an excuse for giving Shenjing his spot. It was said that Uncle Lan had a great relationship with the String Emperor and the Housemaster of Taishen, and Shenjing was also sent here by the Housemaster of Taishen. He was placed in the string pavilion, and it meant that he had some connection with the third and fourth disciples of Lord Taishen. Could it be that Uncle Lan favored him because of this? Doesn't Uncle Lan also have disciples? Luo Yu said. Those few disciples of mine will be useless there. It is best to give it to a suitable person, Uncle Lan said quite casually. Although our friend Sheng Jing was sent here by Miss Four, and even though he may be extremely talented, he is just an unblemished saint. Such an opportunity bestowed on someone of unblemished realm is giving them too much face, someone said. If Luo Yu had been expressing her doubts, this person was now instigating. This speaker was precisely the disciple of Taishen Hierophant, Jun Mu. He had also been selected and would be going to Shangxiao Divine Palace. Yi Futian looked up to Jun Mu. He seemed to feel his gaze. Jun Mu's expression was still relaxed as he nodded to Yi Futian apologetically, saying, "Please excuse me, Brother Shenjing. I'm not deliberately opposing you. It is just that this trip to the Shangxiao Divine Palace is to seek the path of the doctrine. Brother Shenjing has great talent, but the realm is still a bit off. Only those of the Nirvana plane will exert the greatest influence. It is really not suitable for you to go." It's really unsuitable, several people agreed. They also felt that it was a complete waste of a space given Shenjing's realm. This was an opportunity to test the Renhuang realm, and even if the probability of success was extremely low, it was still an opportunity. Yi Futian did not know how to rebuke Jun Mu's words so quickly. But I'm very optimistic about Sheng Jing. Although his realm is a little lower and cannot impact Renhuang, it could form the basis of the fruit of the way in the body ahead of time, which would still have great benefits for cultivation in the future. One day, when the time comes, a breakthrough of the realm will be a matter of course, Uncle Lan said calmly. Since Lord Taishen is letting me do as I wish, and I chose to give it to Shenjing, what is so inappropriate about that? Jun Mu's eyes were slightly perturbed. Uncle Lan was insisting on helping Shenjing. Enough. Now that you have made your decision, there is nothing more to argue about, a voice said as a godly figure appeared above the palace. It was Lord Taishen. The four great disciples of his were standing next to him. Yes. I will obey, Jun Mu lowered his head and responded. Instantly, he became extremely compliant. Lord Taishen glanced at the disciples. They're exactly 15. His gaze lingered for a moment on Yi Futian, but it was just an instant before he moved on. Since all the candidates have been chosen, you may depart. The people of other principalities must have already embarked on their journey, Lord Taishen said. Everyone nodded and didn't bother to argue about the matter. Even though they felt that the space had been wasted, with Lord Taishuan's approval, the matter was settled without further discussion. Feng Zhu, I will trouble you to take them. Lord Taishen looked into the distance. As soon as his voice fell, a burning might descended, and a gigantic figure of the demon emperor appeared. It was the father of Little Phoenix. He was a tyrannical demon emperor. Obviously, this time, he came to lead the way for them. Go, and make sure to send them off before you head back, Lord Taishen ordered again. 15 people stepped onto the phoenix. With a loud chant from the phoenix, the divine bird launched toward the sky and disappeared in an instant. Thank you for escorting us, Elder. Everyone on the back of the demon emperor successively expressed their gratitude. Dad, are you also keeping an eye on me, by the way? Little Phoenix mumbled. Feng Zhu was not in the mood to deal with her but merely sailed through the wind. Shenjing, you are a really lucky man. Wn Shuyi, who had also been selected, appeared to be in a good mood and was feeling appreciative of everything in the outside world. Well, I must recognize all the care given to me by all the elders and the disciples of Sword Abyss. Yi Futian nodded as he looked at the rolling sea of clouds. Shangxiao Divine Palace was such an unexpected coincidence. In the past, the cultivators of Shangxiao Divine Palace descended in Heavenly Mandate Realm, and now, as Shenjing, he was on his way to Shangxiao Divine Palace. It was unknown if he would meet those he knew or what would happen there. Yi Tianyu was cultivating at Shangxiao Divine Palace. How was he doing? The phoenix divine bird crossed the sky and left a radiant divine light in the sea of clouds. At the same time, in all the major areas of the higher heavens realm, cultivators of all sides had set off and started on their journey to Shangxiao Divine Palace. Shangxiao Divine Palace was located in the central district of the Higher Heavens realm, surrounded by the Sea of the Path. It stood in the middle of the inland Fairy Mountains. It was said that in the Higher Heavens realm, the Sea of the Path and the Fairy Mountain, where Shangxiao Divine Palace was located, were both the most precious sacred, pure lands in the Higher Heavens realm. These pure lands were used by the Shangxiao Divine Palace for preaching and were the true holy lands for cultivation. To enter the Shangxiao Divine Palace, one needed to cross the Sea of the Path from Linxiao City. This big city in the central district had always been a prosperous but unclaimed land. In fact, there were many top powers fighting for hegemony in the central district, but none of them had ever touched Linxiao City. This city near the Sea of the Path was the place leading to the Shangxiao Divine Palace. Those top powers didn't dare to touch it, but they all had their own influence in Linxiao City. In the past few days, Linxiao City had been extremely busy. The decennial journey project of crossing the sea and seeking the path had been launched, and the Shangxiao Divine Palace had given quotas to many powers of the Higher Heavens realm. Cultivators of the top powers would cross the sea and enter the Divine Palace to seek for the paths. Restaurants near the Sea of the Path were already overcrowded. During these days, all the people from different realms had gathered here. When the messenger of Shangxiao Divine Palace arrived, all the warriors from different powers would start to cross the sea. The people of Taishen Mountain had also arrived. The Phoenix Demon Emperor sent the 15 cultivators of Taishen Mountain here and left. Later, they could only depend on themselves. No one else could help them. At this time, cultivators of Taishen Mountain were standing on the rooftop of a restaurant near the sea. The city was bustling, and there were sometimes warriors passing by in the void sky who could clearly feel the lively atmosphere below. At another place in the restaurant, people looked at them and whispered, "Are they cultivators of the Taishen Mountain?" "Yes. Not long ago, Lord Taishen broke shackles and beat old Demon Luo with one single finger, and now he must be stronger." The Divine Palace gave a quota of 15 participants to Taishen Mountain, someone said. Lord Taishen has been absorbed in cultivation for many years and is always diligently seeking knowledge of the path, so now he can reach the apex. We should all learn from him. The people of Taishen Mountain heard this and felt proud. They could feel that the status of their lord was different from before. However, although Taishen Mountain has 15 seats, as the lord has refused to accept new disciples, the strength of the cultivators of Taishen Mountain, someone said and stopped. Many people had heard the news that the disciples of Taishen Mountain were defeated badly by warriors of the divine capital of Shilling, but then a mysterious warrior defeated the people of Shilling God Capital with the Dao spell. The Divine Palace is a holy place for seeking the path, but it is not absolutely fair to everyone. The powerful forces in the Higher Heavens realm have quotas for seeking the path, but for those cultivators who were born into ordinary families and did not enter the top powers to cultivate, they do not have the opportunity to get quotas. Are they weaker than those selected ones? A figure of the Saint Plain drank alcohol alone and spoke, not afraid of offending people. It was probably because he had no chance to go to Fei Mountain to seek the way, so he was satisfied with complaining. Read more chapter on novel full. There are so many cultivators in the world. How could the Divine Palace be absolutely fair? Some people argued for the Divine Palace. To put it bluntly, it still depends on one's family background, that person said and smiled, taking another sip. Why were you born into an unprivileged background? Someone asked. Suddenly many people in the restaurant laughed, but all of them were just joking, and no one took it seriously. At this time, many people turned their heads and looked in a direction. In the distance, the chi of swords whistled above the void sky, and many sharp swords passed by. A group of swordsmen in training came from the sky and landed directly above the restaurant. They were all dressed in white, with keen temperaments. Many people from Linxiao City in the restaurant immediately recognized these visitors and were slightly surprised. In the central district, the Divine Sword Li family was a famed family of sword art and was also known as the strongest family of swordsmanship in the Higher Heavens realm. All their cultivation methods were supplemented by swordsmanship, and they had developed countless horrifying sword techniques. The disciples of the divine sword Li family were all very outstanding. Those who were not excellent enough were not even qualified to walk outside in the name of the divine sword Li family. The family's discipline of the younger generation was extremely strict and could even be called harsh. Only in this way could superb swordsmen be produced from the family. In the central district, people were in awe of the divine sword Li family. They were extremely strict with their internal disciplines, and their way of coping with external affairs was also hard and fast. They always advocated speaking with the gun. It seemed that they came for the cultivators of Taishan Mountain. We are from the Li family and are here to see our Taoist friends from the Taishan Mountain. These visitors stepped forward and came in front of cultivators of Taishan Mountain, cupping their hands. Divine Sword Li family, Wan Shuyi whispered. The disciples of the Sword Abyss cultivated in swordsmanship, which he as the top one swordsman in the higher heaven realm, was very clear, but this was the first time they saw cultivators from the Divine Sword Li family. After all, Taishan Mountain was very far away from here. If it were not for crossing the sea to seek the path, they usually would not come here. What brings you here, my Taoist friends? Junmu said. The 15 people who came were actually the third generation of cultivators of Taishan Mountain. Junmu was the direct disciple of Lord Taishuan's chief follower Taishan Hierophant, so among the 15 cultivators, he took the lead to speak up. Presumably, he thought he was the lead, and other people would not compete with him. Now we are in the prosperous era, and since many of you came to visit us from distant places in the upper heavens realm, we Li family are half of your host. Therefore, we prepare a banquet in Wanghai restaurant and want to invite all parties that crossed the sea to seek the path here. We came to know that Taoist friends of Taishan Mountain are here, so we came to invite you, one of the visitors said very politely. Junmu looked at others of Taishan Mountain and asked, "What do you think? Since the Divine Sword Li family has invited us, we will attend the banquet for sure," Li Jiyin, a disciple of Taishan Mountain Guqin Valley, said. She was also an outstanding figure in Taishan Mountain, who was able to play Flight of the Phoenix pair at a considerable level. She was also among the 15 candidates. In addition to her, Chen Yu of the Guqin Valley was also selected. Wan Shuyi also nodded. Those who practiced swordsmanship naturally wanted to see the genius of the Divine Sword Li family. It was said that this marvelous genius of the generation in the Divine Sword Li family was now practicing in the palace. He was extraordinarily talented. Junmu's eyes fell on Luo Yu. Luo Yu nodded lightly, and when she saw that Junmu was looking at the man of the Divine Sword Li family, she said, "If that's the case, my Taoist friend, please lead the way for us." "Please," the person of Li family said. Soon, everyone rose up and flew towards the sky. Yi Futian and Feng Yang were at the end. The two stepped into the void sky and followed the crowd. Their opinions didn't seem to matter very much, and they were totally ignored by Junmu. So, they just needed to follow up. Because of this, the little phoenix pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. Not just because of this, but along the way, Junmu had been ignoring their existence. They quickly arrived at the Wanghai restaurant. This was the tallest building in this area. The view from the top was excellent, and one could directly look at the sea of the path from the building. Powerful warriors were staying at each floor below, but at this time, everyone was paying attention to the top floor because several top-level disciples in the higher heaven realm were at the top. When the people of Taishan Mountain landed, a lot of people on the huge platform in the front had already entered the seating area. At a glance, they saw the people of divine capital of Shilling. Previously, they had a war on Taishan Mountain, so they could be said to be impressed. This time, the team of divine capital of Shilling was headed by Prince Luo Yuming. His eyes were cold, and his pitch-dark eyes swept toward the crowd of the Taishan Mountain. In the last battle, they defeated their opponents, but in the end, they were subdued by a mysterious swordsman in training. He believed that that swordsman in training was most likely a Renhuang figure who pretended to be in Saint Plain to go against them. Otherwise, he would not be able to resonate with the character of Dao and trigger the fleeting swordsmanship. In addition to the warriors of divine capital of Shilling, the warriors of the Golden Divine Nation were also present, and Gari Shir was sitting there. His golden eyes still looked extremely keen, and the beams shooting from his eyes were like golden, sharp swords. In addition, there was another group of guests, each with extraordinary temperament. The disciples of Taishan Mountain had never seen them before, but they suspected that they should belong to one of the other two top forces in the central district. However, it was said that the Divine Sword Li family and the Sky-Burying God clan had a deep grudge, so they should be another top force, the Changfeng family. The origin of the Changfeng family was also very unusual. It could date back to the ancient Changfeng country that dominated the central district many years ago, so to say, they were descendants of the ancient country, the overlords in the past. One could imagine how strong they were. It seems that we are the last to arrive, Junmu said, self-mockingly. Yi Futian was standing behind the crowd. The atmosphere of Wanghai restaurant made him feel a little uncomfortable and slightly depressed. The people here were all the top-ranking figures of the young generation and had an aura around them. The invisible pressure they exerted over others was very unsettling. But many people below this floor were very excited. A lot of them also came from big forces, but the people on the top were the descendants of the uppermost forces and naturally attracted more attention. Your lord broke the shackles, so the Divine Palace gave you a quota of 15 candidates. You dared to accept them? Aren't you ashamed? What is the point of you coming here? A cold voice came out, and the speaker was Luo Yuming. Obviously, he showed contempt for the cultivators of Taishan Mountain because of the previous battle. How is old demon Luo's injury? Junmu looked at Luo Yuming and countered. Luo Yuming put down the wine glass, and a mark appeared directly on the table. Rays of death surrounded his palm, which looked extremely depressing. He smiled and said, "There was none of your lord's blessing on the way of seeking the path in the Divine Palace. After you entered the Sea of the Path, you can only depend on yourself. You'd better think it carefully and then decide whether you should enter the Sea of the Path." The people of Taishan Mountain heard Luo Yuming's threat and were anxious. Was he implying that he wanted to hurt them after entering the Sea of the Path? "Thank you for reminding us, but there is no need for you to bother," Junmu replied. "You are the guests, please come and sit down," a voice in the front said. The speaker was wearing a white gown, with sharp temperament. He was the peerless talent of swordsmanship in the Divine Sword Li family, Li Zun. "Thanks a lot," Junmu replied and then found a place to sit down. A slight unpleasant look showed on his face. "You may enter the Sea of the Path at any time, and now let's just have a drink with peace of mind. Other things can be discussed later when we enter the Sea of the Path," Li Zun said to the people. He invited everyone to come and wanted to see who would enter the Sea of the Path this time. Although they were sitting together at this moment, everyone knew clearly that this did not mean they were friends. Luo Yuming and Junmu no longer competed against each other, but the grievances had been settled since the Battle of Taishan Mountain and would continue after they entered the Sea of the Path. During this trip to the Sea of the Path, the top forces directly own quotas, but the ordinary cultivators in the higher heavens realm are not so lucky to have quotas to enter the Divine Palace, Li Zun said. However, the Divine Palace considers things carefully. For those who enter the Divine Palace to seek the path, they will enter the Sea of the Path before us. Countless people will compete for some opportunities to enter the palace. Among the people who are present in this room today, is there anyone who wants to enter the palace? Everyone naturally understood that what he meant to enter the Divine Palace was to study the path under the guidance of the Divine Palace. In fact, Li Daozi, the strongest talent of the Divine Sword Li family, used to cultivate in the Divine Palace and had gained a great reputation. The people of Taishan Mountain were impossible to do it. Taishan Mountain was a force with influence, and if a disciple belonging to Taishan Mountain also entered the Divine Palace, it would be the same as having a foot in both camps. However, the top clan forces like the Golden Divine Nation and the Changfeng family were able to do it. Brother Gari, have you thought about it? With your talent, you will surely be able to get top-level resources for cultivation after you enter the Divine Palace, Li Zun asked Gari Shir. Not long ago, Gari Shir wanted to become the Lord Taishuan's disciple, and masters of such level did exist in the Divine Palace. However, Becoming their disciples was an extremely difficult thing, and even Gari Shi was not likely to make it. I seek for the power that dominates the world, and it does not conform to the idea of the divine palace cultivation, so I will not enter the palace, Gari Shi said. The divine palace didn't get involved in secular disputes, which, in his view, was too pedantic. Brother Gari, you refuse to go to the divine palace because their idea doesn't fit in with yours, which indeed shows your boldness of vision, Li Zun smiled and said. Among the disciples who cultivated in the divine palace, how many of them would really stay in the palace and hold the same philosophy as the palace? Very few of them. May I know what philosophy Brother Gari holds? Li Zun asked. I hope the path of martial arts dominates the world, and where the glory of the divine nation passes by, all beings kneel down and worship, Gari Shi said. The character he worshipped was a truly unparalleled one like Donghuang the great emperor, the only one who ruled over the divine land. If one day he could reach that level, wherever the glory of the golden divine nation covered, he would enjoy everyone's worship. Everyone looked at Gari Shi and thought he was just as his name suggested. The divine nation took this name for him, which destined his character. The path of martial arts should dominate the world. Li Zun smiled and said. Isn't it something all the cultivators in the world are pursuing? But the only thing is, not to mention the vast divine land, only the higher heavens realm had numerous strong warriors. In this trip to the Sea of the Path, besides us, there were other disciples selected from the divine palace this time. Of course, the stronger ones might have already entered the divine palace. My elder brother Li Daozi is among them. In this generation, who could dominate the world and be unparalleled? Who dared to say like that? Li Daozi of the Li family, that figure of the sky-burying god clan, or the other few warriors in the divine palace? What about you? Gari Shi looked at Li Zun and asked. The divine sword Li family has already had Li Daozi. Is there another place for you? I never think about comparing myself with my elder brother. The world is so big that it could accommodate many top characters. For me, it is enough if wherever the divine sword passes, no other sword can compete with it, Li Zun said. Do you think your swordsmanship is invincible? Gari Shi glanced at the direction where disciples of Taishan Mountain were located and said. The Lord is also good at using sword. Now, I'm afraid that his swordsmanship is the best in the upper heavens realm. Taishan Mountain has sword abyss. Now, their swordsman in training must have arrived. The Lord's divine sword is indeed a supreme sword technique, but I still think that the divine sword Li family's divine sword is the best one in the higher heavens realm, Li Zun said slowly. He looked at the people of Taishan Mountain and said, after entering the Sea of the Path, there will be opportunities to consult about the fleeting divine sword of Taishan Mountain. I am curious about what level of cultivation you have reached. On that day when the Lord made the breakthrough, it was said that there was a mysterious cultivator crossing the sky with a sword who accomplished the second level of the fleeting divine sword, cleave of all things. If he is of Saint Plane, he should be the strongest one cultivating in fleeting divine sword below Renhuang level in the Taishan Mountain, right? At this moment, a handsome young man of the Changfeng family said, Is that person here? The people of Taishan Mountain were speechless for a moment, and the strongest swordsman they had here was Wn Shuyi. They still didn't know who that mysterious swordsman in training was. Do you think he really was a swordsman in training? Luo Yuming said sarcastically. He must be a Ren Huang in disguise. It should not have had anything to do with the Lord, Chang Feng Lai from the Changfeng family said. He thought that the Lord would not do so as a man of such a high level of cultivation. Then asked the people of Taishan Mountain, where is the swordsman in training? Luo Yuming said with a somewhat contemptuous tone. Why can't he be concentrating on cultivation in Taishan Mountain? Luo Yu responded coldly. She had thought about it before, but after being reminded by Wn Shuyi, she saw others questioning Lord and was displeased. So, who was this swordsman in training? Did you deploy the sword at that time? Was it you yourself? Luo Yuming asked. He wanted to know if there was such a swordsman in training in Taishan Mountain. Luo Yu was speechless for a while, and she indeed did not know. Luo Yuming sneered and didn't say anything. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere was a bit cold. Let's put the topic aside, Li Zun spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. He then said, during this trip, there must be someone who could prove themselves Ren Huang. Let's see who will have this opportunity. Nobody answered, and everyone just looked at the sea of the path in the distance. On this trip, the big figures of the upper heavens realms would gather together. Besides them, many top characters from the upper heavens realms would also participate. Who could prove themselves? All Nirvana plane cultivators were craving for the chance. At this moment, some people looked toward the direction of the sea of the path, where there were many people coming by boat to this side of the coast. Suddenly, many people's eyes fell on them, including Yi Futian. Were these people from the Divine Palace? It caused a sensation in the lower floors. Many people in Wanghai restaurant looked over there, and many warriors gathered toward the coast, too. Soon, many small boats approached the coast, and someone announced aloud, "Tomorrow, for those who want to enter the palace to study, please come to the sea of the path and receive the assessment from the palace. This assessment may result in hazardous consequences, so please think carefully before making the decision." In addition, after 7 days, people from the top forces who are going to enter the sea of the path will be received by someone. His words caused a huge sensation. Tomorrow, the palace would select disciples, so immediately, countless cultivators were stirred and wanted to have a try. If they succeed this time, they would also have the opportunity to compete with those from top forces with quotas and the disciples inside the palace and earn the chance to prove their paths. After his words finished, the people of the palace drove the boats and entered the sea of the path, and their figures disappeared quickly. However, there were countless warriors heading towards the sea of the path, and there were many people flashing down from the Wanghai restaurant and heading towards there. The event happens once every 10 years, and there is an opportunity to prove one's cultivation. Previously, there were cultivators at the peaks of Nirvana Plain who were reluctant to enter the palace. This time, for the opportunity of making the breakthrough to Renhuang Plain, they may also participate in this event for the quota, Li Zun said, walking to the front and looking at the sea of the path in the distance. Many people stood up and looked there. They all understood that the higher heavens realm was too big, and there were still many extraordinary characters and even many senior cultivators who were very old but had been trapped in Nirvana Plain. Among them, some had even almost stepped into the Renhuang Plain. It's an honor to meet you here today. After some days, we may become opponents on the journey to seek the path. Li Zun turned to the crowd and said, "Now, you are free to go. We will see you again in the trip to the sea of the path." Many figures asked to leave and then flashed out, leaving Wanghai restaurant. "Let's go," Junmu said, and people of Taishan Mountain left. "I want to take a walk alongside the sea of the path to walk," Yi Futian said. After speaking, he walked alone. Little Phoenix saw him and flashed and followed him. "Let's go together," Wan Shuyi also said. He and Luo Yu also headed towards the sea of the path. The group just spread out, and they all flickered away in different directions. Yi Futian came to the coast of the sea of the path. He could even vaguely perceive the existence of the path from the boundless sea. It is said that after crossing the edge of the sea of the path and entering the real sea of the path, one could feel the omnipresent path. Wan Shuyi walked to Yi Futian and whispered, "In fact, I've been dreaming of coming here, and now, I finally have the opportunity to take a look around." "Why have you never thought about trying your luck in the Shangxiao Divine Palace?" Yi Futian asked. There were some ordinary disciples in the Shangxiao Divine Palace. With the strength of Wan Shuyi, he could easily enter there even though he might not be able to become a core disciple. There are not many choices in a lifetime. Taishan Mountain is a very good place to cultivate for me. I have been at Taishan Mountain for decades and have been in Sword Abyss. The world is too big, and even the higher heavens realm is boundless. Even a saint will be satisfied to find a place to cultivate peacefully if he spends most of his time on the road. However, now that I have reached my current plane, it's time for me to go outside. Even without this opportunity, I will still take a tour, Wan Shuyi smiled and said. When he said going outside, he really meant taking a walk on the land of the higher heavens realm, to see the scenery of the entire higher heavens realm and even to other realms. Although it might take a lot of time, it was also a journey of seeking the path. How about you? You also cultivated in Taishan Mountain for a while. I didn't hear you talk about your past except knowing that you were sent by the fourth mistress. I sometimes feel that your character is too good and too humble to be true. You are not like a saint plain cultivator. Wan Shuyi smiled and said. Really? Yi Futian said, smiling. He didn't know whether Wan Shuyi noticed anything, but it didn't matter. My luck is good and bad. Although my cultivation time is not very long, I have traveled through many places, Yi Futian said with a smile. It seemed that he was always on the road because the starting point of his cultivation was too humble. He didn't know who thought of such an idea to throw him in this corner of the world. However, it seemed that it was not easy to trace some things. Now you also have some stories to tell. Wan Shuyi smiled and said. You are humble and studious, low-key, and forbearing. Maybe among the 15 people who came on this trip, your achievements will be the greatest. Yi Futian glanced at Wan Shuyi, smiled, and said nothing. He looked ahead. On the seashore, a woman in white was walking quietly. She looked very clean. Although she was not a peerless beauty, she made one feel comfortable. Comfortable, and also a bit lonely. When Yi Futian saw her, a bright smile appeared in his eyes. Long time no see. It didn't take long, but it seemed like a long time had passed. Yi Futian lifted his feet and walked toward the sea of the path. Wan Shuyi was perplexed when he saw Yi Futian walking away. Where was he going? Yi Futian moved forward and walked toward a woman, which causing Wan Shuyi to be even more curious, and little Phoenix blinked as she looked yonder. The woman in white seemed to have sensed something. She stopped and lifted her head slightly, looking at Yi Futian, who was walking toward her. There was a sharp sword will in her eyes, and her temperament seemed to have transformed in an instant. Is our little girl so fierce? Yi Futian said with a smile as he raised his hand toward the head of the woman in white. The woman in white stared at him, and a powerful sword will spat out ferociously. A powerful murderous intent bloomed, and the whole space was shrouded in an atmosphere of carnage. Yi Futian seemed not to care at all, still extending his arm. Out from the woman's eyes came a terrible sword will that enveloped Yi Futian's entire body. It seemed as if Yi Futian's hand moved forward a bit more, she would have slain him. You are still the same as before. Yi Futian smiled, and the woman's eyes stiffened. Then Yi Futian's hand landed on her head, and the woman looked him in the eyes. At this moment, that murderous intent dissipated like fading tides. She lowered her head slightly, with a gentle smile in her eyes. Clearly, she recognized Yi Futian, because only he would do that. Won't you say hi? Yi Futian's familiar voice said, and the woman gave him a nasty look, but there was no malice. Seeing the other stared at him, Yi Futian gave her a silly smile. Fine, don't say hi. The woman in white was Yaya, and she had also come to the upper heavens realm. She had come to this sea of the path. You want to enter the sea of the path? Yi Futian asked. Yaya nodded gently. Now her realm was already nirvana. At the time, she laid down her life to protect Yi Futian in the heavenly mandate demon realm and then cultivated for a long time after that. Now, she had not returned to the magnificent state she once was, but because of her experience, she was even stronger than the Sword Saint of the Void. Read more chapter on novel full. So, she came here, wanting to seize this opportunity to prove the supreme way pursued by all in the two realms, the realm of Renhuang. Of course, now her vision was different from before. For the Sword Saint of the Void in the past, Renhuang was the apex, but in this realm, she had already seen many Renhuang. Are you going too? Yaya asked. She didn't ask Yi Futian why he had changed his appearance, he was different from her. In the heavenly mandate realm, Yi Futian was too high profile, and there were too many who knew him. If there are any prominent figures from the heavenly mandate realm who were here, they would easily recognize Yi Futian's true identity. I was cultivating at Taishan Mountain, and there was a spot for me, Yi Futian said. He glanced at the vast crowds around the sea of the path and asked, shall I go with you? No need. Yaya shook her head. We can watch each other's back, Yi Futian said. There were numerous strong cultivators on this trip, and he was not sure if Yaya should go there alone. Yaya looked up at him and looked into her eyes. Yi Futian smiled and shook his head, saying, "Very well, you will go by yourself." He had always thought of Yaya as the girl who once came from the Tombkeeper village, and it was easy to forget that she was once the sword saint of the void. 2 lifetimes of cumulated cultivation, and she was stronger than he had imagined. Several times when he was in danger, Yaya was there, guarding him every time. But now Yi Futian thought that she had the ability to take care of herself. However, Yaya also needed to have her own experience in cultivation. Shenjing. At this time, Luo Yu came over and asked him, "Is this your friend?" Yaya cast a glance at Yi Futian. Shenjing should be an alias. "My little sister," Yi Futian responded with a smile. Yaya was a little speechless, but she was used to it. "A swordsman?" Luo Yu asked. From Yaya, she could feel a similar breath sharp. That was the breath of swordsmanship. Yi Futian nodded. "Your little sister's realm is stronger than yours." Luo Yu looked at Yi Futian, a little lost for words. "My little sister is way more talented." Yi Futian smiled, and Yaya was silent. She clearly understood how talented Yi Futian was. He was the existence of a unique record in the heavenly mandate realm that no one had broken. Even in that battle with Yi Tianyu, he still had the upper hand. Yi Tianyu was also cultivating in Shangxiao Divine Palace. "No wonder you went to the Sword Abyss to learn the swords. It seems that it was because you are not as good as your sister," Luo Yu whispered, and immediately guessed the truth behind it, that Yi Futian's swordsmanship was not as good as his sister, so he decided that he would go to the Sword Abyss at Taishan Mountain to watch and learn, working on surpassing his sister. If Yi Futian knew what she was thinking, he would admire her imagination. Next to him, Little Phoenix made a face. She scoffed at Luo Yu's conclusion. Watching Yi Futian's expression, she wanted to beat him up because he was so hypocritical. Who better than her to know more about Yi Futian's swordsmanship? This guy was truly pretentious. He stole the famous music piece from the String Emperor and stole the sword method, but those people at Shenshan were still oblivious to the truth. "Well, you guys talk, we won't keep you," Wen Shui said, and then left with Luo Yu and the others. Yi Futian looked at Little Phoenix and saw that she had no intention of leaving. When she saw Yi Futian's look, she gazed at the sea and said, "I am checking out the scenery." "Okay, take your time," Yi Futian said with a smile, then started moving forward with Yaya following him. The two walked side by side. Little Phoenix stole a glance, following their footsteps. Was this really his sister? Why was he so suspicious? Yi Futian's words had no credibility with her. "How have you been these days?" Yi Futian asked Yaya while ignoring Little Phoenix, who was trailing behind. "Just business as usual, cultivating," Yaya said casually. But, in fact, ever since she stepped into the upper heavens realm, her experience had been unusual. She had had several battles in which she faced great dangers more than once, but these were things of the past, and there was no need to worry Yi Futian unnecessarily now. "I heard that Lord Taishan broke through not long ago, but I didn't expect you were cultivating there. What plans do you have for the future?" Yaya asked proactively. "Things can wait. Set foot in Renhuang realm as early as possible." Yi Futian looked into the distance. The cultivation of Saint Plain was nothing in the 9 supreme regions of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Only those at the level of Renhuang had true eligibility to participate. Now he was devoting all his energy to elevate his realm to that of Renhuang. Yaya nodded, agreeing with Yi Futian's thoughts. In this cultivation world, where strength was above all else, only Renhuang could have a real foothold. The two chatted. At dusk, the setting sun illuminated the sea of the Path Sea with a glowing red, and red clouds appeared in the sky. They could vaguely make out some ethereal place in the distance. There was a flat dinghy. The scene in front of them was like a beautifully painted picture. When they were tired of walking, they sat on the beach, basking in the dusk watching the sunset, and watching the stars when the night fell. This night the beach next to the Sea of the Path was extremely lively, for all those who had come from all sides were gathered here, waiting. The next day, when the sky began to light up, many were looking forward, gazing at the Sea of the Path intently. Finally, They saw the small dinghies appearing in the sea of the path, and without being aware of it, they seemed to be near already. Those who wish to enter the divine palace, enter the sea of the path, a Renhuang cultivator announced loudly in a clear voice that had a strong power of penetration. At this moment, all of Linxiao City could hear his voice. Suddenly, those on the shore of the sea of the path walked toward the sea, and even in the distant Linxiao City, there were people continuously coming through the air. In an instant, the shore of sea of the path was crowded with countless cultivators. Furthermore, most of them were of unblemished saints, the third realm of the saint plane, and Nirvana, the fourth realm of the saint plane. This time, it wasn't simply for the purpose of seeking the way at the divine palace, but also to bear testimony for their way. Therefore, there were more people from the other two realms. There were people in all kinds of attires, and some were even white-haired elders, who had already reached the top of Nirvana. This time, though the chances were slim, they still wanted to fight for an opportunity. As people entered into the sea one after another, Yaya looked at Yi Futian and said, "I'm going now." Yi Futian nodded gently and said, "Watch yourself." "I will." Yaya moved forward and stepped into the sea of the path. A sword appeared at her feet and suspended in the sea, replacing the sailing vessel with a sword. She moved forward, and her white garment fluttered. She appeared carefree and unfettered. After a long while, those who came as guides turned towards the depths of the sea of the path, and countless people walked deeper into the sea. "Goodbye," Yi Futian whispered. In a few more days, he would meet up with Yaya. After everyone left, the seaside looked a lot empty. Although there were still many people there, it seemed to be much quieter compared to before. "Lover!" A voice was heard, and Yi Futian looked back at little Phoenix. He said in a condescending tone, "Little kids are not to comment on adult matters." Little Phoenix blinked and asked, "Who's little?" Her face was angry. Her fiery red clothes accentuated her sexy figure perfectly. She was the equivalent to a young human woman. Indeed, she could not be said to be little in any way. However, in Yi Futian's view, her mindset was indeed that of a child, quite immature. "Little everywhere," Yi Futian retorted with contempt. A fire of anger sputtered out from little Phoenix, and she couldn't wait to beat Yi Futian to a pulp, but it seemed that winning would not be likely in a blink of an eye. A few days later, there were once again many cultivators who came to the sea of the path, but this time, instead of going to the sea of the path, they had come to watch those who had entered the sea of the path. Above the sky, the golden divine light shone, and Gari Shersha stood proudly above the void. Countless people looked up to that brilliant golden glory. Cultivators from the golden divine nation were here. There was another terrifying dark demonic will of death circling. It was Luo Yuming of the divine capital of Shilling, whose group had arrived. With sword chi whistling, the cultivators from the divine sword Li family were now here. After the arrival of the divine sword Li family, a group of cultivators with unusual temperament stepped in the void. The breath exuded from their body was unfathomable. They stood shoulder to shoulder with the Li family. The cultivators of Sky-Burying God clan were here. Afterward, the Changfeng family also arrived. The people of Taishen Mountain were there already early on. Yi Futian looked at the many figures in the void. In the distance, in the sea of the path, another small dinghy appeared, and it was the guide from Shangxiao Divine Palace. "They are here." Next to the sea of the path, all eyes were on the guides, as these most outstanding people selected by the upper heavens realm, who possessed the admitting quota to enter the sea of the path, and they were about to set off on their journey. To seek the way in the sea of the path was a once every 10-year event. Every 10 years, there were those who returned, having proved themselves to be Renhuang. Some, having overwhelmed all the others, proved themselves to be unparalleled. And then there were also geniuses who fell from the altar. It's a pity that they wouldn't be seeing any of it and could only wait here. The sea of the path was immense and vast. If not a disciple of the divine palace and there were no guides to lead the way, they would not be able to cross. It was a feat that even those of the lower Renhuang realm would be hard-pressed to achieve, never mind those who were just in Saint Plain. "Let's go," said the guides. Immediately, everyone walked forward. Some transformed their will into dinghies that landed on the sea upon which they traveled. Some transformed their will into leaves upon which they sailed through the winds. Then there were also people of the divine sword Li family who turned their way into sharp swords, shuttling upon the sea. Departure, Junmu said in the direction of the 15 people from Taishen Mountain. Suddenly, everyone stepped into the sea. Yi Futian's will turned into a dinghy upon which he stood, and traveled along with everyone, following the guides who were in the distance. On the shore of the Sea of the Path, countless eyes gazed at those who were fading away in the distance. It was difficult to calm down for a long time. Some of them left, but some stayed, ready to wait here until the day they returned to see the results of this journey. In the vast sea, the cultivators of all camps appeared in different directions and darted forward. As they went deeper into the Sea of the Path, they all sensed that this Sea of the Path was a place hidden with real way, nurturing infinite will of the way. The boundless Sea of the Path was giving them an extremely fantastic feeling, as if the sea itself was alive. Beholding such a sight, there is an urge to sing out loud. Not far from Yi Futian, Wn Shuyi, riding upon the sword, was surveying at the vast sea. He felt ambition in his heart, and he looked forward to everything that was to happen, looking forward to the divine palace, looking forward to the many top personalities he would encounter at this moment and in the future. Although he cultivated at Taishen Mountain, he had longed for the divine palace for many years, and now he finally had the chance. Yi Futian smiled slightly when he heard Wn Shuyi. Presumably, everyone on this trip felt tremendous pridefulness in their hearts. As a top character, it was natural to want to witness all the extraordinary figures of the world. Read more chapter on Novelful. This time, it proved that they all came together, and they were called by the divine palace, which added more excitement to the whole affair. With this scenery and at this moment, won't junior sister Jean play something for us? Some cultivators from Taishen Mountain said with a smile. Li Jian was a Guqin master in Guqin Valley, and her talent in music was extraordinary. The mood expressed by her playing was very powerful. At this moment, if it was accompanied by music, it would be a tremendous pleasure. I must respectfully decline, Li Jian responded calmly. She turned her gaze to look at Yi Futian, saying, Shenjing has been staying in the String Pavilion for a while, comprehending the music left by String Emperor. He has reviewed many of the scores, so he must have learned quite a lot of pieces that would fit the mood right this moment. That's true. Brother Shenjing has been at Taishen Mountain for some time, cultivating in String Pavilion. Yet, we have never heard Brother Shenjing play, Chen Yu, a disciple of Guqin Valley, said while laughing heartily. The reason why he wanted to invite Yi Futian to play was not malicious in intent, but Yi Futian entering the String Pavilion had attracted their attention, and they had deliberately paid a visit to the String Pavilion. Now, Yi Futian had obtained one of the 2 places left by Lord Taishen. They were curious about Yi Futian and wanted to see how he accomplished he was in music. Yi Futian smiled when he heard Chen Yu. He nodded, saying, very well, but my musical attainments are limited, so I won't be playing any pieces of the String Emperor. However, I will play something that I wrote before. That works. Chen Yu nodded with a smile. Yi Futian did not disappoint this time. The way of the wind wrapped around the dinghy, moving it forward. Yi Futian sat cross-legged, and a Guqin appeared in front of the dinghy. Yi Futian placed both hands on the strings and began to pluck the strings. The sound of the Guqin was quiet, peaceful, and very pleasant. It could easily lure the listeners into that mood, like the peaceful life of an ordinary young man, sunny and simple. Li Jian and Chen Yu listened carefully, as they were both well acquainted with the art of Guqin. Yi Futian's music was very pure. From the standpoint of Guqin, it had a very solid foundation. He had immersed his entire being into the music. The waves from the Sea of the Path were lighting, splashing him. They seemed to also caress the strings, muffling but powerful, and actually integrated into the mood of the music. The gradual change in the sound of the music seemed to make the listeners feel the waves of life. The mood was no longer one of ordinary routine but moved forward in adversity. The sound of Guqin is perfectly integrated into the natural mood. Luo Yu listened quietly. Once, she had heard Yi Futian playing in Taishen restaurant. Now, listening to it again, it was a different kind of feeling. Futian's music was very pure. There was no trace of fault. A dinghy shot forward and shuttled in the sea of the path. He bowed his head, stroking the strings. The sound of Guqin gradually became higher. As its clear sounds sailed across the waves, reaching the sky, it caused the listeners to involuntarily feel a sense of pride as if they were riding the wind and waves. Excellent playing, Wan Shuyi praised. This piece of music seemed to fit his heart. And not only him, but many seemed to have been immersed in the sound of the Guqin, listening quietly. The sound of music was not becoming louder and louder, breaking the giant waves, hitting the 9 heavens. The sound of music filled the vast sea of the path as Futian was completely immersed in his performance. Those who were around, listening to the music, also seemed to be immersed within it. A smile appeared on Wan Shuyi's face. He said, "This is how a real man should be, filled with great enthusiasm and confidence." One man, one sword. Whoever asks must first try the sharp point of his sword, and one sword ought to be enough to break all obstacles. He looked at Futian and marveled. Shunjing, when cultivating on Taishan Mountain, was humble and low-key. He was extremely restrained, but it was unexpected that he could perform such ambitious music. It was said that the sound of music reflected the human heart. The music played by Futian reflected his state of mind. So, what kind of state was he in at this moment? Was this the real him? Wan Shuyi smiled. Low-key and restrained, humble, and eager to learn. This was the Shunjing who cultivated on Taishan Mountain. Today, in the sea of the path, there was a great sense of pride in the music, which had broken through the 9 heavens. For all those talents in the world, no matter who was in front of them, they would move forward without a second thought. Were the Shunjing on Taishan Mountain and outside Taishan Mountain different? He was rather looking forward to it. Li Jiyin and Chen Yu were also slightly moved. When the music stopped, their moods were also quite affected by the sound of the Guqin. Li Jiyin praised and said, "I understand now why Miss Four sent you to Taishan Mountain. Perhaps, Miss Four had sensed Futian's extraordinary talent in the arts of music." Futian merely smiled. Li Jiyin looked at him in earnest and said, "You have the string pavilion as a companion. You should work harder and not waste your talents." "Thank you." Futian responded with a smile to Li Jiyin. In the void not far behind them, a sarcastic voice was heard, "I didn't expect that they admitted those who were just unblemished realm. No matter how ambitious the music is, in the face of power, everything is just fluff." The speaker was Luo Yuming. They had been following not far behind the people from Taishan Mountain. On this journey to the sea of the path, they would probably do something to the people of Taishan Mountain. Now that everyone was still following the guides forward, so they had no plans to make their move yet. The people of Taishan Mountain all displayed a look of displeasure, but they didn't say much. They had already resolved to take caution in their hearts, but Futian didn't seem to have heard what he said, nor did he look in Luo Yoming's direction. Everyone was shuttling forward. After a long time, they had gone deep into the sea of the path, and a giant wave roared in front of them. A behemoth appeared in the waves, and it was a divine turtle that had obtained the way. His torso was immense, almost palace-like. He regarded everyone with his giant eyes. Turtle Emperor. Many people were slightly shocked. Even the guides were bowing in salute. "You may go," the divine turtle said to the guides. Suddenly, the guides nodded and left via air. The divine turtle looked at everyone and said, "Follow me." As he finished speaking, he turned around and plunged his huge body into the water. He continued to move forward in the sea of the path. The crowd followed close behind. Not long after, they saw the divine turtle hitting forward as if to break something. Seawater now fell from the sky. When everyone passed through a slew of giant waves, though they were still in the sea of the path, many felt that they seemed to have entered another space within the sea of the path. The forward movement of the divine turtle had slowed. As they continued to move forward, in the sea of the path, they saw a mountain peak that was inserted into the sea of the path. It rose high into the sky. Mountain of the sea. Many people were a little amazed. But when they went forward, sometimes, there would be a mountain peak that came into their view. It was strangely shaped, and the will of the great path was incredibly rich and concentrated here. Finally, they saw a fantastic landscape. In a space from quite a distance in front of them, there seemed to be a mirage of Fey Palace sitting on an ancient peak, surrounded by mountains with what seemed to be countless strange-looking peaks. Not only that, but with a closer look into the distance, one was able to discern that in this space between heaven and earth, there were already many people waiting. It was as if they had come earlier and had been waiting for a long time. "We are here," everyone said in their hearts. This should be the end of their journey. The body of the divine turtle floated to the top of the water, and a sound came out of his mouth. Its powerful vibration seemed to be heard by everyone in this area. Up there is the end of the sea of the path. At the end of the sea of the path, there is a road to the great path. The voice came from the mouth of the divine turtle. He said, "Go." When his voice fell, everyone broke through the air at the same time with incredible speed. The swordsmen of the divine sword Li family traversed the void with their swords. Not to be outdone, the cultivators from the sky-burying god clan and the people of the Changfeng family traveled by wind. The cultivators of the golden divine nation flashed the golden divine light, and wherever the golden divine light passed, it was blinding to those who were present. "Let's go," Junmu said. The people of Taishan Mountain also galloped out, and each moved forward. Yi Futian drove the flat boat forward with flying speed. At the end of the sea of the path ought to be the so-called the land of proving the way. Shadows of figures shuttled between the mountains of the way, moving in the same direction. There seemed to be a mountain range connected together, forming a mountainous island in the sea of the path. That ethereal Fey Palace seemed to be standing on top of the mountain peak. There seemed to be the destination that was pursued by everyone. Everyone's speed was incredibly fast. Yi Futian and his group shuttled through the sky. Above the void, demonic magic came in waves, and Luo Yuming, who had been following them closely before, glanced beneath him. His body was surrounded by a demonic will of death, shrouding the sky while countless death currents turned into death spears. Luo Yoming's finger pointed downward, and instantly, many death spears traversed the void, slaughtering toward the disciples of Taishan Mountain. They were extremely savage and decisive. It seemed that the progeny of old demon Luo from the divine capital of Shilling had inherited his overbearing characteristics. Wen Shuyi looked up in the sky as the sword will above his head screamed. His finger pointed at the void, and countless sharp swords broke through the air, cleaving through the sky. They collided with the death spears. At the same time, other cultivators of Taishan Mountain made their strikes one after another, defeating the attack. Their eyes were cold and indifferent. They weren't expecting that Luo Yuming would move against them. Luo Yuming stepped into the void, and the great path boomed. Demonic death will roared wildly in the void, and it was not just him. Behind Luo Yuming, 10 other demonic cultivators of the Nirvana realms simultaneously released Will of the Way. The demon might above the sky grew stronger until it enveloped the heavens. Boom! A huge visage appeared above the sea of the path, like the face of the true god of death. This dark face shot out rays of darkness that directly penetrated everyone's eyes so that all the disciples of Taishan Mountain had the will of death in their eyes. This death will directly invaded their bodies and turned into death currents that drilled them deeply. At the same time, the booming sounds came out, and giant spears of infinite darkness condensed to manifest like a sharp mountain of death. They slammed down at those who were from Taishan Mountain. "Watch out," Junmu said. His body rocketed toward the sky. He drove his blasts at one of the death mountains. All 15 cultivators of Taishan Mountain spread out, each facing the battle to destroy the death mountain. However, they were separated by distance, so they were far from one another. "Take care of Shenjing and the others," Wen Shuyi shouted as he elevated into the air to split open the death mountain. Shenjing and Little Phoenix were weaker. If they were separated, he was afraid they might not be able to withstand such an attack. "You two, get close to me. Shenjing, accompany my Guqin. Fengyang, come to me," Li Jin called out. The Guqin spirit appeared in front of her, and her fingers were ready to pluck the strings. However, at this moment, the sound of Guqin was already heard, and a loud chime of phoenix rang throughout the void, high-pitched and melodious. Read more chapter on novel full. Although Li Jiyin was a little jealous of Yi Futian's cultivation at the string pavilion, her nature was extraordinary, after all, and she did not take it too seriously. Now that all the disciples from Taishan Mountain were under the same attack, they ought to unite as one. Thus, she allowed for Shenjing and Feng Yang to get close to her. However, Li Jiyin did not expect that before she even started playing, the music she had wanted to perform was already ringing in her ears. Glorious divine light shone, and Yi Futian seemed to bath in its divine beauty, as the illusion of the phoenix appeared and surrounded him, turning it into a wondrous sight. The body of the little phoenix swayed upward, making a clear sound of phoenix chiming. It integrated into one with the Guqin with powerful penetrating power as if to resonate with Yi Futian's music. Flight of the Phoenix Pair, Li Jiyin thought. It was an incredibly pure rendition of Flight of the Phoenix Pair. Each note seemed as if it were sung by the phoenix, and with every beat, a phoenix was born again from the ashes. Rays of radiant divine light rushed into Feng Yang's body, and the mood relayed by the Guqin completely fell on her body. The glory of divine light was extremely dazzling, and when both of her wings opened, the sky and the sun were shielded. A breath of divine fire appeared from her mouth, which completely dispersed and burned up the infinite death currents in the sky. "We came today to seek the way. Don't waste time on them," Yi Futian said. Though they were in mid-battle, their forward momentum had not been stopped. They were still maintaining an incredible speed, though they were still lagging behind the others. After several consecutive attacks failed, Luo Yoming's eyes were cold and hard. He continued moving forward without being too obsessed with the fighting. After all, they also knew the main purpose of this visit, thanks to Yi Futian's reminder. The demonic cultivators in the void and the people of Taishan Mountain below moved forward in tandem. The breaths from their bodies roared as if they could erupt into great battle at any moment. But Li Jiyin and Chen Yu were not feeling serene. Yi Futian had always appeared extremely modest. However, the music that he played at that moment had given birth to an unnatural vision. The music of Flight of the Phoenix Pair penetrated the void, which even Li Jiyin could not accomplish. Obviously, Yi Futian had not wasted his time at the string pavilion. He had practiced hard in the art of the Guqin, and had learned the famous Flight of the Phoenix Pair in its entirety. It seemed that they had ignored the modest Shenjing. Not bad. Perfect concealment that you have accomplished this famous piece. No wonder Uncle Lan gave this spot to you. Wn Shuyi, riding the sword in the air, laughed heartily at Yi Futian. Now, even he had come to realize that Yi Futian was not ordinary. This Flight of the Phoenix Pair still amazed him. In this way, he and Feng Yang cooperated with one another. Thus, they were able to protect themselves. Passing through all those mountains of the way, some had already stepped onto the giant island in the sea. Some stopped momentarily while some continued to move forward. Except for those top characters who had been given a spot, Yi Futian also saw a group of people climbing the mountain. They were surely the disciples who were selected to cultivate in the divine palace this time. Yi Futian leaped and landed on the mountain of the way. A thick will of the way rushed to him as if this mountain range was a very pure mountain of the Great Path, containing the infinite will of the Great Path. After descending on the mountain of the way, the group moved forward like lightning. Little Phoenix's eyes were full of excitement, staring at a lonely peak in the distance. There seemed to be a divine tree of flames, with flame-colored fruits growing on it. An extremely rich will of the flaming Great Path was released from it, rendering the whole mountain peak red as the flames. Its temperature was extremely high. "Fruits of the way," Yi Futian whispered. He had done some research before coming here. It was rumored that the fairy mountain where the divine palace was located was a land of treasure, nurtured by the great path of heaven and earth. It was able to produce magical objects, such as the fruits of the way. Little Phoenix rushed over there, Yi Futian following close behind. Some people were in the same direction as they were, but there were others heading toward other places. There was more than one place on this mountain that nurtured fruits of the way. Watch yourselves, Wn Shuyi shouted at Yi Futian and Little Phoenix, reminding them. He and Luo Yu were going in the other direction, clearly with different targets. Soon, Yi Futian came to the mountain. He saw that the surrounding space was filled with an extremely hot airflow, which seemed to be able to incinerate all things. The flamed-colored mountain peak transmitted an unusually high temperature. The sap of the path tree was like magma. Boom! The will of flame erupted, and Little Phoenix rushed directly inside. Her body was bathed in the glory of the divine flames. Yi Futian was the same. With flames burning on his body, he rushed inside as well. His body was still swallowing and absorbing will of the flames. But at this moment, a powerful pressure of the great path came down, and a giant flaming palm print appeared on the sky, slamming down through the air. The dazzling flaming palm print could incinerate everything. It aimed toward Yi Futian and Little Phoenix. This was the land of proving the way of the divine palace, but it was also a place of controversy. Where there were opportunities, competitions would ensue. The greater the opportunity, the stronger the competition. Buzz! Yi Futian's body turned into a flash of lightning, the sword light appeared, and a sliver of the sky appeared in the heaves. The sky had been cleaved. With a popping sound, the giant fiery palm of flame was directly split in two, from the middle. Yi Futian stood in front of Little Phoenix and looked up to the place not far ahead. A red-haired old man bathed in fire with aggressive eyes, staring at him and Feng Yang. Little Phoenix's eyes were full of flames as she stared at the old man. A slight disagreement and he made a killer move. This old man was seriously savage. However, the old man smiled and appeared extremely friendly, completely without the nastiness that he displayed just moments ago when he went for the kill. Young friend, your swordsmanship is quite good. There are 3 fruits of the way on this tree, and here we are, exactly 3. How about 1 each? The old man said with a smile. He had fought his way from the crowd this time and took the identity of an ordinary disciple, hence the opportunity to come here. It was an opportunity to test himself. Great. Yi Futian nodded with a smile, readily agreeing. If so, you 2 little friends can pick first. The old man's smile was still kind and friendly. He let Yi Futian and his people choose first. Little Phoenix, you choose, Yi Futian said. Little Phoenix nodded, and her figure flickered toward the ancient tree of the great path ahead. Yi Futian looked at the old man with a smile. While Little Phoenix was getting closer to the path tree, Yi Futian was still staring at him. The old man's expression didn't waver, but the surrounding atmosphere seemed to have fluctuated faintly. Boom! A surge of dark red flame erupted instantly. It gave out a great sense of danger, and the old man instantly launched his attack on Little Phoenix. However, at this moment, he felt the resistance of the great path of space, and then Yi Futian moved, traveling through the void. The old man suddenly turned around and raised his hands to blast toward Yi Futian. The giant dark red palms were like grinding discs that were directly locked onto Yi Futian's body. It was extremely accurate, as it was right where Yi Futian reappeared as he emerged from the void. Buzz! Yi Futian, using a finger as a sword, struck out and created a terrible vortex of swordsmanship in front of him, cutting through the void. Instantly, the terrible palm print was shattered into nothingness. Yi Futian's finger continued forward as the old man's expression turned to one of alert, and he attempted to retreat. But Yi Futian was moving fast and arrived in an instant. The sword finger penetrated the old man's entire body with the air of the swordsmanship. He looked down at his own body as his eyes were filled with fear. How ruthless! The old man viciously looked toward Yi Futian, and with a popping sound, his body was pulverized into nothing while sword will was still raging. Little Phoenix picked the fruits of the way and handed 2 fruits to Yi Futian, saying, "This phoenix will reward you 2 fruits." But her eyes were fixed on the fruits. She seemed a little peckish. Yi Futian smiled and took only 1, telling her, "As your elder, I have to take care of the kids." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.